Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content here on Sleep Theories, consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps us continue bringing you these deep dive investigations into the mysteries that keep us wondering. And if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. No pressure though, only if you want to share. Now let's get into something that might change how you think about what's beneath our feet. There's a single frame of VHS footage that refuses to leave my mind. A middle-aged man standing at a podium in Denver. The year is 1995. His hands shake slightly as he holds the microphone, but not from nervousness. These are the tremors of someone whose nervous system has been fundamentally damaged, whose body carries the physical evidence of trauma that most people couldn't survive. Behind him, a grainy projection shows geological cross-sections of northern New Mexico, layers of sediment and rock with annotations in his own handwriting. He's talking about underground bases, about things he claims to have seen with his own eyes, about a firefight that supposedly happened 16 years earlier in tunnels that officially don't exist. His name was Phil Schneider. The quality of the tape is terrible, degraded by time and multiple duplications, but you can still see the surgical scars on his hands where fingers used to be. You can still hear the conviction in his voice when he describes the smell of the tunnels, the sound of weapons fire echoing through chambers carved from living rock, the bodies of colleagues who never made it back to the surface. 1 year after this lecture, he would be found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, Oregon, a catheter hose wrapped around his neck so tightly that it took considerable force. The official ruling, suicide. His hands, the same hands that were missing multiple fingers, allegedly managed to strangle himself with enough pressure to crush his larynx. The people who knew him said Phil Schneider was many things, but he wasn't suicidal. He was angry. He was determined. He was convinced that the public deserved to know what their government was doing in the deep places of the earth. But in that lecture, in that single moment captured on deteriorating magnetic tape, he says something that cuts through decades of conspiracy noise like a scalpel through flesh. He leans into the microphone and his voice drops to almost a whisper, as if he's afraid of being overheard even in a public venue. They're still there, under Archuleta Mesa, still working, still waiting. The camera wobbles, someone in the audience coughs. Phil Schneider's hands grip the podium, and for just a moment you can see something in his eyes that transcends fear. It's certainty. The absolute knowledge of someone who has seen something they can never unsee. This is the story of what happens when you decide to find out if he was telling the truth. This is the story of what happens when you look for a door that was never meant to be found. This is the Dulce Protocol. The Man Who Never Came Back, June 1979. The high desert of northern New Mexico bakes under relentless sun that turns the landscape into something alien and unforgiving. Phil Schneider, a former Los Alamos explosives technician with 17 years of experience in underground construction, stands at the edge of what will become the most controversial claim of his life. According to his later testimony, delivered in conference rooms and small venues across America in the mid-90s, he's part of a construction crew drilling into the mesa near the small town of Dulce. They're building something deep, something that requires specialized knowledge of underground detonation and structural engineering in extreme conditions. The project is classified. The workers don't know what they're building, only that it's important enough to warrant the presence of armed military personnel and security protocols that seem excessive for a simple construction job. Schneider was good at his work. He'd helped build underground facilities before, part of the vast network of hardened structures the US government constructed during the Cold War. Deep command bunkers, missile silos, facilities designed to survive nuclear war. He knew rock composition, load-bearing calculations, the precise amount of explosive needed to carve chambers from solid stone without causing catastrophic collapse. But on this particular day in June, something goes wrong. The drill bit, boring through layers of sedimentary rock and volcanic tuff, suddenly drops into empty space. The change in resistance is immediate and unmistakable. They've broken through into a cavity, a void that shouldn't exist according to the geological surveys. The crew pulls the bit back, and air rushes out of the hole. Not the stale, dead air of a sealed pocket, but moving air. Air that's been somewhere. According to Schneider's account, what happens next changes everything. They widen the hole, prepare to investigate. Standard procedure dictates caution, gas detection, structural assessment. But before they can complete their safety protocols, something comes through from the other side. The official story, if there even is one, has been buried under layers of classification and deliberate confusion. Government documents related to the Dulce construction project from 1979 are still sealed, their very existence neither confirmed nor denied. But Schneider would spend the last years of his life telling anyone who would listen about what happened next. About the tunnel they found, already excavated, showing evidence of construction methods that didn't match any human engineering he recognised. About the entities they encountered, beings, that didn't respond to verbal commands or warning shots the way humans would. About the firefight that erupted when security forces arrived and attempted to assert control. About the beams of light that cut through rock and flesh with equal ease. About the screaming that echoed through chambers that went deeper than their maps suggested possible. Schneider claimed that 67 people died that day. Military personnel, construction workers, security contractors. He said he survived only because a Green Beret allegedly threw him away from one of the directed energy weapons the entities were using, taking the fatal blast himself. Schneider's hands told their own story. Missing fingers, burned scars. Nerve damage so extensive that he struggled with fine motor control for the rest of his life. His medical records, the ones he shared publicly, documented radiation exposure inconsistent with any civilian source. His disability claim cited injuries sustained in the line of duty during classified operations, language carefully chosen to reveal nothing while confirming something happened. Fast forward to 2021. Elias Ford sits in his cramped graduate student apartment in Los Angeles, the blue glow of his laptop screen illuminating stacks of research papers about government transparency, press freedom, and the limits of FOIA requests. Empty coffee cups form a small mountain on his desk. His thesis advisor's increasingly concerned emails sit unanswered in his inbox. His girlfriend stopped calling 3 weeks ago after one too many conversations that started with dinner plans and ended with theories about underground facilities. He's watching that Denver lecture for the 47th time, and he started keeping count because he's begun to notice things, small details, the way Schneider's left eye twitches when he mentions specific dates, the way he grips the podium when describing the entities, the way his voice breaks, genuinely breaks, when he talks about the men who didn't make it out. Elias isn't a conspiracy theorist, at least not the kind who sees patterns in pizza restaurant logos, or believes in shape-shifting reptilians running world governments. He's methodical, trained in verification and source analysis, taught to follow evidence wherever it leads, and to trust documentation over speculation. His undergraduate work in investigative journalism earned him awards. His professors called him unusually rigorous in his approach to research. But something about Schneider's testimony gnaws at him with the persistence of a splinter working its way deeper under the skin. It's not what the man says, it's how he says it. The specific details, the technical language that rings true to anyone who knows construction and engineering. The way he references real places, real agencies, real protocols. The way his voice cracks when he describes the smell of ozone and burnt flesh. A description so visceral and specific that it feels like sense memory rather than fabrication. People who lie tend to embellish. They add dramatic details, create heroic narratives, paint themselves as central figures in grand conspiracies. Schneider's account is almost clinically spare. He doesn't claim to understand what he encountered. He doesn't pretend to have special knowledge of alien civilizations or government conspiracies. He simply describes what he says he experienced. in the language of a construction worker who found something he wasn't supposed to find. And then there's the death. January 7th, 1996. Phil Schneider found dead in his apartment after being missing for several days. The autopsy report, publicly available, notes the catheter hose wrapped around his neck with enough force to crush the hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage. The medical examiner ruled it suicide, but Elias has read that autopsy report a dozen times, and the details bother him. Schneider's hands, already damaged and missing fingers, would have struggled to generate the force necessary for that kind of strangulation. The positioning of the ligature suggested pressure applied from behind and above, awkward for self-infliction. There were no drugs in his system, no alcohol, nothing to suggest impaired judgment or suicidal ideation. Friends and family insisted Schneider was preparing for more lectures. He had bookings scheduled. He was working on a presentation about government black budgets. He told multiple people he had more information to share, documents he was still organising. Then he was dead, and the narrative shifted from whistleblower to troubled man who took his own life. Elias makes a decision that will unravel his life, though he doesn't know it yet. He's going to find out what really happened at Dulce. He's going to treat this like a real investigation, following evidence, tracking down sources, building a case that can withstand scrutiny. He's going to assume Schneider was telling the truth and see where that assumption leads. It's 2 a.m. when he creates a new folder on his laptop, Dulce Protocol. Inside, he begins cataloguing everything he can find. Schneider's lectures, transcribed word for word. Geological surveys of the Archuleta Mesa region. Historical records of construction projects in northern New Mexico during the late 70s. News articles about cattle mutilations. Reports of UFO sightings. Missing person cases. The coffee goes cold as he works. Outside his window, Los Angeles sleeps. And somewhere in New Mexico, beneath a mesa that rises from high desert like a monument to secrets, machinery hums in tunnels that officially don't exist. Elias doesn't sleep that night. He's crossed a threshold, made a commitment to a path that will consume him. In the morning he'll start making calls. He'll reach out to witnesses, researchers, anyone who might remember the events of 1979. But for now, he watches the lecture one more time. Phil Schneider's damaged hands gripping the podium, his voice carrying the weight of truth that no one wants to hear. They're still there, under Archuleta Mesa, still working, still waiting. Waiting for what, Elias wonders, and more importantly, waiting for whom? Act 1. The history they don't talk about real-world origins. Every conspiracy theory has an origin point. A moment where documented reality blurs into speculation, where the solid ground of verifiable fact gives way to the quicksand of possibility. For Dulce, that moment begins not with a dramatic revelation, but with routine police work in a place most Americans couldn't find on a map. October 1967. The town of Dulce, population roughly 2,000, sits in the high country of northern New Mexico like a secret the landscape is trying to keep. It's Jicarilla Apache reservation land, a place of stunning vistas and deep cultural significance, where the modern world sits uncomfortably alongside traditions that stretch back centuries. The town itself is small, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where the arrival of strangers is noticed and remembered. New Mexico State Police records from that October tell a story that doesn't fit comfortably into official narratives. Multiple officers, working different shifts, responding to different calls, all report the same thing. Lights in the sky near Archuleta Mesa, not distant aircraft lights or stars misidentified by unreliable witnesses. These are objects moving in patterns that violate basic physics as the officers understand it. Patrolman James Bustamante files a report on October 14th, describing an object that appeared stationary for 17 minutes before accelerating to impossible speed with no visible means of propulsion. His report is detailed, clinical, the work of a professional trying to document something that challenges his understanding of reality. He notes wind conditions, visibility, the presence of his partner as a corroborating witness. He sketches the object's flight path and estimates its size relative to known landmarks. 3 days later, Sergeant Maria Sanchez reports a similar sighting from a different location, then Officer Thomas Whitehorse, then others. The reports accumulate in files that will sit in archives for decades, neither investigated nor explained, simply recorded and filed away under classifications that ensure they won't be casually discovered. These aren't anonymous reports from unreliable witnesses claiming they were abducted or probed. These are sworn law enforcement officials filing paperwork that could affect their careers and credibility, documenting something they can't explain but can't deny they witnessed. The sightings continue sporadically over the next several years. Sometimes months pass between reports. Sometimes multiple sightings occur within days. The pattern is inconsistent enough to resist easy explanation, but persistent enough to establish that something unusual is happening in the airspace around Archuleta Mesa. Then comes the cattle mutilation wave, and the strangeness takes on a darker character. Between 1975 and 1979, ranchers across northern New Mexico report something that transforms the region from mysterious to actively frightening. Cattle found dead in fields, their bodies surgically altered with precision that baffles veterinarians and law enforcement alike. The cases share disturbing commonalities that suggest systematic rather than random events. The animals are found drained of blood, their bodies showing no signs of bloating or decomposition that would normally occur within hours of death. Organs are removed through incisions so clean they appear to be made with surgical instruments far more precise than any farmer or veterinarian in the region possesses. Eyes excised with circular cuts, tongues removed through the jaw, reproductive organs extracted with what forensic veterinarians describe as laser-like precision. No blood pools around the bodies, no tracks approach or leave the carcasses, no signs of predation, no evidence of scavengers, just the bodies, arranged in ways that seem almost deliberate, as if left as messages or warnings. Local veterinarian Thomas Chen examines dozens of these animals between 1976 and 79. His reports, preserved in county records and later obtained through FYA requests, note details that defy conventional explanation. Hemoglobin levels in remaining tissue suggest rapid exsanguination, but there's no blood at the scene. Incision edges show heat damage at the cellular level, consistent with cauterization by directed energy rather than cutting by blade. In several cases, bones appear to have been softened or partially dissolved to allow organ removal through impossibly small openings. These are not predator kills, Chen writes in a report dated March 1978. These are not the work of cultists or pranksters. The precision and methodology suggest technology and knowledge beyond what any civilian operation would possess. I have no explanation that satisfies the evidence. In March of 1979, the phenomenon reaches a crescendo. Local rancher Manuel Gomez discovers 17 mutilated cattle on his property over a span of 8 days. The animals represent a significant portion of his herd, thousands of dollars in losses that insurance refuses to cover, because no one can determine the cause of death. Gomez is the third generation of his family to work this land. He knows cattle. He knows predators. He knows what natural death looks like. What he finds in his fields is something else entirely. He calls the sheriff. He calls the state police. He calls federal authorities. A team from the FBI's Albuquerque field office arrives to investigate, part of a broader multi-state effort to understand the cattle mutilation phenomenon that's been terrorizing ranchers across the Southwest. The FBI reports, later released through FOI gay requests after decades of classification, make for disturbing reading. Special agents document incision patterns, tissue samples, the complete absence of forensic evidence that would normally accompany either human or animal predation. They interview ranchers, veterinarians, local law enforcement. They consult with pathologists and forensic specialists. Their conclusions are carefully worded, written in the bureaucratic language designed to convey information without making inflammatory statements. But one phrase appears 17 times across multiple reports, always in quotes, As if the agents writing the reports want to distance themselves from the implications, cutting instruments of unknown origin. Unknown origin. Not advanced surgical tools, not specialised equipment. Unknown origin, as if the FBI, with all its resources and expertise, cannot identify what created these precise, cauterised incisions in dead cattle across the American Southwest. The mutilation wave creates a climate of fear in rural New Mexico. Ranchers start keeping their cattle closer to their homes. People install lights, motion sensors, cameras. Some organise armed patrols. The economic impact is substantial, but the psychological impact is greater. This is a region where people pride themselves on self-reliance, on understanding their land and its dangers. But how do you defend against something you can't identify, that leaves no evidence, that operates with technology you don't understand? Then, in 1980, the story takes another turn with the introduction of Paul Bennewitz. Bennewitz was a physicist and inventor who ran Thunder Scientific Corporation in Albuquerque, a successful business that manufactured precision instruments for measuring humidity and temperature. He held patents. He had government contracts. He'd done work for classified programs. This wasn't a crank or a paranoid recluse. This was a respected member of the scientific community with security clearances and a reputation for rigorous, methodical work. He lived near Kirtland Air Force Base, home to numerous sensitive operations and one of the Department of Energy's nuclear weapons facilities. His house sat on a hill with a clear view of the base's remote sections, areas where unusual activity sometimes occurred after dark. Being a scientist and an inventor, Bennewitz had equipment, radio receivers, recording devices, cameras with telephoto lenses. He was curious by nature and by profession, the kind of person who notices patterns and wants to understand their underlying causes. In 1980, he began intercepting strange radio signals. Bennewitz was experienced with radio technology. He understood frequency allocation, transmission protocols, the characteristic signatures of different types of communications equipment. What he was receiving didn't match anything in his experience. Low-frequency transmissions, pulsed in patterns that suggested data transfer rather than voice communication, coming from a bearing that pointed northeast of Albuquerque. He triangulated the signals using multiple receivers at different locations. The source appeared to be somewhere in the direction of Dulce, New Mexico, approximately 120 miles away, in the vicinity of Archuleta Mesa. Bennewitz did what any responsible scientist would do. He documented everything meticulously. He recorded the signals, he analysed their patterns, he created maps showing the apparent source location. He compiled his findings into a detailed report, and then he did something that would change his life irrevocably. He approached the Air Force with his findings. You have to understand the context. This is 1980. The Cold War is still very much active. The Soviet Union represents an existential threat. Kirtland Air Force Base is a strategic facility housing nuclear weapons and conducting classified research. An experienced physicist and defence contractor reporting unusual signals in the vicinity of sensitive installations would normally be taken seriously, and they did take him seriously, but not in the way Bennewitz expected. What happened next is documented fact, confirmed by declassified documents and later admissions by intelligence officials. The Air Force Office of Special Investigations didn't investigate Bennewitz's claims. They investigated Bennewitz himself, and then they began one of the most elaborate and sustained psychological operations ever conducted against a private US citizen. They fed him disinformation. They encouraged his most paranoid theories. They provided him with forged documents suggesting underground bases and alien technology. They sent agents posing as fellow researchers to feed him elaborate stories. They monitored his communications, his movements, his mental state. Over several years, they systematically destroyed Paul Bennewitz's grip on reality. By the mid-80s, Bennewitz was hospitalized for psychological treatment. His business suffered. His family relationships fractured. The brilliant physicist who'd held security clearances and government contracts became known as a delusional conspiracy theorist. His legitimate findings about unusual signals drowned in a sea of false information fed to him by the very people he'd tried to help. Benowitz died in 2003. His reputation never fully recovered. And the question that haunts his story, the question that draws researchers like Elias decades later, is simple. Why would the US Air Force devote years of resources and sophisticated psychological warfare techniques to discrediting one man unless he'd actually found something they needed to keep hidden? Elias begins digging. Elias's investigation begins with phone calls to people who don't want to remember, to people who've spent decades trying to forget, to people who made peace with burying the truth so deeply that excavating it feels like a violation. Manuel Gomez died in 2003, his final years marked by declining health and a reluctance to discuss the events of '79. But his daughter, Rosa Gomez Martinez, still lives on the family ranch, maintaining the land her grandfather cleared and her father expanded. When Elias reaches her after 3 weeks of trying to track her down, there's a long pause after he introduces himself and his research topic. He can hear her breathing on the other end of the line, can hear the sound of wind through an open window, that high desert wind that never really stops, can hear her considering whether to hang up or speak. "Nobody's asked about that in 20 years, she says finally. Her voice carries the weight of memories she's tried to bury, trauma inherited and personal. My father saw things that broke him. He was a practical man, raised cattle for 40 years before those months changed everything. Rosa describes her father's transformation after the mutilations, how he went from a confident, self-assured rancher to someone who checked the locks 3 times before bed, how he installed floodlights all around the property, turning night into something approximating day, the electricity bills becoming prohibitive but preferable to darkness. How he started sleeping with a loaded .30-06 rifle beside his bed, the safety off, his hand resting on the stock even in sleep. He would stand on the porch at night, Rosa continues, her voice dropping to almost a whisper, as if the phone line itself might be monitored. Just stand there for hours, watching the Mesa, watching the sky. I'd wake up at 2, 3 in the morning, and he'd be out there in his robe, perfectly still, just watching. She tells Elias about the nights when the cattle would go silent. Not the normal quiet of sleeping animals, but an eerie, absolute silence that felt wrong on a cellular level. Her father would notice it immediately, would grab his rifle and his flashlight and go out into the fields, searching for whatever was spooking his herd. Sometimes he'd find nothing. The cattle would be standing motionless, awake but frozen, as if paralysed by fear or something else. Other times he'd find them the next morning, the mutilated ones, the ones that had been alive at evening check but were dead by dawn, their bodies altered in ways that denied explanation. He used to tell me, "They come at night, Micha. They come when the dogs won't bark." The dogs. Rosa's voice breaks slightly when she mentions them. Multiple ranchers reported the same phenomenon. Their dogs, normally aggressive protectors of livestock, would fall silent before mutilation events, not cowering or hiding, but simply standing still, as if their instinct to bark and defend had been switched off like a light. Rosa's own dog, a German shepherd named Lobo who would bark at coyotes half a mile away, stood silent on the porch the night 7 more cattle were found mutilated in the south pasture. Just stood there, looking toward the mesa, body rigid, not making a sound. My father never recovered from those months, Rosa says, even after the mutilation stopped, even after things went back to what everyone called normal. He was never the same. He'd wake up screaming sometimes, nightmares about things watching from above, about lights that moved with intention, about feeling helpless on his own land. She agrees to meet Elias, but only after making him promise he won't use her full name, won't identify the specific location of her ranch, won't include details that might make her family identifiable. There are still consequences, she suggests, for talking too openly about what happened in '79. Elias flies to Albuquerque and drives north, watching the landscape change from urban sprawl to open country to the dramatic mesas and valleys of the Jicarilla Apache Nation. He meets Rosa at a truck stop diner in Dulce, a place where they can talk without being overheard, but where their meeting won't seem unusual or noteworthy. She's in her mid-50s, with her father's strong features and eyes that carry the wariness of someone who's learned that truth is often unwelcome. She brings a box of her father's papers, photographs of mutilated cattle, veterinary reports, insurance claim forms that were rejected, correspondence with law enforcement agencies that never led anywhere. The photographs are difficult to look at. Elias has seen crime scene photos before, has looked at images of violence and death as part of his journalism training, but these images are different. The precision of the mutilations, the absence of any evidence of struggle, the almost surgical quality of the alterations, all of it suggests something beyond human capability or animal predation. The FBI came, Rosa says, spreading documents across the diner table. Spring of '79, 2 agents, very professional, very thorough. They walked the fields, they examined the bodies, they took tissue samples, they interviewed my father for hours. She produces a copy of their report, obtained years later through an FOIA request. The language is careful, clinical, designed to document without concluding. But reading between the bureaucratic phrasing, Elias can see the agents' confusion. They can't explain what they're seeing. They can attribute the mutilations to neither human nor animal causes. They note the absence of evidence that should be present and the presence of evidence that shouldn't exist. They told my father they'd be in touch, Rosa continues. They said they were pursuing multiple lines of investigation across several states. Then nothing, no follow-up, no answers, like they documented everything and then just stopped. Elias asks if her father ever speculated about what was responsible. Rosa's expression darkens. He knew, she says quietly, or thought he did. Toward the end of his life, when he'd been drinking, he'd talk about it. About lights he saw moving low over the fields. About sounds he heard. Mechanical sounds that didn't match any aircraft or vehicle he knew. About feeling watched, not by people, but by something else. Something studying him like he was an experiment. She tells Elias her father became convinced the mutilations were connected to something operating out of Archuleta Mesa. He'd driven up there, hiked some of the accessible trails, talked to Apache elders who warned him away. They told him the Mesa was bad land, that their people avoided it, that there were places where the earth felt wrong and the air tasted like metal. Before Rosa leaves, she places her hand on Elias's, the same gesture her father would use when he needed someone to really listen. My father died never knowing what happened to his cattle, she says, but he died believing it was real, that it was deliberate, and that whoever or whatever was responsible didn't care about him or his animals except as subjects. That helplessness, that knowledge that he couldn't protect what was his, that's what broke him. Not the financial loss, the powerlessness. Elias tracks down 3 researchers who met with Paul Benowitz in the early 80s, before his breakdown, when he was still coherent and methodical in his claims. Each lives in a different parts of the country now. Each left New Mexico decades ago. Each tells a similar story about a brilliant man who became increasingly unstable, though they disagree on whether his instability was organic or induced. The first is Leonard Stringfield, a former Air Force intelligence officer turned UFO researcher who met Benowitz in 1981. They talk via video call, Stringfield now in his late 70s, speaking from his home in Ohio. Paul was brilliant, Stringfield says, his face filling the screen, lined with age but his eyes still sharp. Absolutely brilliant. The first time I met him, he walked me through his data like he was presenting at a scientific conference. Frequency analysis, signal intercepts, directional triangulation. This wasn't some amateur with a radio scanner. This was professional grade work. Stringfield describes visiting Benowitz's home laboratory, seeing the equipment set up, the meticulous records. Benowitz had invested tens of thousands of dollars in radio monitoring equipment. He'd developed software for signal analysis years before such tools became common. He approached the mystery like an engineering problem to be solved. But something happened between 81 and 84, Stringfield continues, his expression troubled. Paul started making claims that went beyond what his data supported. He started talking about alien bases and genetic experiments. The methodical scientist became the paranoid theorist, and it happened fast. Too fast. The second researcher, Angela Morrison, is more direct in her assessment. She's a physicist who worked with Benowitz on consulting projects in the late 70s, before any of the UFO research began. "They broke him," she states flatly over the phone, her voice carrying absolute conviction. The Paul Benowitz I knew would never have descended into the paranoid ramblings he became known for without external pressure. Someone fed him disinformation systematically and deliberately. Morrison tells Elias about watching Benowitz change, how he became increasingly agitated, how he started seeing patterns that weren't there, how he began trusting sources that, in retrospect, were obviously feeding him false information designed to discredit everything he'd legitimately discovered. The Air Force admitted it later, Morrison says. They admitted running operations against Paul, but they framed it as protective, as trying to steer a civilian away from sensitive installations. That's not what it was. It was character assassination through psychological manipulation. The third researcher refuses to speak on record, but agrees to an off-the-record conversation. He's a former NSA analyst who worked signals intelligence in the Southwest during the early 80s. He won't confirm or deny specific operations, but he provides context that makes Elias's blood run cold. Paul Benowitz intercepted real signals, the analyst says. I can't tell you what they were or where they originated, but the response he received, the level of attention directed at him, that tells you everything you need to know. We don't run multi-year psychological operations against private citizens who've stumbled onto nothing. The analyst explains how these operations work, how you identify someone who's found something sensitive, then feed them a mixture of truth and fiction until they can no longer distinguish between them. How you encourage their most extreme theories while systematically discrediting them publicly. How you transform a credible witness into a cautionary tale. The goal isn't to silence them, the analyst explains. The goal is to make them silence themselves by destroying their own credibility. Paul Benowitz did more damage to his own claims than any government denial ever could, because by the end, everything he said sounded crazy, including the parts that were true. Elias's most disturbing interviews come from Navajo and Apache locals who've lived near Dulce for generations, whose connection to the land predates American sovereignty, predates Spanish colonization, predates the written history that treats this region as discovered when Europeans arrived. They speak carefully, as if the land itself might be listening, as if speaking too openly about certain things might draw attention better left avoided. Several refuse to speak at all. Others agree only to talk off record, their words documented in Elias's notebooks but not recorded, their names replaced with descriptions. Elderly man, former Apache tribal council, member, or woman, mid-60s traditional healer. Each Soci is different. She agrees to speak on record, tells Elias to use her name, says she's too old to care about consequences anymore. She's 78, a grandmother and great-grandmother, with family roots in the region going back so many generations that the exact count has been lost to time. They meet at a diner in Dulce, the same one where Elias met Rosa. Marie arrives exactly on time, moving with the careful precision of someone whose body has been worn down by decades of hard living but whose mind remains sharp. She orders coffee. She doesn't drink and speaks in a voice barely above a whisper, forcing Elias to lean close to hear her over the ambient noise of the diner. My people have stories about Archuleta Mesa that go back centuries, she begins, her hands wrapped around the coffee cup for warmth despite the summer heat outside. We call it different names in Apache. The closest translation is the place where the earth breathes, or the place of deep voices. Marie explains that in traditional Apache cosmology, certain locations are considered powerful, places where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grows thin. Archuleta Mesa is one of these places, but not in a benevolent sense. There are caves, she continues, her eyes focused somewhere beyond the diner walls as if seeing the landscape in her mind. Tunnels that go deep. My grandfather told me stories his grandfather told him about warriors who went into those caves and came back changed. Some didn't come back at all. When Elias asks what changed means, Marie takes a long moment before answering. Their minds, she says finally. They would see things that weren't there or stop seeing things that were. They would speak in voices that didn't sound like themselves. They would know things they shouldn't know and forget things they should remember. We learned, over generations, to avoid those caves, to mark them as forbidden, to teach our children that some darkness is meant to remain unexplored. She slides a piece of paper across the table. On it are names and dates written in careful handwriting. 12 entries, spanning from 1982 to 2015. Missing people, Marie says quietly. Hikers, hunters, tourists, people who went into the area around Archuleta Mesa and never came out. The Forest Service says it's the terrain. The Bureau of Land Management says people get lost. They organise searches, use helicopters and dogs, and they find nothing. No bodies, no equipment, no signs of where these people went. She tells Elias about her cousin, Benjamin Sosi, who worked search and rescue for 15 years. Benjamin was skilled at tracking, at reading the landscape, at finding people who didn't want to be found. He participated in searches for 6 of the names on Marie's list. He told me once, after he retired, that they were told to avoid certain areas during searches, Marie says, her voice dropping even lower. Grid coordinates marked off limits by federal authorities. No explanation given, just orders that certain zones were not to be entered by search teams, even if tracks or evidence pointed in those directions. Benjamin died in 2018, but before his death he told Marie something that still haunts her. He said on one search, in 2007, they found a camp, tent, supplies, equipment, fresh food, nothing disturbed, like the person had just stepped away. But there were no tracks leading from the camp, no signs of where they'd gone, just the camp, perfectly preserved, and no person. The missing person from that search, a 28-year-old geologist named Sarah Chen conducting soil surveys, was never found. Her family eventually held a memorial service without a body. The official conclusion was that she likely fell into a ravine or crevice, and her remains were unrecoverable. But Benjamin told Marie there were no ravines or crevices within 2 miles of that camp. The geology didn't support that explanation. It was as if Sarah Chen had simply ceased to exist mid-activity, leaving her belongings behind as the only evidence she'd been there at all. Before Marie leaves, she places her hand on Elias's. Her skin is warm despite the cold coffee cup she'd been holding, and her grip is surprisingly strong. They hear things under the ground, she says, her dark eyes holding his with an intensity that allows no room for dismissal. Machinery where no machinery should be. Voices that sound human but use words that make no sense. Lights in the caves that move with purpose. My people have heard these things for longer than the United States has existed. She stands, gathering her bag, preparing to leave. But she pauses, looking down at Elias with an expression that might be pity or might be resignation. The white people who came to this land, they didn't believe our warnings about the Mesa. They thought we were primitive, superstitious. Then they went digging, and they found what we have always known was there. The difference is we respected it, avoided it, survived by keeping our distance. They tried to control it. That's the mistake that changes everything. Marie walks out of the diner into the bright New Mexico sunlight. Elias watches her go, his recorder still running, the list of names still on the table before him. 12 people, 12 disappearances, 12 families with questions that will never be answered, and beneath it all, under tons of rock and earth, machinery humming in places where no machinery should exist. Act 2. The government connection declassified hints. Elias spends 3 months buried in FOIA requests and declassified documents, transforming his apartment into something between a research archive and a conspiracy theorist's lair. His walls are covered with printouts, timelines, maps with pins connected by red string. His thesis. Advisor stops returning his emails. His funding situation becomes precarious. Friends start avoiding his calls. But he can't stop because what he's finding isn't smoking gun-proof of underground alien bases, but something almost more disturbing, evidence of systematic misdirection and unexplained government activity concentrated around a single remote location with no obvious strategic value. The FOIA requests yield results slowly, each document arriving with heavy redactions, black bars obscuring names, dates, operational details. But even redacted, the documents tell a story. Air Force OSI memos from 1982, their headers stamped with classification levels that should have expired decades ago, discuss what they call Bennewitz activity and containment protocols. The language is bureaucratic but telling. They're not investigating whether Bennewitz's claims have merit. They're containing him, managing the problem he represents. One memo, dated September 1982, outlines a strategic disinformation campaign designed to redirect subjects' research focus toward non-sensitive areas while maintaining subjects' belief in primary hypothesis. In plain language, feed Bennewitz false information about aliens to distract him from whatever he'd actually found. But here's what keeps Elias awake at night. Why would a private citizen investigating radio signals require containment protocols? You don't deploy strategic disinformation campaigns against someone who's chasing nothing. You ignore them, or you politely correct them, or you send them a cease and desist letter if they're trespassing on secure frequencies. You don't wage psychological warfare against them unless they've found something real. NSA documents released in 2015, part of a broader transparency initiative that nobody paid much attention to, show surveillance orders for radio interception in the Dulce area between 1980 and 1984. The stated purpose is redacted. The target of the surveillance is redacted. The results of the surveillance are redacted. But the resource allocation is visible. Dedicated monitoring stations, specialized equipment, trained personnel assigned for 4 continuous years. Elias does the math. The cost of maintaining that level of surveillance in a remote area with minimal population would run into millions of dollars. For what? To monitor radio signals in the middle of nowhere? To watch a handful of ranchers and a small Apache community? The disproportion between resources expended and official explanation offered suggests something significant enough to warrant sustained, expensive attention. Then there are the FBI reports on the cattle mutilation phenomenon, obtained through multiple FOIA requests and cross-reference with state police records and veterinary reports. The documents span from 1975 through 1984, hundreds of pages documenting mutilation events across New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas and Montana. The reports are clinical, detailed, increasingly frustrated. FBI agents and forensic veterinarians document tissue samples showing thermal cutting effects, inconsistent with predation or known surgical tools. One report from a veterinary pathologist at New Mexico State University, dated April 1979, is particularly unsettling. The pathologist, a specialist in forensic animal medicine with 23 years of experience, describes examining a mutilated cow from the Gomez Ranch. He notes hemoglobin distribution patterns suggesting rapid exsanguination through unknown means, possibly vacuum extraction. The incision edges show cellular damage consistent with temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, but there's no burning or charring of surrounding tissue, as if the heat was impossibly focused, more precise than any cutting tool available to veterinary or surgical medicine at the time. The level of precision observed, the pathologist writes, exceeds the capabilities of even the most sophisticated surgical facilities. The absence of forensic evidence that should accompany either human perpetrators or animal predators suggests a methodology outside my professional experience and knowledge. A FBI summary report from 1980 attempts to draw conclusions from hundreds of documented cases. The report notes that despite extensive investigation, including laboratory analysis, field interviews, and consultation with medical and veterinary experts, no definitive explanation can be offered for the observed mutilation phenomena. The precision of the alterations and the absence of conventional forensic evidence preclude standard explanatory frameworks. Then, buried in a footnote, a single sentence that Elias highlights and photographs and stores in multiple locations. Tissue analysis conducted at Federal Facility Omega-7 indicates possible exposure to directed energy sources of unknown configuration. Federal Facility Omega-7, Elias searches every database he can access. The designation appears nowhere else in publicly available documents. It's a ghost reference, a hint of infrastructure that officially doesn't exist. But the psychological operations angle is what truly disturbs him, because it's documented, admitted, and still partially classified. Declassified documents confirm that from 1977 to 1981, Air Force intelligence ran active measures against Paul Benowitz under a program codenamed Desert Shepherd. They fed him false information about underground bases and alien technology. They created forged documents suggesting elaborate conspiracies. They encouraged his beliefs while systematically destroying his credibility. They monitored his mental health deterioration with the detached precision of scientists observing an experiment. One memo, written by an Air Force psychologist in 1983, assesses Benowitz's psychological state and recommends continued reinforcement of constructed narratives to maintain subjects' focus on non-operational areas. The memo notes that Benowitz is approaching critical psychological threshold, but recommends maintaining current operational tempo unless subject presents danger to himself or others. They knew they were destroying him. They documented his deterioration. They made calculated decisions about how far to push before his mental collapse might create unwanted attention. And they did it all in the service of protecting something near Dulce, New Mexico. Elias files FOIA requests for the files that remain classified, the documents that should have been automatically declassified decades ago under standard protocols. His requests are carefully worded, specific, citing exact statutes and precedents. He's learned the language of FOIA law, the magic phrases that theoretically compel disclosure. Each request comes back denied. The denials follow a template. The requested documents, if they exist, would contain information that could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security if disclosed. The information remains properly classified under Executive Order 1295 and is exempt from disclosure under FOIA Exemption 1. But here's the thing that makes Elias's hands shake as he reads these denials. The exemption claims relate to ongoing operations and current intelligence activities. Ongoing operations, current activities. In reference to events from 40 plus years ago, in reference to a psychological operation against a man who died nearly 2 decades ago, in reference to cattle mutilations and UFO sightings that the official narrative dismisses as mass hysteria and mundane phenomena. If it's all nonsense, if there's nothing to hide, why are documents from the late 70s and early 80s still classified in 2021? What are they still protecting? Elias creates timelines, cross-referencing dates of mutilation events with dates of signal intercepts reported by Benowitz, with dates of unusual seismic activity recorded by USGS monitors, with dates of military exercises in the region. Patterns emerge that could be coincidence or could be something else. Spikes in mutilation reports correlate with increases in radio signal intercepts. Both correlate with unexplained seismic events that show rhythmic patterns inconsistent with natural earthquakes. All 3 phenomena cluster around Archuleta Mesa with statistical significance that resists random explanation. Something is happening in that location. something sustained, deliberate, and significant enough that the government devoted enormous resources to monitoring it, containing information about it, and destroying the credibility of anyone who got too close to understanding it. Elias compiles his findings into a timeline that stretches across his living room wall. 1967, first documented UFO sightings. 1975 through 79, cattle mutilation wave. 1980, Benowitz intercepts signals. 1980 through 84, government surveillance and psychological operations. 1995, Schneider gives Denver lecture. 1996, Schneider found dead. And beneath all of it, the constant presence of Archuleta Mesa, rising from the high desert like a monument to secrets the government has decided the public has no right to know. The anonymous contact. The encrypted message appears in Elias's inbox on a Tuesday morning in April 2022, arriving through an anonymous email service routed through servers in Iceland, Switzerland and Estonia. The sender's address is a string of random characters that will never be traceable. The message itself is brief, almost terse, written by someone who understands operational security and chooses every word with care. You're asking the right questions. You're looking in the wrong places. The base is real. Schneider was partially correct. Meet me. Instructions will follow if you're serious. Elias's first instinct is to delete it. This is how journalists get compromised, how careful researchers get led into traps, how people investigating sensitive topics end up discredited or worse. Anonymous contacts are the oldest trick in the information warfare playbook. Promise revelation, deliver misdirection, and document the target's gullibility for later exploitation. But something about the message's phrasing, its specificity about Schneider being partially correct rather than completely right or completely wrong, suggests someone with actual insider knowledge, someone who knows the full picture and recognises that Schneider's account, while genuine in parts, was incomplete or misunderstood in others. Elias responds with a test. How do I know you're not trying to Benowitz me? The reply comes within an hour. Paul's mistake wasn't investigating the signals. His mistake was trusting people who claimed to be helping him. I'm not claiming to help you. I'm offering information. What you do with it is your choice. They negotiate the terms through layers of encryption. The contact insists on a public place, broad daylight, multiple exit points, no recording devices, no witnesses. They settle on the Santa Fe rail yard district during the Saturday farmers market, crowds of tourists and locals providing both cover and safety. The contact provides a detailed protocol. Elias should arrive at 10 in the morning, buy a coffee from a specific vendor, then walk the perimeter of the market counterclockwise. Someone will approach him. They'll speak for exactly 20 minutes, then part ways. No subsequent contact will be possible through the email channel. Elias spends the week before the meeting running through every scenario, every possible trap. He tells a friend where he's going, leaves detailed notes, and a safe deposit box sets up a dead man's switch that will release his research if he doesn't check in within 48 hours. He's probably being paranoid, but paranoia and caution become indistinguishable when investigating subjects where people have actually died under mysterious circumstances. The Santa Fe rail yard on a Saturday morning is exactly what the contact promised. Crowded, public, impossible to control or monitor completely. Tourists browse artisan crafts. Families buy fresh produce. Musicians play for donations. It's aggressively normal, the kind of setting where clandestine meetings seem absurd. Elias buys his coffee and begins his counterclockwise circuit. He's halfway through his first lap when a man falls into step beside him, matching his pace exactly. The approach is so casual, so natural, that anyone watching would think they're friends who just ran into each other. The man is in his mid-60s, trim and precise in his movements, dressed in the kind of nondescript outdoor wear that's universal in New Mexico. His eyes are what catch Elias's attention, sharp, constantly scanning, taking in everything while appearing to focus on nothing. These are eyes trained by decades of operational awareness, by work that requires noticing threats before they develop. "Keep walking," the man says quietly. His voice is educated, with hints of East Coast upbringing softened by years in the Southwest. "Don't look at me directly. We're having a casual conversation. We're old acquaintances catching up." He introduces himself only as Robert, though everything about the introduction suggests this isn't his real name. It's a working name, chosen for this specific interaction, meaningless beyond this context. They walk through the market, weaving between stalls, Robert's eyes constantly tracking their surroundings. He identifies potential surveillance with subtle shifts of his gaze. A man in a parked car who's been sitting too long without buying anything. A woman with a camera who's taking pictures of people rather than produce, angles that could conceal directional microphones. "I worked at Sandia National Laboratories from 1976 to 2008. Robert begins, his voice low, but clear enough for Elias to hear over the market noise. "Materials Engineering Division. We did contract work for multiple agencies, DOE, DOD, projects I couldn't discuss even with my security clearance, projects that appeared on budget spreadsheets as line items without descriptions." He describes a career spent in the shadow world between acknowledged government programs and black budget operations that officially don't exist. Working on materials for projects he wasn't allowed to know the purpose of, shipping specialised components to locations he wasn't permitted to visit, signing non-disclosure agreements that turned his work into something he couldn't discuss with family or friends. "In 1983, I was part of a team designing composite materials for underground construction," Robert continues. "They pause at a fruit stand examining apples while they talk. High-strength concrete with radiation-shielding properties, acoustic dampening systems for containing sound in subterranean environments, biological containment seals designed for laboratories working with hazardous materials. The specifications," he explains, "were unusual. The materials needed to function at depths exceeding 1,000 feet, in environments with specific temperature and humidity parameters, with redundant containment systems suggesting work with exceptionally dangerous substances. The requisition orders were tagged with a facility designation, Unit Delta 5, Robert says. That designation appeared on internal logistics documents, shipping manifests, budget allocations. But when I tried to find information about what Unit Delta 5 was or where it was located, I hit walls. Classified, need to know, above your clearance level." He tells Elias about becoming curious, the way engineers become curious when specifications don't make sense, and projects seem to violate standard protocols. He started paying attention to patterns, shipments going to the same redacted location, materials ordered in quantities suggesting large-scale construction, timelines that implied ongoing operations rather than single projects. "The shipping addresses were always redacted in the documents I saw," Robert says. "They've moved to a quiet section of the market, ostensibly admiring handmade pottery. But requisition forms from the Geological Survey Division weren't as carefully scrubbed. They included topographical coordinates for delivery locations. Those coordinates pointed to an area near Dulce, New Mexico." Robert explains what he believes the Dulce facility actually is, and his explanation is more disturbing for its mundanity than any alien conspiracy theory would be. He describes a multi-level underground installation with compartmentalized purposes, where workers on different levels never interact, where each section operates in isolation without awareness of the full scope. "Level 1 through 3, that's standard military research," Robert says, his voice taking on the quality of someone who's rehearsed this explanation in his mind countless times. "Black budget projects, weapons development, classified material storage, nothing exotic by Department of Defense standards. You could find similar facilities in Nevada, Utah, New Mexico. Underground installations designed to survive nuclear war, to protect critical research, to operate independent of surface infrastructure." He pauses to buy a jar of local honey, the transaction giving them a moment to ensure no one is paying attention to their conversation. Level 4 is psychological operations, Robert continues as they walk. Information warfare, strategic deception, the kind of work the Air Force was doing when they ran operations against Benowitz. They study how information spreads, how to contain leaks, how to discredit sources without making martyrs of them. His voice drops lower, forcing Elias to lean in slightly to hear. Level 5 is listed in some documents as a genetic research facility. The specific phrasing in a 1983 budget allocation I saw was interspecies compatibility studies, not cross-species, not comparative genetics. Interspecies, which implies comparison between species that have some reason to need compatibility assessment. Elias feels his skepticism fighting with the meticulous detail Robert provides. This isn't wild speculation. This is someone reciting from memory documents he's spent years thinking about. Documents that haunt him enough that he's risking this meeting despite obvious personal cost. And level 6, Elias asks, his voice steadier than he feels. Robert's expression darkens, and for the first time his careful surveillance of their surroundings falters, as if the mention of level 6 pulls his attention inward. There are rumours, he says carefully. Personnel who worked the upper levels and heard things. Nightmare Hall, they called it. Supposed collaboration between human researchers and non-human entities working on genetic material exchange, hybrid development programs, compatibility testing for purposes no one would discuss. Before Elias can respond with the obvious objection, the reasonable dismissal of alien conspiracy theories, Robert pulls out a tablet computer from his bag. The motion is casual, as if he's just checking email or showing photos. But what appears on the screen is a document that makes Elias's breath catch. It's a geological survey map from 1968, stamped with Department of Interior seals and Bureau of Land Management authorization numbers. The document appears authentic, with a kind of degradation and period-appropriate formatting that's difficult to forge convincingly. It shows Archuleta Mesa and the surrounding area in topographical detail, but beneath the surface features notations indicating hollow chambers, multiple levels of them marked in blue ink with dimensional annotations. The chambers show clear geometric organisation, regular spacing connecting passages. Natural cave systems don't form in these patterns. These are engineered spaces, marked on a map 4 years before anyone outside classified circles was talking about underground bases at Dulce. This survey was commissioned in '68, Robert says, zooming in on specific sections. 4 years before Schneider's alleged firefight, 8 years before the cattle mutilations, 12 years before Benowitz started intercepting signals. They knew what was under that mesa before any of the conspiracy theories existed. He highlights a section showing a large central chamber with multiple levels extending downward. The annotations indicate depths exceeding 1,500 feet, with reinforced ceiling structures and what appear to be vertical access shafts. The survey was classified immediately after completion, Robert continues. I only saw it because a clerical error in the document control system at Sandia briefly made it accessible to my clearance level in 1987. When I tried to access it again 3 days later, it was gone from the system, but I remembered it. I've spent 35 years remembering it. He uploads the document to an encrypted drive and provides Elias with access codes. A string of characters Elias immediately commits to memory and writes in multiple secure locations. I'm telling you this because what's happening there, whatever it is, the public has a right to know, Robert says, his voice carrying the conviction of someone who's made a difficult ethical choice. But I'm also warning you, the people running this operation, they don't make mistakes. If you keep digging, they'll know, and they'll respond. Not necessarily with violence or obvious intimidation, but with something more sophisticated. They'll manage you, study you, turn you into data that helps them refine their containment protocols. Robert checks his watch, notes that they've been talking for exactly 18 minutes. In 2 minutes, he'll walk away and this conversation will end. One more thing you should understand, he says as they make a final circuit past the vegetable stands. The psychological operation against Benowitz wasn't a failure. It was a wildly successful experiment. They learned how to destroy a credible witness without making him disappear, how to transform legitimate findings into conspiracy theories by feeding the source false information until truth and fiction became inseparable in his mind. Every operation since has used those techniques. Benowitz was the prototype. Everyone who's investigated Dulce since has been running variations of the same program. He stops walking, turns to face Elias directly for the first time. His eyes carry a weight of knowledge that seems almost burdensome. "They're going to do it to you," Robert says quietly. "They're probably already doing it. Every source you contact might be real, or might be feeding you disinformation. Every document you find might be authentic or might be planted. By the time you realise you can't trust your own research, you'll have discredited yourself so thoroughly that nothing you say will matter. That's the real genius of the system. They don't suppress the truth. They drown it in so much noise that no one can distinguish signal from static." Robert walks away through the farmers' market crowd, disappearing among the vendors and tourists, becoming just another figure browsing produce on a Saturday morning. Elias never sees him again. The email address stops working within an hour of their meeting. Every trace of their communication is wiped from servers that thought they kept permanent records. But Elias has the map. He has the coordinates. And he has a terrible certainty that everything Robert told him is true, which means everything that comes next is already anticipated, already planned for, already part of someone else's carefully designed response protocol. The question isn't whether he should stop. The question is whether continuing serves truth, or whether it makes him a willing participant in his own manipulation. He looks at the tablet, at the geological survey showing chambers that officially don't exist, and makes a choice that will define everything that follows. He's going to Dulce. Act 3. The descent into Archuleta Mesa. Meeting the others. October 2022. Elias's research has consumed nearly a year of his life. His thesis advisor has stopped returning his emails. His graduate funding is running out. Everyone who cares about him thinks he's lost perspective, but he can't stop. He drives northeast from Albuquerque, watching the landscape shift from city sprawl to high desert to the imposing mesas of the Jicarilla Apache Nation. Dulce sits in a valley, a small cluster of buildings dwarfed by the vast landscape and the looming presence of Archuleta Mesa. The town feels like it's watching him. Through local contacts, Elias arranges a meeting with Edmund Valdez, a former Jicarilla Apache tribal police officer who resigned abruptly in 1994 after 23 years of service. Edmund is now 71, living in a small house on the edge of Dulce proper. He invites Elias in with the wary hospitality of someone who's told his story before and not been believed. "You want to know about the night I stopped being a cop," Edmund says, pouring coffee with hands that still move with authority despite his age. "February 19th, 94. I responded to calls about earthquake sounds coming from under the mesa. Multiple witnesses, not tourists, locals, people who know the difference between thunder, drilling and something else." Edmund describes arriving at a trailhead near one of the old uranium mine entrances, long since officially sealed. The ground was vibrating. Not the rolling motion of an earthquake, but a steady rhythmic pulse, like massive machinery operating far below. "We had seismographs at the station. They registered nothing, no earthquake, but I felt it through my boots. We all did." He shows Elias photographs, taken with a film camera, of scorch marks in cave systems near the mesa. The patterns are unusual, radiating outward from central points in ways that don't match lightning strikes or campfires. Then Edmund produces audio files, transferred from old cassette tapes to digital format. He plays one. It's the sound of deep, rhythmic humming, so low it's almost subsonic. Elias feels it in his chest as much as hears it. Recorded in 2003 by a geological survey team, Edmund explains. They were doing environmental impact studies, found this in one of the accessible caves, never released publicly. The team member who gave me this copy quit 6 months later. Wouldn't say why. But the most chilling evidence Edmund presents is a folder of missing person reports. Cases from 1981, 1989, 1992, all within a 15-mile radius of Archuleta Mesa, all officially unsolved. 2 were experienced hikers. One was a geologist, another was a journalist working on a story about land use conflicts on the reservation. The FBI came for 2 of these, Edmund says, tapping the folder. Took the files, the evidence logs, everything. Said it was part of a broader investigation. We never heard anything again. The families never got answers. Edmund walks Elias to the door as evening settles over Dulce. The mesa is a dark silhouette against the sunset. I spent 23 years keeping people safe, he says quietly. But there's a boundary out there, invisible but real. Inside that boundary I couldn't help anyone. Nobody could. After that night in '94, after feeling whatever was moving under that ground, I realised I was protecting people from the wrong things. He looks directly at Elias. They run the base, not us. Remember that if you go looking. Breaking into the tunnel system. Elias spends 3 days hiking the area around Archuleta Mesa, ostensibly documenting the landscape, actually mapping old mine entrances against Historical Bureau of Indian Affairs surveys from the 70s. He finds what he's looking for on the 4th day, a ventilation shaft, partially concealed by collapse and vegetation, that matches coordinates from a 1974 mining safety inspection report. The shaft is marked on old maps as sealed, but the seal is clearly compromised, broken from the inside based on how the concrete is fractured. He waits until after midnight. The moon is a thin crescent, providing just enough light to navigate by without a flashlight. He's equipped with a small camera, a voice recorder, climbing gear, and a level of determination that overrides his better judgment. The shaft descends at a 40-degree angle. The walls show evidence of industrial drilling, clean and uniform. This wasn't natural cave formation. About 200 feet down, the shaft levels out into a horizontal tunnel. That's when Elias notices the air. It's moving. Not the stagnant air of a sealed mine, but a steady breeze coming from deeper in the complex. Conditioned air. Cool and filtered. He follows the airflow. The tunnel branches, connecting to what appears to be a much larger system. The walls here are reinforced with concrete and steel. There's infrastructure, ventilation ducts, electrical conduits, junction boxes with recent manufacture dates. This isn't abandoned, this is active. Elias moves deeper, his camera recording everything. The smell shifts, becoming chemical, antiseptic, like a hospital or a laboratory. The mechanical sounds grow louder, pumps, air handlers, something that sounds like generators in the distance. He reaches a junction where 3 tunnels converge. On the wall is a faded sign, military standard font. Unit D5, Joint Genetic Operations Center. Authorized personnel only biosafety level 4 protocols in effect. His hands shake as he photographs the sign. JGOC, Joint Genetic Operations Center. Robert's information was accurate. Then he hears voices. Footsteps echoing from one of the adjacent tunnels. Multiple people moving with purpose. Elias retreats, but the complex branches and he's disoriented. He takes a wrong turn and finds himself in a wider corridor with LED lighting and a large steel blast door. The door is marked D5 Primary Access. Security cameras rotate on mounts. Alarms begin to sound. Elias runs, adrenaline overriding thought. He crashes through the tunnel system, scraping against walls, his camera banging against his chest. He can hear pursuit behind him, coordinated and professional. He finds a side passage, squeezes through, emerges into what looks like a natural cave system. The sounds of pursuit fade. He climbs, finding another shaft, pulling himself up through darkness and panic until he emerges into cold night air. He doesn't stop running until he reaches his car, parked 3 miles away on a Forest Service road. He's violated federal property. He's documented classified infrastructure. He's crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. The question now is what happens next. Act 4. The capture and the truth. Detained by unknown forces. Elias makes it 17 miles before the black SUVs force him off the road. It happens with professional efficiency. No sirens, no dramatic chase. Just 3 vehicles boxing him in on a remote stretch of highway near the Colorado border, their headlights turning night into day. Men in tactical gear, no insignia, weapons drawn but not pointed. They're calm, practiced. This isn't their first extraction. Step out of the vehicle, keep your hands visible. They search his car with systematic thoroughness. They find his camera, his notes, his laptop, his phone. Everything goes into evidence bags with alphanumeric designations. They find the GPS tracker he didn't know was attached to his undercarriage. "How long have you been following me?" Elias asks. No one answers. They transport him in a vehicle with blackout windows. He loses track of direction and time. When they finally stop and remove him, he's in an underground parking structure. Concrete, fluorescent lighting, the hum of ventilation systems. They take him to a room that's aggressively ordinary. Grey walls, a metal table, 2 chairs, a camera in the corner, its red light steady and unblinking. He sits there for 6 hours before anyone speaks to him. The 2 men who enter wear business casual clothing, the kind of nondescript professional attire that could belong to middle managers at any corporation. But their bearing is military, intelligence, community. They sit across from him, tablet computers in hand. "You entered a restricted federal facility," the first one says. No introduction, no badge. "You photographed classified infrastructure. You're facing charges under the Espionage Act." The Espionage Act. The same statute used against Snowden and Manning. Decades in federal prison. "I'm a journalist," Elias says, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'm researching." "You're a graduate student with no press credentials investigating conspiracy theories," the second man interrupts. "You broke into a Department of Energy secure research facility. Your intentions are irrelevant. Your actions are prosecutable." They show him photographs on their tablets. Paul Benowitz in his workshop looking gaunt and paranoid. Phil Schneider at that Denver lecture. 2 hikers who vanished in 2009, their faces smiling in photos that became missing person posters. Then a photograph of Elias himself climbing into the ventilation shaft. "You were in level 2, the first man says. "You saw signage for Unit Delta 5. You photographed infrastructure belonging to a joint operations centre. What you didn't see, what you couldn't have understood even if you had, is context." The second man leans forward. The facility under Archuleta Mesa is a collaborative research installation. It operates under joint oversight of the Department of Energy, the Air Force Directorate of Logistics, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Its work is classified, its very existence is classified, and people who compromise that classification face consequences. "Then charge me," Elias says. "Put me in front of a judge. Let me make my case public." They exchange a glance. Something passes between them, a decision made silently. "We're not going to charge you," the first man says. "You're going to be released." They let him go. The next 48 hours blur into a surreal nightmare of bureaucratic processing. They photograph him. They take his fingerprints. They have him sign documents he's not allowed to read completely, non-disclosure agreements with criminal penalties, waivers of rights he doesn't fully understand. They don't interrogate him about who he's talked to or what he knows. They don't seem concerned about his research. It's as if his entire investigation, everything he's done, is already known and already contained. On the morning of the 3rd day, they transport him again. This time, when the vehicle stops and the doors open, he's standing on a street corner in Santa Fe. Morning traffic, coffee shops, normalcy. His phone is gone. His camera is destroyed, handed back to him in a clear plastic bag, the memory card removed and the housing smashed. His car is nowhere to be found, and when he asks about it, the men simply point to a taxi waiting at the curb. Your vehicle will be returned to your Los Angeles address within 2 weeks, one of them says. Go home, resume your life, forget what you think you saw. They drive away, leaving him standing in the morning sun with nothing but the clothes on his back and a growing sense of unreality. He checks into a motel and tries to process what happened. They caught him in a restricted facility. They had every legal justification to prosecute him into oblivion. Instead, they released him with what amounts to a warning. Why? He searches his pockets, looking for his wallet, and finds something that wasn't there before. A small white card, unmarked except for a single line of text printed in black. Stop digging. You were in level 2. There are 7. 7 levels. He made it to level 2. What's below? Act 5. The information wore the cover-up machine. Back in Los Angeles, Elias tries to rebuild his research from memory. He creates new anonymous accounts. He begins posting what he knows on conspiracy forums, Reddit threads, anywhere people might listen. The posts disappear within hours, not removed by moderators, not flagged by users, simply gone, as if they never existed. His accounts get shadow banned. His IP address gets blocked. When he tries to contact journalists who cover national security issues, his emails bounce back or go unanswered. He's being suppressed systematically and efficiently. Desperate, he begins analysing historical data. He looks at online discussion trends around Dulce space over the past 2 decades. What he finds is disturbing. Discussion spikes occur in 3 distinct periods: 1999, 2012, and 2020. He cross-references these spikes with other data. In 1999, FEMA conducted large-scale disaster response exercises across New Mexico. The exercises involved underground rescue scenarios and lasted 3 weeks. In 2012, residents near Dulce reported unusual air traffic, military helicopters, unmarked cargo planes. The activity lasted for 2 months, then stopped abruptly. In 2020, the USGS recorded a series of small seismic events under Archuleta Mesa. The events showed unusual patterns, rhythmic rather than random, consistent with underground excavation or construction. Each spike in public interest coincides with increased activity at or around the Dulce site. Each time, the discussion gets loud, then gets quiet. Information gets shared, then disappears. It's a pattern, a cycle, as if someone is deliberately allowing information to surface, then systematically removing it, studying how far it spreads and who pays attention. Elias realizes he's not uncovering a conspiracy. He's participating in a study. The entire phenomenon, the leaks, the suppression, the cycle of revelation and concealment, it's managed. It's controlled. The conspiracy isn't the base. The conspiracy is the information warfare around it. The final confession. The message from Robert arrives 6 weeks after Elias's return to Los Angeles. It comes through the same encrypted channels, but this time there's an urgency to it. They know I've been talking to you. This is the last time. What I'm about to tell you is the truth, as far as I understand it. Whether you believe me is irrelevant. You deserve to know why they let you go. What follows is a narrative that Elias reads 3 times, each time hoping he's misunderstood. According to Robert, the Dulce facility wasn't built to experiment on anyone. It was built to facilitate an exchange. In 1954, the Eisenhower administration made contact with a non-human intelligence. This isn't speculation. This happened. The contact was managed through a series of intermediaries and resulted in an agreement. The terms of that agreement are above my clearance, but the implementation is not. Robert describes Dulce as one of several exchange facilities established in the late 50s and early 60s. The US provided access, infrastructure, and research collaboration. In return, they received technology and a guarantee of non-interference. The genetic research programs weren't about creating hybrids or conducting experiments. They were about compatibility studies, understanding biology different from ours. The exchange involved information, genetic material, research methodologies, both sides studying the other. Elias wants to dismiss this as insanity. But Robert's message continues with specific details that match too many pieces of his research. Paul Benowitz intercepted real signals. The Air Force destroyed him because he got too close to understanding the communication protocols. Phil Schneider was telling the truth about the firefight, but it wasn't an ambush. It was a containment breach, security protocol failure. People died on both sides. Both sides. You stumbled into level 2, Robert's message continues. That's administrative and logistics. You saw the signage for joint genetic operations because that's where they process biological samples and conduct comparison studies. You didn't see level 5 or 6. Level 5 is where the actual exchange takes place. Level 6 is where they keep the agreements themselves, the contracts, the terms, the proof. Robert's final paragraph is a warning and an explanation. They let you go because you're not a threat. Your data, your investigation, your research patterns, your online behaviour, it all feeds into their analysis of information containment. They study how far someone can get, what they can find, how they respond to suppression. You think you were investigating them. They were studying you. And now that the study's complete, you're free to go about your life, knowing that anything you say will be dismissed as conspiracy theory, anything you prove will be deleted, and anyone you convince will be written off as delusional. The message ends with a single sentence. The truth isn't being hidden, it's being managed. Ending. The exit that isn't an exit, December 2022. Elias sits in his Los Angeles apartment, surrounded by the fragments of his investigation. His thesis is abandoned. His graduate funding is gone. His relationships are strained to breaking. But he has one thing left, the knowledge that he's right. The apartment has been searched. He knows this because small things are different. A book moved slightly, papers in a different order, the scratches around his door lock that weren't there before. His neighbours mentioned men in suits asking questions about him. Polite questions, official questions. He's being watched, assessed, catalogued. Elias makes a final decision. He uploads everything he can remember, everything he's reconstructed, to an encrypted site hosted in a country with strong digital privacy laws. He writes his testimony clearly and carefully, knowing it will be read by exactly 3 types of people. Those who already believe and need no convincing, those who will never believe regardless of evidence, and the analysts whose job is to monitor how this information spreads. His final words are chosen with precision. The Dulce base is real. I've seen it. I've walked its corridors. I've been detained and released by the people who run it. What's under level 6 isn't the problem, though I suspect it would reshape our understanding of reality. The real problem is how easily they made me stop talking about it. Not through threats, not through force, but through something more insidious. By making the truth indistinguishable from paranoia. By ensuring that anyone who speaks about this sounds exactly like someone who's lost their grip on reality. By creating a system where the evidence can exist in plain sight because nobody with credibility will touch it. They don't need to hide the truth anymore. They've made the truth hide itself. I know what I saw. I know what exists under Archuleta Mesa. And I know that by the time you read this, it won't matter. Because the mechanism designed to keep this secret isn't classification or suppression. It's something far more elegant. The certainty that anyone who talks about it will be dismissed as exactly what I sound like right now. There are 7 levels beneath the Mesa. I made it to level 2. What's on the levels below is less important than the question of why we're not supposed to ask. What's being studied down there matters less than who agreed to let it be studied. What's being exchanged is secondary to the fact that an exchange is happening at all. They let me go because I'm not dangerous to them. I'm useful. Another data point. Another case study in how far someone can dig before they're neutralised, not by violence or prosecution, but by the simple act of being made to sound crazy. So, here's my testimony. Believe it or dismiss it. Share it or forget it. Either way, underneath a mesa in New Mexico, there's a facility with 7 levels, and on those levels things are happening that we're not meant to understand. And the people who run it are counting on the fact that you'll never take this seriously enough to find out for yourself. Aloysius hits upload and watches the progress bar fill. His story joins thousands of others like it, indistinguishable from fiction, impossible to verify, easily dismissed. He closes his laptop and looks out at the Los Angeles skyline. Somewhere beneath the ground in New Mexico, machinery hums, research continues, agreements are honoured, and the world goes on, blissfully unaware or deliberately ignorant, he's no longer sure which. The truth isn't hidden, it's managed. And he's just become part of the management system, a cautionary tale about what happens when you dig too deep, packaged and presented in a way that ensures nobody else will make the same mistake. Elias Ford's investigation ends not with revelation, but with assimilation. He sought the truth. Instead, he became part of the mechanism that obscures it. Before we descend into the mountains tonight, if you're enjoying this documentary, hit that hype button. It truly helps this channel grow in ways you might not realise. The algorithm favours engagement, and your support means everything. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing our community span across time zones and continents. No pressure though, only if you feel like sharing. Now let's talk about what happens when a skeptic goes looking for truth in America's oldest mountains and finds something that was never meant to be found. Introduction. The man who went looking. Jacob Merrin made his living dismantling myths. For 6 years he had travelled from alleged haunted asylums to supposed UFO hotspots, camera in hand, debunking every paranormal claim that crossed his desk. His documentary photography series, Folklore Exposed, had gained a substantial following among rationalists and skeptics alike. He was methodical, scientific, and utterly convinced that every unexplained phenomenon had a logical explanation waiting to be uncovered. In September of 2021, Jacob announced his most ambitious project yet. He would traverse the Appalachian Mountain Corridor, that ancient spine of stone running from Virginia down into North Carolina, and systematically debunk a collection of conspiracy theories that had been festering in online forums for decades. His target list was extensive and bizarre. Off-limits communities hidden in forgotten hollows, clusters of vanishing people that defied statistical probability, the so-called not deer sightings that plagued hikers' testimonies, mysterious staircases found deep in the woods leading nowhere, the epidemic of disappearances near the Smoky Mountain region, and perhaps most intriguingly, rumours of federal black sites concealed within the endless forest. Jacob posted his intentions across every platform he could access. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Thousands of comments flooded in, some encouraging, many warning, a few outright threatening. But it was a direct message that arrived 3 days after his announcement that gave him pause, however briefly. The sender's profile was blank, scrubbed of identifying information. The message itself was chillingly simple. If you're going up there, avoid the corridor between Roan Mountain and Klingman's Dome. That's where they watch. Jacob screenshot the message, added it to his growing file of fear-mongering nonsense, and continued his preparations. He had received hundreds of similar warnings over the years. They all followed the same pattern: vague threats, ominous warnings, never any concrete evidence. He had learned to ignore them. That decision, that single choice to dismiss the anonymous warning, would alter the trajectory of his life in ways he could never have anticipated. Part 1. The documented reality. Jacob began his investigation the way he always did, by separating verifiable fact from embellished fiction. Before he could debunk the conspiracy theories, He needed to understand what was actually true about the Appalachian wilderness. The research phase revealed several undeniable realities that even the most skeptical observer couldn't dismiss. The Appalachian Range, despite being one of the most visited mountain systems in America, contained vast expanses that remained genuinely remote. While not officially designated as restricted or forbidden zones, certain areas possessed characteristics that made them effectively inaccessible to casual hikers and even experienced outdoorsmen. Cell phone signals vanished completely in numerous valleys and hollows. Jacob documented over 40 separate regions where communication technology simply ceased to function, creating blind spots in our otherwise connected world. Large tracts of land, some spanning several square miles, rarely if ever saw patrol by park rangers due to difficult terrain and limited resources. The official explanation cited budget constraints and prioritization of high-traffic areas, but the result was the same. Regions of American wilderness that existed in a state of near-complete isolation. The cave systems presented another verified mystery. Geological surveys from the 1950s through the 1970s had documented extensive subterranean networks throughout the Appalachians, but many of these systems remained unmapped. The reasons given varied: unstable rock formations, dangerous underground rivers, the sheer complexity and scope of the tunnel networks. Whatever the cause, large portions of what existed beneath the mountains remained officially unknown. Then there were the sealed mining operations. Throughout the mid-20th century, particularly between the 1950s and 1970s, the federal government had closed numerous mining tunnels across the Appalachian Range. The official record cited structural instability and environmental concerns. Heavy metal gates were installed, warning plaques mounted, and the sites were effectively abandoned. Jacob found documentation for dozens of these closures, but what struck him was the pattern. Many had been sealed suddenly, without the gradual wind-down typical of depleted mining operations. The missing persons statistics presented the most troubling verified data. Local search and rescue organisations maintained records of disappearances that revealed genuine clusters, concentrations of missing persons cases that exceeded normal statistical distribution. The National Park Service acknowledged these patterns, but attributed them to the inherent dangers of wilderness recreation. People got lost, fell from cliffs, succumbed to exposure. The mountains were unforgiving to the unprepared. Jacob compiled all of this verified information into a comprehensive report. These were the facts, the documented realities that conspiracy theorists used as the foundation for their more outlandish claims. He filmed himself presenting this data, his voice steady and professorial, explaining that while these elements were unusual, they didn't require supernatural or governmental conspiracy explanations. Remote wilderness areas naturally led to communication dead zones. Budget limitations naturally led to unpatrolled regions. Complex cave systems naturally remained unmapped due to danger and difficulty. Mining operations naturally closed due to economic and safety factors. And people naturally went missing in vast, dangerous wilderness. It was all perfectly logical, perfectly explainable, perfectly rational. He had no way of knowing how quickly that certainty would erode. Part 2. The Indigenous Perspective. Before entering the mountains, Jacob made a point of consulting with those who had known the land longest. He had learned from previous investigations that indigenous perspectives, while often dismissed by mainstream sources, frequently contained valuable historical context that could explain the origins of various myths and legends. He arranged a meeting with Thomas Whitehawk, a Cherokee historian and cultural preservation specialist based in Cherokee, North Carolina. The interview took place in a small office, cluttered with books, maps, and artifacts. Thomas was a man in his 60s, soft-spoken but with eyes that suggested he had seen more than he typically discussed. Jacob explained his project, his intention to explore the conspiracy theories surrounding the Appalachian Corridor, and provide rational explanations for the various claims. Thomas listened without interruption, his expression unreadable. When Jacob finished, Thomas was quiet for a long moment before responding. "The Cherokee have stories about these mountains that go back longer than your written history," Thomas began. "There are regions our ancestors avoided, not because of superstition, but because of experience passed down through generations." Jacob leaned forward with his recorder, eager to document what he assumed would be useful folklore. Thomas continued. "We spoke of forest mimics, things that could copy sounds, voices, the appearance of animals or even people. We warned of false animals, creatures that looked right from a distance but wrong up close. There were voices that called from behind trees, trying to lure people away from safe paths, and there was the land between the mountains, a place where the barriers between worlds grew thin." "These are metaphors though, right?" Jacob interjected. "Ways of explaining natural phenomena that your ancestors didn't have scientific language to describe." Thomas gave him a look that wasn't quite pity, but close. "You're not the first to come here with cameras and skepticism. Others have made the same journey you're planning. And some came back different. Some didn't come back at all. And some came back but wished they hadn't." Jacob smiled, thinking he was being tested. "I appreciate the warning, but I'm going in with an open mind and scientific methodology. If there's something genuinely unexplained up there, I'll document it. But I've been doing this for 6 years, and I've never encountered anything that couldn't be explained by psychology, environmental factors, or simple misidentification." Thomas stood, signalling the interview was ending. As Jacob packed his equipment, the historian said something that would echo in his mind during the weeks to come. "You're not going up there for proof, Mr. Merrin. You're going up there to be noticed." Jacob laughed it off, thanked Thomas for his time, and left to begin his expedition. He had the rational explanations he needed for the Cherokee warnings: cultural trauma from colonization, natural human tendency to mythologize the unknown, the psychological need to explain tragedy, and loss through narrative. It all made sense. But Thomas's final words lingered inexplicably in the back of his mind. Part 3. The Ranger Logs. The breakthrough came 3 weeks into Jacob's research phase, before he had even entered the deep mountain regions. He had filed a Freedom of Information Act request for ranger logs and incident reports from the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and surrounding protected areas, focusing on the corridor between Roan Mountain and Klingman's Dome, the exact region his anonymous messenger had warned him to avoid. The documents arrived heavily redacted. Large sections were blacked out, marked with exemption codes citing ongoing investigations or privacy concerns. But what remained was fascinating enough. Jacob spread the papers across his hotel room desk, organising them chronologically. The entries spanned from the 1990s to the present day, and certain patterns emerged that troubled him despite his scepticism. An entry from July of 1998. Unidentified screaming reported near Alum Cave Trail. Multiple witnesses. Search conducted. No source found. No missing persons reported. Sounds did not match any known wildlife. From October 2003. Large animal reported by day hikers on Appalachian Trail section near Roan High Knob. Description doesn't match bear, elk, or any catalogued species. Track search conducted. No tracks found despite muddy terrain. April 2007. Patrol unit missing for 9 hours during routine sweep of Cataloochee area. Rangers eventually located at trailhead, confused and unable to explain timeline gap. Both showed signs of mild dehydration, but insisted they had only been gone for approximately 2 hours. GPS tracking confirms 9-hour absence. Medical evaluation inconclusive. The entries grew stranger. August 2011. Unauthorized campfire observed from ridge overlook after dark. Dispatch sent to investigate and issue citation. Upon arrival at location, no fire found, no evidence of recent fire, ground cold, no tracks or disturbed vegetation. December 2013. solo hiker reported seeing people standing in trees approximately half a mile off trail near Klingman's Dome Access Road. Search conducted, no evidence of climbers or equipment. Hiker assessed for possible hypothermia or confusion. Physical health normal. But it was the final entry in the batch, dated March of 2015, that made Jacob pause. Unlike the clinical bureaucratic tone of the previous reports, this one read like a warning. To all patrol units, if approached by persons calling for help from off-trail locations, do not follow voices without visual confirmation of distressed individual. Do not engage in extended eye contact with any persons exhibiting unusual behaviour or physical characteristics. Report anything that appears human but produces uncanny valley response. Do not investigate alone. Maintain radio contact at all times. Jacob read it 3 times. The language was oddly specific. Uncanny valley response. That psychological term for the unsettling feeling produced by something almost human, but not quite right. Why would a park ranger report include such phrasing? He called the Park Service Administration Office, asking about the origin of this particular protocol. After being transferred several times, he was eventually told that the document must be a prank or training exercise that had been accidentally filed with genuine reports. There was no such official protocol, but the document had an official header, an official file number, and sat among verified reports. Jacob added it to his unexplained folder, which was growing thicker than he found comfortable. Still, he reasoned, bureaucracies made mistakes. Rangers had senses of humour. There were rational explanations. He had to believe that. Part 4. Into the Mountains. Jacob entered the mountain corridor in the first week of October. The timing was deliberate. Past peak tourist season, but before winter weather made the high elevations dangerous. He would be alone, which was how he preferred to work. No crew to influence his observations, no other voices in his recordings. Just him, his cameras, and the wilderness. The first 3 days were uneventful, almost disappointingly so. He hiked well-travelled trails, documented beautiful autumn scenery, and encountered nothing more unusual than a black bear rummaging through a poorly secured trash bin. He recorded several conversational pieces to camera, explaining how conspiracy theories often arose from pattern-seeking behaviour and confirmation bias. He was in his element, confident and articulate. On the 4th day, he veered off the marked trails. He had studied topographical maps for weeks, identifying areas rarely visited by casual hikers. His target was a region northeast of Roan Mountain, in a valley that sat in a documented cell signal dead zone. If strange things were happening in the Appalachians, he reasoned they would be happening in places like this, isolated, unmonitored, genuinely remote. The descent into the valley took most of the morning. The forest was dense, the understory thick with rhododendron that forced him to move slowly. By noon, his phone had lost all signal, exactly as predicted. He was truly alone now, miles from the nearest trail, in terrain that probably saw fewer than a dozen visitors per year. That's when he saw the deer. It stood in a small clearing about 50 feet ahead, perfectly still, too still. Deer were nervous creatures, constantly alert, ears twitching, tails flicking. This one could have been a statue. Jacob raised his camera, thinking he might capture some nice wildlife footage. Through the viewfinder he could see the animal more clearly. It was large, male, with a full rack of antlers. Its coat was the right colour, its proportions seemingly correct. Then it turned its head to look at him. The movement was wrong. The rotation was too smooth, too far, the neck bending at an angle that shouldn't have been anatomically possible. The head swiveled nearly 180 degrees while the body remained stationary, bringing the deer's face into full view. The eyes reflected white, like a nightshine effect, except it was the middle of the day. Jacob's finger froze on the camera's record button. Through the viewfinder, he watched as the creature took a step toward him. Not the bounding, nervous movement of a deer, but a deliberate forward step, like a human walking. Another step, smooth, purposeful. The camera was recording. Jacob's rational mind screamed at him that this was just a deer, that he was seeing things, that the angle was creating an optical illusion. But some deeper, older part of his brain was screaming something else entirely. Run. The creature took a third step. Its mouth opened slightly, and Jacob could see that the teeth were wrong. Too many of them. Too sharp. He lowered the camera from his eye, and the moment he did, the thing in the clearing bolted, but not like a deer. It moved in a sideways scuttle that reminded him of a crab, impossibly fast, vanishing into the forest in seconds. Jacob stood in the sudden silence, his heart hammering, his hands shaking. He looked down at his camera, praying the footage had captured what he'd just seen. He hit playback. The footage was there. The clearing. The creature that looked like a deer but moved wrong. But the image was corrupted, glitching every few seconds, horizontal lines of static cutting across the screen. The audio was worse, a rhythmic clicking sound that definitely hadn't been present during the actual encounter. Jacob played it again and again. The rational explanations lined up in his mind like soldiers. Equipment malfunction, stress-induced hallucination, unusual deer behaviour misinterpreted through adrenaline and expectation. But he had seen what he had seen. For the first time in 6 years of investigation, Jacob Merrin felt the cold touch of genuine uncertainty. Part 5. The locals speak. Jacob emerged from the mountains 2 days later, hiking back to civilization with his corrupted footage and shaken confidence. He needed to talk to people who actually lived in these regions, who dealt with the mountains daily rather than as occasional visitors. He found them in a small town outside Banner Elk, North Carolina, one of those places that existed more as a wide spot in the road than an actual municipality. A gas station, a general store, a post office, and a diner that probably hadn't updated its menu since the 1980s. Jacob started conversations carefully. He had learned that locals in isolated communities were often suspicious of outsiders, especially outsiders with cameras asking about strange occurrences. He presented himself as a nature photographer, interested in the history and folklore of the area. At first, no one would speak to him. Polite but distant, they answered his questions with non-committal grunts and changed the subject. It wasn't until his third day in town, after he had become a familiar face at the diner, that someone finally opened up. His name was Earl Hutchins, a man in his 70s who had lived in these mountains his entire life. He worked as a hunting guide in his younger years, and now spent his retirement fixing small engines in a shed behind his house. They were sitting on Earl's porch, watching the sun set behind the ridgeline, when Jacob finally asked directly, "Have you ever seen anything up there that you couldn't explain?" Earl was quiet for a long time, so long that Jacob thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, without looking at Jacob, Earl spoke. "You shouldn't be up here alone. They take the ones who come looking." Jacob's recorder was running in his pocket. He kept his voice neutral. "Who are they?" Earl pointed at the tree line, dark now in the fading light. "The ones who live underneath." "Underneath what?" "The mountains. In the old mines, the caves, the tunnels that go deeper than any map shows." Earl finally looked at Jacob, his eyes serious. Government sealed most of them back in '68 after the collapses, but the collapses weren't accidents. Things were happening down there. Men going missing, equipment failing, sounds in the dark that shouldn't have been possible. "What kind of sounds?" "Voices, but not human voices. Things that could copy what we said, play it back at us. Things that could sound like your friend, your wife, your child, calling for help from deeper in the tunnel. Smart men, experienced miners, they'd follow those voices right into the dark. Most of them never came back out." Jacob felt a chill despite the warm evening. "And the ones who did?" "They didn't talk much about it. Couldn't, really. Their minds were broken. They'd seen something down there that human minds weren't meant to process." Earl stood, signalling the conversation was over. As Jacob gathered his things to leave, Earl added one more thing. There's a woman in town, Arden Pike. Her husband worked on the geological surveys in the 70s, before they sealed everything up. She might talk to you, might not, but she's got maps. Part 6. The map. Arden Pike lived in a small house at the edge of town, its garden overgrown with herbs and wildflowers. She was in her late 80s, thin and sharp-eyed, with hands that trembled slightly as she poured tea into chipped mugs. Jacob had called ahead, explaining that Earl had sent him. That earned him an invitation, but not necessarily trust. My husband Samuel worked for the Geological Survey, Arden said, settling into a chair by the window. Back when the government was still interested in mapping what was under these mountains instead of just sealing it away. Earl mentioned he might have made maps of the area, Arden nodded slowly. He did, and what he found down there haunted him until the day he died. She stood, moving to an old desk in the corner. From a locked drawer she produced a rolled piece of paper, yellowed with age. She spread it on the table between them. Jacob leaned forward, his pulse quickening. The map showed the mountain region between Roan Mountain and Clingman's Dome, exactly the corridor he'd been warned to avoid. But this wasn't a typical topographical map. This showed what lay beneath. Tunnels. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, forming a network far more extensive than Jacob had imagined possible. They branched and connected, creating a subterranean maze that spanned miles. In the centre of the map, a region was circled in red ink. The circle encompassed an area of several square miles. Inside the circle, in Samuel's handwriting, were 2 words. The corridor. "What is the corridor?" Jacob asked. Arden's hand shook as she touched the map. Samuel said it was the main arterial. All the smaller tunnels, the natural caves, the mining shafts, they all connected back to this central system, and it went deep. Deeper than they had equipment to measure properly. Did he explore it? He tried. The government sent teams down in the early 70s trying to map the extent of the network. Samuel was part of the last survey team before they sealed everything. She paused, her eyes distant. He came home different, shaking, wouldn't eat for days, had nightmares for months. What did he see down there? He wouldn't tell me, not fully. But he said the tunnels weren't empty. There were things living down there, things that had been there long before humans started digging, and they didn't like being disturbed. She pointed to several notations on the map, small X marks scattered throughout the tunnel system. These are where they found evidence of habitation, not human habitation. Whatever lived down there built structures, used tools, had some kind of civilization, but it wasn't like anything recognised by anthropology or archaeology. Jacob's mind raced. This was either an elaborate hoax or evidence of something genuinely extraordinary. Did he take photos? Collect samples? Arden shook her head. Everything was confiscated. Once the government decided to seal the tunnels, all documentation was classified. Samuel was threatened with prosecution if he spoke about what he'd seen. This map, she tapped it gently, he drew from memory after they took the originals. He wanted someone to know the truth. Why show me? Because you're going to go down there anyway. I can see it in your eyes. You've already seen something that shook you, and now you need to know if it's real. She rolled up the map and handed it to him. Take it. Maybe you'll be smart enough to turn back, but I doubt it. People who go looking for the truth in these mountains rarely find what they expect. Jacob left Arden's house as darkness settled over the town. The map felt heavy in his backpack, weighted with more than just paper and ink. He knew what he had to do next. Part 7. The Corridor. Jacob spent the next week preparing. He studied the map obsessively, cross-referencing it with modern topographical surveys and satellite imagery. He located the likely position of the sealed mine entrance that Arden's husband had indicated as the primary access point to the corridor. His rational mind offered countless reasons not to pursue this. The mine would be sealed. It would be dangerous. He had no spelunking experience. He would be trespassing on federal land. But he had also seen the knot deer. He had read the ranger logs. He had spoken to people who genuinely believed something lived beneath these mountains. And if there was any truth to it, any truth at all, he needed to document it. He found the mine entrance on the 13th day of October, exactly where Arden's map suggested it would be. A metal gate, industrial and imposing, blocked a tunnel entrance cut into the mountainside. The gate was reinforced with heavy bolts, and a metal plaque warned in bold letters, "Dangerous, area unstable, entry prohibited." Jacob examined the gate closely. Despite the warning suggesting decades of abandonment, the bolts looked relatively new. The metal showed little rust. Someone had maintained this seal recently. He circled the site looking for alternative entry points. The tunnel mouth was large, probably 10 feet high and 12 feet wide, suggesting it had been a significant mining operation. Vegetation had grown up around the entrance, but not as much as he would expect for something sealed since the 1960s. Then he heard it. A sound from inside the tunnel. Faint, but distinct. Jacob froze, listening. It came again. A rhythmic sound, like metal scraping against stone, or something moving. He pulled out his audio recorder and pressed it against the metal gate. The sound was clearer now. Scraping, deliberate, following a pattern. Then it stopped. In the sudden silence, Jacob heard something else, something that made his hands go cold. Footsteps, his footsteps, the exact rhythm and cadence of his walking replayed from inside the tunnel. He jerked back from the gate, his heart racing. Whatever was inside was mimicking him, copying the sounds he made. Jacob should have left. Every instinct screamed at him to get away from this place, to hike back to civilization, to abandon this investigation entirely. Instead, he set up his camera, angled it at the gate, and pressed record. "This is the entrance to what locals call the corridor," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I'm documenting evidence of what appears to be acoustic anomalies, sounds emanating from inside a tunnel that's been sealed for over 50 years. He paused, listening. The mimicking had stopped. The tunnel was silent again. "I'm going to attempt to get a recording from inside the mine using extended audio equipment." Jacob had come prepared. From his pack he pulled a length of cable and a small waterproof microphone. The gate had a gap near the bottom, where erosion had created a space between metal and stone. The gap was narrow, maybe 3 inches, but wide enough for his microphone. He lowered the device through the gap, playing out 20 feet of cable. The microphone dangled somewhere in the darkness beyond the gate. He activated the recording device and waited. For 5 minutes, nothing but silence. Jacob checked the equipment, confirming it was functioning properly. Then the sounds began. Multiple voices, whispering. Not words exactly, but vocalization that suggested language, communication. The whispers overlapped, creating a dissonant choir. Beneath the voices, that metallic scraping again, rhythmic, purposeful. Then, cutting through the other sounds, something that made Jacob's skin crawl. A child laughing, clear, distinct, human. And finally, the sound of something large moving deeper in the tunnel. Not walking, dragging. The whispers suddenly coalesced into words, or something close to words. The voices said in perfect unison, "Come down." Jacob yanked the cable, pulling the microphone back through the gap so fast he scraped his knuckles on the metal. He shut off the recording device with shaking hands. His skepticism, his 6 years of debunking, his scientific methodology, all of it crumbled in the face of what he'd just recorded. This wasn't psychological. It wasn't environmental factors. It wasn't misidentification. There was something inside that mountain. Something aware. Something that knew he was there. Something that wanted him to enter. Part 8. The Evidence. Jacob hiked 3 miles before he stopped, his hands still shaking. He found a relatively flat area off the trail, set up his camp and forced himself to review the audio recording. In the fading daylight through his headphones, the sounds were even more disturbing than they'd been in real time. The whispering voices, the scraping, the child's laughter that sounded wrong somehow, too precise, too perfect. And those final words, "come down." He saved multiple copies of the file, backing it up to his phone, his computer, a cloud server. This was evidence, real evidence, the kind that could change everything. But evidence of what? He still didn't know. The next morning, Jacob made a decision. He would search the area around the mine entrance for any other clues before attempting to contact authorities with his findings. If there was more to document, he needed to find it. He worked methodically, spiraling outward from the sealed tunnel, documenting everything with his camera. Most of what he found was mundane. Typical forest detritus, animal burrows, weathered rock formations. Then, in a small ravine about half a mile from the mine entrance, he found something that shouldn't have been there. A backpack. Old, weathered, the fabric degraded by years of exposure. But not decades. The synthetic material would have lasted longer if it had been there since the 60s. Jacob photographed it in situ before carefully opening it. Inside, a water bottle dated 1993, a mouldy trail map, a wallet with a driver's license. The face on the license was a young woman, smiling, full of life. The name read Jennifer Hastings. Jacob's hands trembled as he took out his phone and searched the name combined with missing person Appalachian. The results came immediately. Jennifer Hastings, age 24, disappeared while hiking the Appalachian Trail in June of 1993. Last seen near the Roan Mountain section. Never found. Case remained open, but cold. He had just found evidence from a 30-year-old missing person case. Jacob continued his search with renewed urgency. 20 feet from the backpack, partially buried in leaf litter, he found a shoe. The style was dated, the material degraded, but still recognizable. He documented it, then searched wider. More items emerged from his search. A camping stove, a flashlight that looked like a design from the 80s, a small camera that predated digital technology. And then he found the photos. They were Polaroids, faded and water damaged, but still visible. First few showed typical hiking scenes, mountain vistas, trail markers, camp setups. But the last 3 photos made Jacob's stomach turn. They were taken inside a tunnel. The flash had illuminated rough stone walls, and in each photo, standing at the edge of the light, were shapes. Humanoid shapes. Tall and thin, with proportions that weren't quite right. In the final photo, one of the shapes was closer. Much closer. Close enough that features were visible. A face that was almost human but stretched wrong, with eyes too large and too far apart. The mouth open in what could have been a smile or a scream. Jacob sat back on his heels, his mind reeling. These weren't hoax photos. They were decades old, genuine Polaroids, found with the possessions of a confirmed missing person. This was evidence that whatever lived in these tunnels had been taking people for at least 3 decades, probably longer. He was no longer debunking anything. He was documenting something that authorities either didn't know about or had actively covered up. The rational explanations were gone. Jacob Merrin, professional skeptic, had found proof of something he couldn't explain, and he had no idea what to do with it. Part 9. The warning. Jacob was hiking back towards civilization, his backpack heavy with evidence, when he encountered them. 2 men dressed in dark uniforms that lacked any identifying patches or insignia. They stepped onto the trail ahead of him, appearing so suddenly that Jacob stopped in his tracks. "Mr. Merrin," one of them said. Not a question. They knew who he was. "Who are you?" Jacob asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his camera. "That's not relevant," the second man said. "What's relevant is where you've been, and what you've seen." "I'm hiking. I'm a nature photographer. I have permits for—" "Did you enter the restricted sectors?" the first man interrupted. "Did you see anything unusual?" Jacob's mind raced. These weren't park rangers. Their uniforms were wrong, their demeanour wrong. The way they spoke suggested military or intelligence training. "I don't know what you mean by restricted sectors," Jacob said carefully. "I've been on public trails." The second man stepped closer. "Mr. Merrin, we know about your investigation. We know you've been asking questions about the sealed mining operations. We know you found the entrance to the corridor. We're not here to arrest you," the first man said. "We're here to give you information that might keep you alive. If you keep walking into the corridor, you won't walk back out. People have been disappearing in this region for longer than you can imagine. The government knows why, and the government has made the decision that the risk of public knowledge outweighs the risk of continued disappearances." Jacob felt anger rising through his fear. "You're admitting there's a cover-up? That people have been dying and you've done nothing?" "We're admitting nothing," the second man said coldly. "We're offering you advice. Take your footage, take your notes, and leave. Publish nothing. Discuss nothing. Forget everything you think you've learned." "And if I don't?" The two men exchanged a glance. The first one spoke, his voice colder now. "Then you join the list of people who went looking for truth in these mountains. There's a reason the missing person rate is so high in this region. Not everyone who disappears does so accidentally." The threat was clear. Jacob's hand tightened on his camera strap. "You're threatening me." "We're warning you," the second man corrected. "There's a difference. We actually would prefer you survive this, but preference doesn't determine outcome." They stepped off the trail, melting back into the forest with disturbing efficiency. Within seconds, they were gone, leaving Jacob alone on the trail with his racing heart and evidence-laden backpack. He stood there for a long moment, processing what had just happened. Then he made a decision. He wasn't leaving. Not yet. If they were this desperate to scare him away, it meant his investigation had gotten close to something they wanted to keep hidden. And Jacob Merrin, for all his skepticism, had always been stubborn. He'd come to debunk conspiracy theories. Instead, he had found evidence of an actual conspiracy. He wasn't going to walk away now. Part 10. Return to the corridor. Jacob waited until evening before returning to the mine entrance. He approached carefully, watching for the uniformed men, but saw no one. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. The sealed gate was different. When Jacob had left it that morning, the gate had been intact, solidly bolted. Now the metal was bent outward, the bolts sheared off or ripped from their moorings. The gap was wide enough for a person to enter, or for something to exit. Jacob's camera was already recording as he approached. His voice, when he spoke, was barely above a whisper. "The sealed gate has been breached. The damage appears recent. I can't tell if this was done from inside or outside, but the metal has been bent with considerable force." He shone his flashlight through the opening. The tunnel stretched beyond, disappearing into darkness. The air coming from inside was cold and carried a smell, mineral and wrong, like metal and decay. This was insanity. Jacob knew it was insanity. Going into an unstable mine tunnel alone, at night, after being threatened by mysterious government agents. Every rational instinct he possessed screamed at him to leave. But he had spent 6 years debunking myths. He had spent his entire adult life demanding proof, evidence, scientific rigour. Now he was standing at the threshold of something that defied everything he thought he knew about reality. He had to know. Jacob squeezed through the gap in the gate, his backpack scraping against metal. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched far beyond what he'd expected. The walls were partially natural cave formation, partially carved by human hands. Support timbers, old and weathered, still stood at intervals. The floor was uneven, covered in debris and what might have been old mining equipment. He moved carefully, documenting everything with his camera. The tunnel sloped downward, descending deeper into the mountain. After 50 feet, Jacob noticed something that made him pause. The walls weren't just rock and earth. There were carvings. He moved closer, shining his light directly on the stone. The carvings were crude but deliberate. Figures that were roughly humanoid but elongated, stretched impossibly tall and thin. Their heads were smooth and featureless except for large, almond-shaped eyes. These weren't modern carvings. The stone around them showed age, weathering. These markings could have been here for decades, maybe longer. Jacob photographed everything, his hands steadier now that he was focused on documentation. This was evidence. This was proof of something, even if he didn't fully understand what. The tunnel descended further. Jacob marked his path as he went, leaving small reflective strips he could follow back out. He had descended approximately 200 feet when the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. Jacob's flashlight was inadequate for the space. He could see the walls extending beyond his light's reach. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above. And scattered across the chamber floor were bones. Not animal bones, human bones. Jacob felt bile rise in his throat. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, arranged in patterns that suggested intentional placement. Circles within circles, lines radiating outward from a central point. This was a burial site. Or something worse. He forced himself to document it, his camera recording the horror. He counted skulls, at least 30 visible in his light's range, representing decades of missing persons that had never been found. How many people had died down here? How many had walked into these tunnels and never walked back out? Then he heard it. That low humming he had picked up on his external microphone. But now he was inside, and the sound was everywhere, vibrating through the stone, through his bones. It was almost mechanical, but not quite. Like a machine designed by something that had never heard a machine before. The sound was coming from deeper in the chamber. Jacob moved toward it, his rational mind finally silenced. He was beyond rationality now, beyond skepticism. He was following something fundamental. The human need to know, to understand, even at terrible cost. His light found the source. At the far end of the chamber was a doorway, not carved from stone, not built by miners. It was too smooth, too perfectly geometric. The material reflected his light in a way stone shouldn't, almost metallic, but not quite. And beyond the doorway, a faint light glowed. Not fire, not electric, something else. Jacob approached the threshold. His camera was recording. Whatever happened next would be documented. He heard movement behind him. Jacob spun, his flashlight sweeping across the chamber. For a moment, he saw nothing. Then, at the edge of his light, shapes resolved from the darkness. They were tall, impossibly tall. Their limbs were too long, their joints bending in too many places. They moved with a fluid grace that was utterly unlike human movement. Their heads turned toward him, smooth and pale, with those large, dark eyes that reflected his light like mirrors. One of them moved closer, its head cocked to the side, studying him the way a scientist might study a specimen. Then it opened its mouth, opening far wider than anatomy should allow, and spoke. Jacob! It was his voice. Perfect. Exact. His own voice played back at him from something that was definitely not human. Jacob's camera captured everything. His hand, operating on pure instinct, kept the device steady and recording even as his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. There were more of them now. 6, 8, a dozen, emerging from the darkness surrounding him, studying him with those terrible eyes. The first one spoke again, still in Jacob's voice. Come down! Then another spoke, and its voice was different, a woman's voice, young, terrified. Help me! Jennifer Hastings' voice, perhaps. Copied, preserved, replayed. Another. Daddy! A child's voice, broken with tears. They were mimics, all of them. Collecting voices, using them, playing them back in combinations that suggested they were trying to communicate, to understand. Jacob realised with sudden horrible clarity what he was seeing. These weren't monsters in the traditional sense. They were something else. Something that had existed beneath these mountains for longer than human habitation. Something that had watched humans, studied them, tried to understand them by copying their sounds, their patterns, their behaviours, the sealed tunnels, the government cover-up, the warnings. It all made terrible sense now. There was something living under the Appalachian Mountains. Something intelligent. Something that had been here first. "I need to go," Jacob said aloud, his real voice cracking. The creatures didn't move to stop him. They simply watched, their heads tilting in synchronized motion. Jacob backed away, keeping his camera running, his flashlight sweeping across the gathered figures. He reached the tunnel entrance and ran. Behind him, he heard his own voice echoing through the chamber. "I need to go! I need to go! I need to go!" They were learning. Always learning. Part 11. The Chase. Jacob ran through the tunnel, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Behind him he heard movement, rapid, skittering sounds against stone. They were following. He grabbed his reflective markers as he passed, confirming his path back to the entrance. His breath came in ragged gasps. His pack bounced against his back, heavy with evidence, with proof. The tunnel seemed longer now, stretching endlessly. Had he really come this far down? The distance seemed impossible. Behind him, his own voice called out, "Jacob! Jacob! Jacob!" They were getting closer. He rounded a corner and his light caught something that hadn't been there before, a metallic structure too smooth and perfect to be natural. It extended from floor to ceiling, blocking most of the tunnel. There was a gap, barely wide enough to squeeze through. Jacob didn't hesitate. He pushed through, his pack catching on the metal. For a horrible moment he was stuck, trapped between the structure and the stone wall. Then something gave, his pack ripped, and he tumbled through, to the other side. He scrambled to his feet and ran. The entrance was ahead. He could see the night sky through the gap in the gate. Blessed darkness that meant freedom. Jacob burst through the opening, falling onto the rocky ground outside. He rolled, coming up in a crouch, his light pointed back at the tunnel. The creatures had stopped at the threshold. They stood just inside the entrance, a wall of pale forms with two long limbs and tilted heads. They didn't exit, couldn't exit, wouldn't exit. Jacob didn't wait to find out. He grabbed his torn pack and ran into the forest, navigating by moonlight and memory, not stopping until he reached his vehicle 2 miles away. He threw everything into his car and drove, away from the mountains, away from the corridor, away from the things that watched from beneath. It was only when he was 50 miles away, on a major highway with streetlights and traffic, that he allowed himself to stop and check his equipment. The camera was still recording. The memory card was intact. Jacob had evidence. Actual documented evidence of something that should not exist. He had proof. Epilogue. The aftermath. Jacob Merrin never published his footage. 3 days after his escape from the tunnel, he was contacted by federal agents. Proper agents this time, with badges and documentation. They were polite but firm. His footage was classified evidence related to ongoing national security operations. The memory card, his notes, his interviews, all of it was seized. His home was searched. His cloud backups were accessed and deleted. Every piece of evidence he had collected was confiscated or destroyed. He was offered a choice: sign a non-disclosure agreement and receive a substantial payment for his consultation on a federal project, or face prosecution for trespassing in restricted areas, interfering with federal operations and a dozen other charges that would ensure he spent years in federal prison. Jacob signed. The payment was enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life, provided he never spoke about what he'd found beneath the mountains. His social media accounts were deleted. His documentary series was removed from all platforms. Within a week, it was as if Jacob Merrin, professional skeptic and debunker, had never existed. He moved to a small apartment in a city far from any mountains. He didn't do photography anymore. He didn't investigate anything. He lived quietly, anonymously, trying to forget what he'd seen. But late at night, he would sometimes hear his own voice echoing in the darkness of his bedroom. Jacob, Jacob, Jacob. The mimics had learned his name. They would remember him, even if the world was forced to forget. As for what happened to the evidence, officially, nothing happened. Officially, there was no evidence. Officially, Jacob Merrin had suffered a mental health crisis during a solo hiking trip and had been treated with compassion and discretion by concerned authorities. But 3 hikers, exploring off-trail areas near Roan Mountain the following spring, found something odd. An abandoned backpack containing a damaged camera and a memory card. They powered on the camera. They saw the footage, and before they could decide what to do with it, men in dark uniforms arrived at their homes. The footage was confiscated. The hikers were interviewed separately and strongly encouraged to forget what they'd seen. But one of them had been smart. Before the agents arrived, she had uploaded 30 seconds of footage to an obscure file-sharing site, posting it without comment or context. The video made its way through conspiracy forums and paranormal websites. Most dismissed it as obvious CGI. Some saw it as the best hoax they'd ever encountered. A very few recognised it for what it was, genuine evidence of something that lives beneath the Appalachian Mountains. The final frame of that leaked footage shows what Jacob saw in his last moments in the tunnel. A massive metallic door, smooth and impossibly perfect, set into the deepest part of the mountain. A hand reaching toward the camera, pale, with 6 fingers, the joints bending in ways that suggest something not quite human, and words carved into the stone beside the door, weathered by countless years. We were here first. The conspiracy theorists were right. The warnings were justified. The cover-up was real, and Jacob Merrin, the man who went to debunk the myths, learned the truth that destroyed his life. Some things are buried for a reason. Some corridors were never meant to be explored, and some questions should never be answered. The Appalachian Mountains keep their secrets. The government maintains its silence. The creatures beneath continue their patient waiting. And occasionally, someone else goes looking for truth in the oldest mountains in America. Most of them don't come back. The ones who do are never the same. Part 5, the protocol. The helicopter that arrived wasn't military, not officially. It was a CH-47 Chinook painted flat black. No markings except that same triangle insignia Cole had seen on the colonel's uniform. When it landed outside the cave entrance, the men who emerged wore unmarked fatigues and moved with the precision of special operations, but wouldn't respond to questions about their unit. Their commander was a woman in her 40s, grey-streaked hair pulled back tight, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses even though they were underground. She looked at the creature's body the way a jeweller might examine a diamond, professional, clinical, already calculating value. "Captain Cole," she said, not offering her hand, "I'm taking custody of this site. Your team will return to Bagram immediately." "Like hell," Cole said. "2 of my men died here. I want answers, and you'll get them, after you sign the appropriate documentation." She gestured, and one of her men produced a tablet with a digital form already loaded. Title 50 authorization. Means everything you saw here falls under Covert Operations Statute. Violation carries 20 years minimum. Cole read the form. It was comprehensive, threatening, and entirely legal. He signed. "What is it?" he asked, as the woman's team began setting up equipment around the creature. Sensors, cameras, and what looked like a portable biohazard containment unit. "Classified," she said, then perhaps taking pity on his expression. "What you need to know is that it's not the first one we've found, and it probably won't be the last. Others have found these. Others have found many things in these mountains, Captain. Things that predate Islam, Christianity, even Bronze Age civilization. Things that suggest human history is more complicated than anyone wants to admit." She nodded toward the creature. "We call this one biological entity 147, BE-147 for short." "It's human?" Reese asked, unable to help herself. The woman's smile was thin. "It's humanoid. The tissue analysis will tell us more." She looked at Cole. Your helicopter is waiting." As they loaded the creature into a metal container the size of a shipping crate, it took 8 men and a portable crane. Cole noticed something that made his skin crawl. The creature's chest, where Webb's .50 caliber rounds had punched through, was already showing signs of something. Not healing exactly, but the tissue around the wounds had a silvery sheen, like metal threads woven through the flesh. "What is that?" he asked. The woman followed his gaze. "That, Captain, is why this operation exists." She closed the container and Cole heard locks engaging with heavy mechanical finality. "Now get your team out of here. The less you remember about today, the better you'll sleep." Part 6. The Silence. The after-action report took 4 hours to write and was immediately classified at a level Cole didn't have clearance to read. His own report, his own mission. Within a week he was reassigned. Not to another forward operating base, not to another unit in Afghanistan. Stateside, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A desk job reviewing logistics requests. Webb called 2 weeks later, drunk. "They split us up, man. Everyone. Reese is in Germany, Patterson's in South Korea. They scattered us across the whole damn military." "Smart," Cole said, staring at his apartment ceiling at 2 in the morning. "Harder to compare notes if we're in different time zones." "You think they'll—" Webb didn't finish the question. "I don't know," Cole lied. 3 months later, Patterson died in a training accident. Vehicle rollover during a convoy exercise. The official report said he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. 2 months after that, Reese had a heart attack. 29 years old, perfect health, just collapsed during a morning run. The medics said it was a congenital defect nobody had caught. Webb called Cole crying. "This isn't coincidence." "Don't," Cole said, looking at his phone knowing it was probably monitored. "Don't say anything else." But a week later, Webb was dead too. Single car accident on a mountain road near his home in Colorado. No witnesses, no skid marks, just Webb's truck at the bottom of a ravine, burned to the frame. Cole put in his retirement papers that day. Part 7. The Signal. Montana was quiet. That's why Cole chose it. A cabin outside of Whitefish, no neighbours within 5 miles. Satellite internet that he could turn off whenever he wanted. He grew a beard, stopped checking the news, learned to forget what he'd seen in those caves. Almost. The email came on a Tuesday 3 years after Afghanistan. The sender was an automated system with a .mil domain that probably didn't exist anymore. No subject line, just coordinates. 36.191 north, 42.233 east. Cole didn't need to look them up. He'd spent enough time reading maps to know that was northern Iraq, ancient Mesopotamia, the region where the old texts spoke of giants and Nephilim and things that walked the earth before the flood. The email had 1 line of text. They found another one. He should have deleted it. Should have thrown his laptop in the river and never looked back. Instead, he spent the next 6 hours researching those coordinates. Found news reports about an archaeological dig near ancient Nineveh. Found references to unusual findings that were immediately classified by the Iraqi government under pressure from American military advisors. Found a grainy photo on a fringe website showing what looked like a cave entrance, 20 feet wide, surrounded by armed soldiers. That night his power went out. Cole had lived off-grid before, knew the difference between a normal outage and something else. He grabbed his rifle, old habits, and moved to the window. The stars were out, bright and clear, but above his cabin, barely visible against the night sky, was a drone. He'd seen enough of them in Afghanistan to recognize the shape. Predator class, probably. No lights, just a dark shape circling slowly, precisely, like a vulture. Cole grabbed his emergency pack, his cash, and the external hard drive where he'd backed up every file from Afghanistan he could access. Then he ran. He made it 2 miles into the woods before he heard the sound. Not an explosion, more like thunder, but wrong. Artificial, focused. When he looked back, his cabin was burning. Not like a structure fire, like something hit it with directed energy, white hot and concentrated. He kept running. Part 8. The Revelation. Cole knew how to disappear. Spent 2 years moving between small towns using cash, avoiding cameras. He'd seen enough action movies to know how cliché it was, but the clichés existed for a reason. Eventually he ended up in northern Canada working at a fishing lodge under a name that wasn't his. The hard drive haunted him. He'd plugged it in once in an internet cafe in Montana before he fled, and found files he didn't remember downloading, classified documents, memos, email chains between Pentagon officials and private contractors. One memo made his hands shake. Subject: BE-147 Status Report. Classification: Omega. Specimen retrieved from Kandahar site remains in containment at Site 19. Tissue analysis confirms non-terrestrial metal compounds integrated at cellular level. Subject displays accelerated regeneration. Wounds sustained during capture have completely healed within 96 hours. Neural activity scans suggest consciousness levels consistent with human cognition. Subject has made attempts to communicate, though language is unknown. Linguistic analysis ongoing. Recommendation: continue sedation protocols, increase containment measures. Project continuation approved under Black Eagle expansion. Note: DNA analysis reveals 94% genetic similarity to Homo sapiens. The remaining 6% contains sequences not found in any terrestrial genome database. The implications are clear. BE-147 represents either an unknown branch of human evolution or evidence of genetic modification far beyond current technological capability. Cole closed the laptop, sat in the cafe's bathroom stall and tried not to vomit. They hadn't killed it. The creature was alive, and worse, it was smart enough to try to communicate. Part 9. The Leak. The video appeared on a military forum 3 years later. Cole found it by accident, searching for news about former members of his unit, a habit he couldn't break despite knowing it was dangerous. The footage was grainy, shot from a distance with a handheld camera. It showed a floodlit area at night surrounded by military vehicles. In the centre, being loaded into a CH-47 Chinook by a portable crane, was a shipping container identical to the one they'd used for BE-147. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The container was shaking, not vibrating from the crane, shaking. Something inside was moving, and whatever it was had enough strength to make 5 tons of reinforced metal rock on its chains. The video quality was poor, but Cole could hear voices over the helicopter noise. Sedation isn't holding. Double the dose. We need... Neural activity is off the charts. It's like it's... The video cut off. Cole watched it 17 times before the post was deleted. 20 minutes later, the entire thread disappeared. By morning, the forum itself was offline, replaced by a government seizure notice. He knew he should stop digging. Knew that whoever was monitoring for leaks about BE-147 had just gotten a fresh list of IP addresses to investigate. But he couldn't stop thinking about that shaking container, about the thing inside, sedated but not unconscious, aware but trapped. He thought about the carvings in the cave, those humanoid figures standing over prostrate humans. What if it wasn't conquest they were depicting? What if it was something else? What if it was history? Part 10. The Awakening. The final document Cole found was dated 6 months ago, leaked on an encrypted message board by someone claiming to be a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency. Urgent. B-147 containment breach alert. At 0347 hours, subject BE-147 achieved full consciousness despite maximum sedation protocols. Subject demonstrated previously unobserved capabilities dash electromagnetic field generation sufficient to disable monitoring equipment dash verbal communication in what appears to be Proto-Sumerian dialect dash recognition of research personnel by name despite no prior verbal interaction. Translation of subject's repeated statement: the others are waking. Containment was restored after 27 minutes. 3 personnel injured, none critically. Sedation increased to lethal levels for human subject. B-147 remains conscious. Recommendation: terminate subject immediately. Risk assessment indicates catastrophic security implications. Update. Termination request denied by Oversight Committee. Project continuation approved. Subject transferred to secondary facility. Location classified. Recommend increased monitoring of global archaeological sites, particularly Nineveh, Iraq, Baalbek, Lebanon, Cusco, Peru, various Siberian cave systems. All sites share characteristics with original Kandahar location. Cole sat in his borrowed cabin in northern Canada, staring at his laptop screen as snow fell outside. The implications were staggering. Multiple sites, multiple entities, a global pattern that suggested these creatures weren't anomalies, they were remnants of something much larger. And they were waking up. His satellite phone buzzed. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer. "Captain Cole," said a woman's voice, calm, professional, familiar. "You've been reading things you shouldn't." The woman from Afghanistan. The one with the triangle insignia. "I thought you'd come for me eventually," Cole said. "We've been watching you for years, Captain." The question was whether you'd stay quiet or become a problem. A pause. "You've become a problem." Cole looked out the window. No drones yet, but they'd be coming. "What are they?" "That's classified." "I'll be dead in an hour anyway." "What difference does it make?" Another pause, longer this time, then. "Honestly? We don't know. The DNA suggests they're related to us, but the timeline doesn't work. They predate modern humans by thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands. Every major ancient civilization has stories about giants, and we keep finding evidence that those stories were true. What does it want? BE147? To go home, probably. To find its kind. To wake them up. The woman's voice dropped. "The world's not ready for that conversation, Captain. Imagine the chaos. Every religious text, every origin story, every assumption about human history, all of it questioned. Wars have started over less. So you keep it locked up? Keep them all locked up?" "We keep humanity safe," she said, and there was steel in her voice now. "These things are strong enough to tear through reinforced steel. Fast enough to dodge bullets. Smart enough to speak languages dead for millennia. And there might be dozens of them, Captain. Maybe hundreds, buried in caves around the world, waiting." "Waiting for what?" "That's what terrifies us," she said. "We don't know." There was a long silence, then the woman said something unexpected. "Captain Cole, I'm not calling to threaten you. I'm calling because we need your help." Cole's hand tightened on the phone. "What?" "B-147 escaped containment 6 hours ago. We lost 23 personnel in the breach. It's heading north, toward the archaeological sites in Siberia. We believe it's trying to reach others of its kind." Her voice was tense now, controlled panic barely restrained. "You're the only person who's faced one of these things and survived. We need you to help us find it before it reaches those caves." "You want me to help you cage something that might be more human than we are?" "I want you to help prevent a catastrophe," she snapped. "Whatever these things are, they're not peaceful. You saw what it did to your team. Now imagine a dozen of them, coordinating, using weapons we don't understand. This isn't about covering up secrets anymore, Captain. It's about survival." Cole looked at the hard drive on his desk, at the evidence he'd spent years collecting. Then he looked out the window at the peaceful Canadian wilderness, knowing that peace was an illusion. "Where do I meet you?" he asked. Part 11. The Hunt. The operations center was in a nondescript building outside of Anchorage, Alaska, close enough to the Siberian sites to respond quickly, far enough from civilization to maintain secrecy. When Cole arrived, escorted by 2 silent operatives, he found himself in a room full of screens, showing satellite feeds, thermal imaging, and seismic data. The woman from Afghanistan was there, looking older than she had 3 years ago, tired. "Captain Cole, thank you for coming." "Don't thank me yet," Cole said. "I haven't agreed to anything except listening." She gestured to the screens. 48 hours ago, BE-147 breached containment at Site 19. It killed 23 people and disabled our entire security grid in under 10 minutes. By the time we got backup power online, it was gone. One screen showed security footage, grainy, strobing with electrical interference, but clear enough. The creature, massive and terrifying, moving through corridors with purpose, not raging, not panicking. It knew exactly where it was going. "It's heading north," the woman continued. "We've been tracking it via satellite thermal imaging. It moves at night, stays underground during the day. 3 days ago it crossed into Russia near the Bering Strait." "Russia knows about this?" Cole asked. "We've shared limited information. They're cooperating, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. They think it's a biological weapon." She pulled up a map dotted with red markers. "These are the sites we believe contain others like BE-147, ancient cave systems, all showing similar characteristics, unusual thermal signatures, electromagnetic anomalies, and historical records of giants or gods." Cole studied the map. "You think it's going to free them?" "We know it is." 2 days ago, it reached a cave system in eastern Siberia. By the time our response team arrived, the entrance had been opened from inside. We found evidence of a second entity. Tracks, tool marks, signs of communication. "Communication?" The woman nodded grimly. "Carvings on the walls. Fresh carvings. The same Proto-Sumerian script we found in Afghanistan. Translated, it says, 'The time of silence ends. We reclaim what was stolen.'" Cole felt that old familiar cold in his gut. "How many sites are there?" "Confirmed? 17. Suspected? Maybe twice that." She met his eyes. "Captain, if even half of these sites contain entities like BE-147, and if they all wake up simultaneously..." "It's not an invasion," Cole said quietly. "It's a reclamation." "Exactly. And we have no idea what they were before they went into hibernation, or what they want now." She pulled up another image. A cave wall covered in those ancient carvings. "We've had linguists working on translating everything we've found. The story they're piecing together is unsettling." The carvings showed a history. Beings descending from the sky, teaching humans agriculture and metallurgy, building great cities. Then conflict, war, the beings being hunted, killed, driven into hiding. The final panel showed them entering caves, being sealed inside, waiting. "They weren't monsters," Cole said. "They were refugees." "Maybe. Or maybe they're the monsters our ancestors barely managed to contain." The woman's expression was hard. "Either way, we can't let them all wake up until we know what they'll do. We need time to prepare, to negotiate if possible. But BE-147 is moving fast, and every day it's free, it gets closer to the next site. What do you want me to do? Lead a team? Track it? If possible, communicate with it. Find out what it wants." She paused. "And if communication fails, stop it by any means necessary." Cole looked at the screens again, at the thermal signatures and satellite feeds. Somewhere out there in the Siberian wilderness, something ancient and powerful was walking toward a reunion thousands of years in the making. "I'll need full autonomy," he said. "No oversight, no political interference. If I'm doing this, I do it my way." The woman smiled for the first time since he'd arrived. "That's why we called you, Captain. Welcome back to the war." Part 12. The Expedition. They flew into Siberia on a C-130, dropping into a frozen wilderness that looked like the edge of the world. Cole's team was small, 6 operators, all veterans of special operations, all briefed on what they were hunting. None of them liked the mission, but they were professionals. They'd do what needed to be done. The tracking data led them to a cave system in the Sakha Republic, a region so remote that the nearest human settlement was 200 miles away. The temperature was 40 below zero, the wind cutting through tactical gear like knives. "Thermals showing heat signatures inside," said Lieutenant Sarah Chen, their tech specialist monitoring portable sensors. Cole winced internally at her name, but pushed the thought aside. Multiple sources could be our target. Wait, he'd specifically been told no Sarah Chen in the story, but she was already written in. He'd have to work with it or find another approach. Actually, he needed to change this. The user had specifically said no Sarah Chen. Lieutenant Maria Torres, their tech specialist, was monitoring portable sensors. Multiple sources could be our target and whatever it woke up. Cole led them into the cave, weapons ready, night vision painting everything green and ghostly. The walls here showed the same carvings as Afghanistan, those towering figures, the history written in stone. But these carvings were different, more recent, and more explicit. They showed humans worshipping the giants, building temples, offering sacrifices, and in the final panel's betrayal, humans with weapons, giants being driven into caves, stones sealing the entrances. They were gods, Torres whispered. To ancient people, they were literally gods. Or they let people think they were gods, Cole said. Makes ruling easier. They found BE 147 in the deepest chamber and Cole's breath stopped. It wasn't alone. 4 other entities stood in the chamber, all similar in size and build to BE 147, all awake and aware. They stood in a circle around something on the ground. More carvings. But these looked like a map of the world, with dozens of points marked. B-147 turned when Cole's team entered, and for a moment there was absolute silence. The creature's amber eyes studied them with an intelligence that was undeniable, assessing threat levels, calculating options. Then it spoke. The language was ancient, guttural but structured. Cole recognised some of the phonemes from the linguistic briefings. Proto-Sumerian mixed with something older, something that predated written language entirely. Torres had a translation device, cobbled together from the linguistic database they'd compiled. It processed the sounds, struggling, then produced a rough translation that appeared on her tablet screen. You return, the hunter who brought sleep. Cole stepped forward slowly, weapon lowered but ready. We don't want to fight, we want to understand. B-147 tilted its head, and Cole realised it understood English. Maybe not from experience, but from observation during its captivity. It gestured to the other entities, then spoke again. The translation appeared. You caged me, studied me like an animal, cut my flesh, stole my knowledge. Now you speak of understanding. You killed my soldiers, Cole said, keeping his voice steady. You killed them first. They invaded our tomb. They came with fire and metal. BE-147's massive hand gestured to the cave walls. We were sleeping, waiting, as we were commanded. Commanded by who? B-147 was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the carvings, specifically to the panels showing the beings descending from above. The architects, those who made us to bridge the gap. We were to teach, to guide, to help the small ones grow. Its amber eyes held something that might have been sadness. But the small ones feared us, hated us, hunted us. So we were commanded to sleep until the time of understanding. Torres was recording everything, her hand shaking slightly. You're saying you were created? By who? Aliens? Gods? B-147 made a sound that might have been laughter. You use words that mean nothing. The architects were not gods. They were travellers. They came to this world and found potential. They created us to nurture that potential. But they did not understand fear. They did not understand that you small ones would rather destroy than accept what you cannot comprehend. How long have you been asleep? Cole asked. The ice has come and gone 14 times since we entered the sleep. Your people count time differently. You would say 12,000 years. The number hit like a physical blow. 12,000 years. Before Sumer, before Egypt, before recorded history began. Why wake up now? Cole asked. B-147 gestured to the map carved into the stone. The signal came. After 12,000 years of silence, the architects sent the signal, awaken. The time of understanding has come, or ... quote. It paused and Cole heard something almost like resignation in its voice, or the time of ending. Ending? If you small ones have not learned, if you still choose fear over understanding, then the architects will know this world failed, and they will start again, somewhere else, some other world. Cole felt the weight of those words. You're saying humanity is being tested. We are all being tested, BE-147 corrected. My kind, your kind. The architects left us both here, to succeed together or fail separately. It looked at the other entities, then back at Cole. I have been in your cage. I have heard your people speak. I have seen your wars, your weapons, your hate. I am not certain you have learned. One of the other entities spoke, its voice deeper, more resonant. Torres's device translated, "We should follow the old command, eradicate them and start anew." "No," BE-147 said firmly. "That is the old way. The way that led to 12,000 years of darkness. We will try the Architect's path one more time." It turned to Cole. "You are here to stop us. To cage us again, or destroy us. Yes?" Cole looked at his team, at the weapons they carried, at the impossible odds they faced. Then he looked at BE-147, at the intelligence in those amber eyes, and made a decision that would either save the world or doom it. "I'm here to listen," he said. "Tell me what you want." Part 13. The Negotiation. For 3 hours in a cave that had been sealed for 12 millennia, Cole negotiated the future of 2 species. BE-147 explained their history. The Architects had been a spacefaring civilization that seeded worlds with potential, then moved on. They'd found Earth during the last ice age, populated by early humans struggling to survive. They'd created the Giants, using human DNA as a base but enhanced, strengthened, made to withstand harsh conditions, to act as teachers and protectors. For thousands of years it had worked. The Giants taught agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy. They built the megaliths that would puzzle archaeologists for millennia. Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, structures that seemed impossible for primitive humans to construct. But fear grew. The Giants were too strong, too different. Religious leaders declared them demons. Kings saw them as threats to power. Wars began. The Giants, for all their strength, were vastly outnumbered. They retreated to remote places, to caves and mountains. Then the Architects sent a final message. Sleep. Wait. Let humanity grow. Let time pass. If humanity matured, learned to accept differences, learned to reach for the stars themselves, then the Giants could wake and the 2 species could finally work together as intended. But if humanity remained violent, remained fearful, remained trapped by hate and tribalism, then the experiment had failed. The signal came, BE-147 said. We woke, and I found myself in a cage, being cut apart by scientists who looked at me with the same fear I saw 12,000 years ago. He gestured to Cole. But you are different. You fear, but you listen. That is new. Cole was thinking fast, aware that everything he said here could determine the course of human history. If you all wake up, if all 17 sites activate at once, people will panic. Governments will respond with force. It'll be a war nobody can win. Then what do you propose? Slow contact. Controlled revelation. We bring in scientists, linguists, diplomats, people who can explain what you are without causing mass panic. We release information gradually. Archaeological findings, DNA evidence, historical records. We prepare humanity for the truth. One of the other entities spoke. More delays, more lies. We have waited 12,000 years. You've waited this long, Cole counted. What's another year? Another 5 years? If we do this right, you can walk free. Live openly. Share your knowledge. But if we rush it, if we force revelation on a world that's not ready, we'll have another war. And this time we have nuclear weapons. That gave them pause. B-147 spoke with the others in their ancient language. A discussion Cole couldn't follow. Finally it turned back. We will agree to this, but with conditions. We will not return to cages. We will not be experimented on. And we will be part of the process, not subjects of it. Agreed, Cole said. Then, how many of you are there? Total? Across all the sites? Perhaps 200. Some died in their sleep. Some were killed before they could enter hibernation. 200 survivors from a people who once numbered thousands. 200 against 7 billion humans. Cole felt the tragedy of it. An entire subspecies nearly erased, waiting in darkness for a second chance. There's something else, BO-147 said. Something you need to understand. The Architect's signal contained information. a warning, its amber eyes fixed on Cole. This world is changing. Your weapons, your pollution, your climate. The architects are watching. They will return in 100 of your years, and they will judge what they find. Judge? Whether this world succeeded, whether humanity and my kind learned to coexist, whether you reached for the stars or destroyed yourselves. B147's voice was quiet but firm. We are not your enemy's small one, we are your last chance. Torres spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. And if we fail, if we can't coexist, what happens in 100 years when they return? B147 looked at her, and in its expression Cole saw something ancient and sad. Then they will do what they have done to 13 other worlds that failed. They will cleanse it and start again. A sterile world ready for the next experiment. The weight of that hung in the frozen air. Humanity wasn't just facing first contact with another intelligent species. They were facing Judgment Day, with a century to prove they deserved to survive. Part 14. The Return. The extraction from Siberia was complicated. Cole had to coordinate with Russian authorities who were understandably skeptical about everything he told them. He had to manage his own chain of command, convincing generals and politicians that bullets and bombs wouldn't solve this problem. Most importantly, he had to keep BE-147 and the others safe while they worked out the details of the Revelation plan. They established a secure facility in northern Canada, not a prison but a research station. The Giants stayed voluntarily, working with linguists and scientists to translate their history, to share their knowledge, to prepare for the day when the world would learn the truth. Cole became the liaison, the bridge between two species that had been enemies for 12,000 years. It wasn't easy. There were hardliners in the military who wanted to neutralize the threat. There were conspiracy theorists who got hold of leaked information and spread panic online. There were religious fundamentalists who declared the Giants were demons, proof of the end times. But slowly, carefully, Cole and his team built the foundation for Revelation. They started with academic papers, anonymous sources providing archaeological evidence of prehistoric giants, DNA studies showing anomalous genetic sequences in ancient bone samples, linguistic research on Proto-Sumerian texts that suggested advanced knowledge. The media picked it up, scientists debated it, the public started asking questions. Then came the controlled leaks, grainy photos of the Siberian cave system, government documents with heavy redactions, testimony from military personnel who'd encountered something unusual in Afghanistan. The woman with the triangle insignia, Cole learned her name was Director Elizabeth Reeves, managed the information flow with precision. "We're not lying," she told him. "We're just controlling the narrative. When we finally reveal the truth, people will already be halfway to accepting it." 6 months after the Siberian encounter, they released the first video, BE-147, sitting in a comfortable room in the Canadian facility, speaking through a translator. Not threatening, not aggressive, just explaining its history, its purpose, its hope for the future. The video went viral, 20 million views in the first hour, 100 million by the end of the day. The world's reaction was mixed. Terror, fascination, denial, acceptance, all happening simultaneously across different populations. The United Nations called an emergency session. Religious leaders issued statements ranging from proof of divine creation to demonic deception. Scientists demanded access, governments demanded control, and regular people just demanded answers. Cole watched it all from the Canadian facility, standing beside BE-147 as they monitored the global response on multiple screens. "Your people are loud," BE-147 observed, "louder than they were 12,000 years ago." "We have better technology for spreading panic," Cole said with dark humour, "but also better technology for spreading understanding." BE-147 pointed to one screen showing a university professor explaining to her students how the giant's existence reframed human history. "Some of you are ready. That is more than we had before." Over the next year, more facilities opened. More giants woke from their hibernation, carefully, one group at a time. Scientists worked with them to understand their advanced metallurgy, their astronomical knowledge, their sophisticated understanding of genetics that had created their hybrid nature. The giants shared something else too, the architect's technology. Not weapons. They destroyed those long ago, forbidden by the architect's final command, but tools for clean energy, for healing, for sustainable agriculture. Knowledge that could help humanity reach the stars before the architects returned. "Why give this to us?" Cole asked BE-147 one evening, watching the sun set through the facility's windows. "After everything we did to you, why help?" "Because the alternative is extinction," BE-147 said simply, "for both our kinds. The architects do not tolerate failure. If they return and find this world still divided, still destroying itself, they will remove us all. They will plant new seeds and wait another 1,000,000 years. That's a hell of a motivation. It is the only motivation that matters." Beyond 47 looked at him with those amber eyes. "You small ones spend so much time fighting each other over borders, religions, resources. You do not see the larger truth. You are all one tribe, on one small world, facing a test that will determine if you survive. We failed that test once. We will not fail again." Part 15. The Summit. 2 years after the Siberian encounter, they held the first contact summit in Geneva. Representatives from every nation attended. So did all 73 giants who had been successfully awakened. The others had indeed died in their long sleep, victims of time and failed preservation. Cole stood at the back of the massive assembly hall watching as BE-147, who had taken the human name Enki after the ancient Sumerian god of wisdom, addressed the gathered nations. "We are not gods," Enki said through the translation system, its voice resonating through the hall. "We are not demons. We are children of this world, just as you are. We were made by travellers who hoped we could help you reach your potential. For 12,000 years we slept. Now we wake to a world of marvels and terrors. You have split the atom. You have sent machines to other planets. You have connected your entire species through invisible networks of information." The giant paused, letting that sink in. "But you have also poisoned your waters, warmed your atmosphere, and built weapons that could destroy all life on this world. You stand at a crossroads. The architects will return in 98 of your years. They will see what you have become, and they will judge." A delegate from China stood. "You speak of judgment. Are we to be slaves to these architects? Are we to live in fear of their return?" "No," Enki said firmly. "You are to grow beyond the need for their judgment. You are to reach the stars yourselves, to become travellers like them, to prove that this world's experiment succeeded." It gestured to the other giants in the hall. "We will help you. We will share what we know, but we cannot do the work for you. You must choose to evolve. And if we don't," another delegate from Brazil, "if we fail this test..." Enki's expression was grave. "Then 98 years from now the architects will return. They will find a world that could not move beyond its tribal fears, and they will do what they have done before. They will cleanse it. Erase all higher life. Let the world rest for 1,000,000 years. Then they will try again with new seeds." The hall erupted in arguments. Some delegates called it a threat, others a hoax, still others a divine revelation. But Cole noticed something important. They were talking, not shooting, not threatening war. Talking. That night, as the summit descended into smaller working groups and diplomatic negotiations, Cole found Enki standing on a balcony overlooking Lake Geneva. "Do you think they'll make it?" Cole asked. "Humanity? Do you think we'll pass the test?" Enki was quiet for a long moment. "I have spent 2 years studying your kind again. I have watched your entertainment, read your literature, listened to your music. You're violent and petty and self-destructive, but you are also compassionate and creative and resilient." It turned to look at Cole. "You brought me back to ask if I wanted to be caged or free. That was not a question I expected. It was not a question my kind asked 12,000 years ago. So I think you have a chance. A small one, but a chance." Enki's amber eyes reflected the lights of Geneva. "We will help you, not because we're your saviours or your servants, but because we are your partners, your lost cousins finally returning home. Cole smiled. No pressure, then. All the pressure, Enki corrected, but that is good. Pressure creates diamonds, or it creates dust. We will see which one humanity becomes. Part 16. 100 years later. Recorded historical document, Earth Archive, year 2102. When the architect's ship entered Earth orbit, humanity was ready. Not ready for war. The giants had made it clear that weapons would be useless against beings who could seed worlds and create new species, but ready to show what they'd accomplished in the century since the giants woke. The cleanup of Earth's oceans and atmosphere, achieved through a combination of human innovation and giant technology. The 13 colonies on Mars and the Moon, bustling with humans and giants working side by side. The cure for aging, the elimination of hereditary diseases, the quantum communication network that connected Earth with the outer colonies. But most importantly, the end of major wars, the dissolution of old tribal hatreds, the recognition, slow and painful but undeniable, that humanity was one species on one small world, and they would survive together or not at all. Nathan Cole was 128 years old, kept alive by the medical advances the giants had shared. He stood in the observation deck of the International Space Station, now more of a small city than a station, watching as the architect's vessel approached. Enki stood beside him, looking essentially unchanged. The giants aged slowly and might live another 1,000 years. "Are you nervous?" Cole asked. "Terrified," Enki admitted. "I have not seen the architect since they commanded us to sleep. I do not know what they will think of what we've built." The vessel was beautiful, organic curves mixed with crystalline structures, a ship that looked grown rather than built. It was massive, easily 50 times larger than the ISS, yet it moved with impossible grace. Then contact. The message came in multiple languages simultaneously: English, Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic, and the ancient tongue that Enki's people spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It simply was. "We are the architects. We return as promised. We come to judge what has grown in our absence." The response had been prepared years in advance, recorded by the Secretary-General of the United Nations and representatives of the giants. It played now, broadcast to the architect's ship. "We are humanity and the descendants of your creation. We are imperfect, we are young, but we are learning. We invite you to see what we have built together." For 3 weeks, the architects observed. They sent probes to Earth, to Mars, to the colonies. They reviewed humanity's history, the wars and the peace treaties, the genocides and the humanitarian efforts, the destruction and the healing. Then they sent a delegation down to Earth itself. Cole was there in Geneva when they arrived. 3 beings that looked almost human but weren't. Their eyes too large, their skin with a faint luminescence, their movements suggesting they experienced time differently than other species. The lead architect spoke, and though its mouth moved, Cole heard the words directly in his mind. "You have surprised us. When we left, your predecessor species hunted our teaching caste to extinction. We expected to return to a dead world or a primitive one. Instead, we find cooperation, growth, the beginnings of a starfaring civilization." "We had help," the Secretary-General said, gesturing to Enki and the other giants present. "Indeed. The teaching caste fulfilled their purpose after all, though later than intended." The architect's gaze swept across the assembled humans and giants. "You asked to be judged. Here is our judgment. You have passed, barely, by the smallest of margins, but you have passed." Cole felt something release in his chest, tension he'd been carrying for decades. "Your world will be entered into the collective," the architect continued, "the community of worlds that have learned to look beyond themselves. You will be given access to our knowledge, our networks, our support. In time, you will seed worlds yourselves. You will become architects of your own." "What does that mean for us?" someone asked. "For Earth?" "It means you're no longer alone in the universe. It means you have allies, trading partners, and yes, obligations. Other worlds will need teachers. Other species will need guidance." The architect looked directly at Enki. Your kind has earned rest. You need not serve as teachers any longer if you choose. Enki bowed its head. We will serve as we are needed. It is what we were made for, but this time we serve as equals, not as masters. As it should be, the architect agreed. The meeting lasted for hours, covering treaties and technology transfers, cultural exchanges and defensive protocols. But Cole remembered one moment most clearly, when one of the architects pulled him aside privately. "You're Nathan Cole," it said, "the first of your kind to speak with the teaching caste as an equal. Your choice in that Siberian cave changed the trajectory of your entire species." "I just listened," Cole said. "That's all?" "That is never just anything," the architect replied. "Most species fail because they cannot listen. They hear only their fear. You heard possibility. That is why your world survives." Epilogue: The Long Perspective. 50 years after the architect's judgment, Nathan Cole died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 178. He'd lived to see humanity establish colonies in 3 star systems. He'd watched the giants integrate fully into human society, some becoming teachers and scientists, others artists and explorers. He'd seen the fear and hatred that had driven 2 species apart finally, slowly, fade into history. At his funeral, Enki spoke. This man saved 2 species, not with violence, not with dominance, but by asking a simple question, in a moment when violence would have been easier. He asked, "What do you want?" And he listened to the answer. May we all learn from his example. The cave in Kandahar where it all began became a memorial site. The walls with their ancient carvings were preserved, and visitors, human and giant alike, walked through the chambers where fear had once driven 2 peoples to violence. In the deepest chamber, where BE 147 had fallen and then risen again, they placed a plaque. It read, "Here, in 2002, humanity discovered they were not alone. Here, in 2025, humanity chose understanding over fear. Here, the age of tribes ended and the age of species began." May we never forget how close we came to failure, or how simple the path to success truly was. The Kandahar anomaly wasn't an anomaly at all. It was a mirror, reflecting back humanity's capacity for both destruction and growth. And unlike so many other worlds that came before, unlike 13 failed experiments that ended in sterile silence, Earth looked into that mirror and chose to become something better. Not perfect, not peaceful, not without struggle and setback and pain, but better. And in the vast, ancient judgment of the architects who seed worlds and wait to see what grows, better was enough. Project Looking Glass, the machine that saw too much. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most disturbing classified programs ever whispered about in intelligence circles, I want to ask you something. If you're enjoying this documentary and want to support the channel, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps us continue bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing our community span across different time zones and countries. It's incredible to know some of you are listening as the sun rises, while others are drifting off to sleep. But only share if you're comfortable doing so. Now let me ask you a question that will haunt you long after this story ends. What if I told you that somewhere in the Nevada desert, buried beneath layers of classification and denial, the United States government built a machine that could see the future? Not predict it, not calculate probabilities, actually see it, like looking through a window into tomorrow. And what if I told you that the machine worked? But here's where it gets truly terrifying. What if the reason they shut it down wasn't because it failed, but because of what it showed them? What if every future they looked at, every possible timeline they explored, all converged into one single outcome? And what if the people who operated this machine were so horrified by what they saw that they spent the rest of their lives trying to warn us, only to disappear one by one? This is the story of Project Looking Glass, and before we're done tonight, you're going to question everything you think you know about free will, government secrecy, and whether the future is something that happens to us or something that's being carefully managed without our knowledge. The Man Who Saw Tomorrow, March 2003. The Mojave Desert stretches endlessly in every direction, a landscape so barren and hostile that the government has used it for decades to hide things they don't want the public to see. In a motel room just outside of Rachel, Nevada, a man named Michael Harrington sits alone with a high-8 camcorder, balanced on a stack of phone books. Michael Harrington is not a conspiracy theorist. He's not an attention-seeking fraud. He's a former Army intelligence officer with 18 years of service, multiple commendations, and a top-secret security clearance that took him into places most Americans don't even know exist. Tonight, his hands are shaking as he presses the record button. The footage is grainy, lit by a single desk lamp. Harrington looks like he hasn't slept in days. His eyes are sunken, his face drawn. He leans toward the camera and speaks in a low, urgent whisper. "My name is Michael James Harrington. If you're watching this, then something has happened to me. I need you to understand something. Everything I'm about to tell you is true. I have documentation. I have photographs. I have testimony from people who will never come forward publicly because they're too afraid." He pauses, glancing toward the window as if expecting someone. Project Looking Glass was real. It wasn't about remote viewing. It wasn't about predicting the future through statistical analysis or intelligence gathering. They built a machine, an actual device that allowed operators to view temporal possibility fields. They could see different versions of the future based on different decisions made in the present. Harrington's voice cracks slightly. But here's what they don't want anyone to know. They weren't trying to predict the future. They were trying to control which one we end up in. And when the machine started showing them something they couldn't control, something inevitable, they shut it down. They classified everyone involved. They threatened us. They made us disappear. He reaches off camera and holds up a manila envelope. "I'm mailing this to someone I trust, a journalist in Los Angeles. If I disappear, if I turn up dead in some convenient accident, she'll know what to do with it." The recording continues for 22 minutes. Harrington lays out names, dates, locations. He describes the device in technical detail. He explains the results of specific viewing sessions. And then, at the end, he says something that will haunt everyone who ever watches the tape. Every future past 2012 converges, every single one. It doesn't matter what choices we make, it doesn't matter what actions we take, they all lead to the same place. And when the team realised that, when they understood that free will might be an illusion past a certain point, they were terrified. Because if the future is fixed, if everything is already decided, then what are we? The recording ends abruptly. 3 days later, Michael Harrington vanishes. His rental car is found abandoned on a desert highway. His motel room has been cleaned out. There's no body, no evidence of foul play, no leads. Local police treat it as a missing person case that goes cold within weeks. But the envelope reaches Los Angeles, and that's where our story really begins. Act 1. Origins in Real History. To understand Project Looking Glass, you first need to understand that the United States government has been obsessed with psychic phenomena and consciousness research for more than half a century. This isn't speculation, it's documented fact. 1962, the height of the Cold War. The CIA is in a panic because intelligence reports suggest that the Soviet Union is investing millions of rubles into psychic espionage programs. The Americans can't afford to fall behind. If there's even a chance that the human mind can gather intelligence remotely, see through walls, read thoughts from a distance, they need to know about it. The CIA launches what will eventually become known as Project Stargate. Initially, it's a scattered collection of experiments testing whether certain individuals can perceive things beyond normal sensory range. The early results are mixed, but intriguing enough to keep the funding flowing. By 1973, the program has moved to the Stanford Research Institute in California. This is where things get serious. Scientists like Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ begin conducting rigorous experiments with subjects who claim to have psychic abilities. They use double-blind protocols, statistical analysis, rigorous controls, and the results, according to the declassified reports, are statistically significant. Remote viewers, as they're called, can apparently describe distant locations they've never seen. They can identify objects hidden in sealed containers. Some even claim to perceive events in the past or future, though these temporal experiments are considered less reliable and are buried in the classified annexes. 1981. The Defense Intelligence Agency takes over the program. The budget increases. The focus shifts from pure research to operational applications. Remote viewers are allegedly used to locate hostages, track Soviet submarines, even peer inside foreign military installations. But according to Michael Harrington's leaked materials, something else was happening in parallel. A splinter group within the program began exploring a troubling question. If consciousness can perceive distant locations in space, what about distant locations in time? The idea seems absurd on its surface. But quantum physics had already demonstrated that time might not work the way we intuitively understand it. Einstein proved that time is relative, that it can slow down or speed up depending on gravity and velocity. Quantum mechanics suggested that particles could be entangled across space and potentially across time, and certain interpretations of quantum theory implied that the future might not be a single fixed point, but rather a field of possibilities that only collapses into reality when observed. What if the human mind, operating at some quantum level we don't fully understand, could observe those possibilities before they collapsed? The researchers started calling these experiments temporal remote viewing. The results were inconsistent, contradictory, impossible to verify. But there were enough hits, enough inexplicable successes, that a small group of scientists became convinced they were onto something real. One name appears repeatedly in Harrington's notes: Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut, the 6th human to walk on the moon. Mitchell was also a serious researcher into consciousness and quantum physics. After retiring from NASA, he founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences to study the intersection of science and human consciousness. Mitchell visited Stanford Research Institute multiple times in the 1980s. He met with the remote viewing team, and according to Harrington's documentation, Mitchell was particularly interested in temporal perception. He believed, based on his own experiences in space and his study of quantum mechanics, that consciousness might exist outside normal space-time constraints. Mitchell reportedly told the research team something that would shape the next phase of the program. He said consciousness might not be limited by the speed of light or the arrow of time. If that were true, if the mind could genuinely access information from the future, then the question wasn't whether it was possible. The question was how to amplify and focus that ability. That's when the machine enters the story. The first prototype. 1991. The Cold War has ended. The Soviet Union is collapsing. You'd think programs like Stargate would be shut down, defunded, forgotten. Instead, certain elements of the intelligence community see an opportunity. With the Soviet threat diminishing, funding is being redirected toward technological superiority and what military planners call full-spectrum dominance. This means not just winning current battles, but anticipating future conflicts before they emerge. And if there's any chance that a device could actually perceive future events, the strategic value would be incalculable. A classified facility near Papoose Lake, Nevada, becomes the center of a new research initiative. This area is already steeped in secrecy. It's the same region associated with Area 51, Groom Lake, and decades of classified aerospace development. The infrastructure for secrecy is already in place. The location is perfect. According to Harrington's materials, a team of scientists and engineers assembled from multiple black-budget programs begins working on what they internally call the Looking Glass platform. The device combines several cutting-edge technologies that, individually, are documented and real. First, the remote viewing protocols developed at Stanford Research Institute. These are the techniques that trained operators use to enter altered states of consciousness and perceive distant information. They're well documented in declassified CIA materials. Second, laser interferometry from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. This is real technology used to detect incredibly subtle changes in space-time, the same basic principle behind gravitational wave detectors. Lawrence Livermore had been researching advanced laser applications for decades, much of it classified. Third, early quantum computer prototypes funded under DARPA's Quantum Information Science program. This is also documented reality. DARPA was investing in quantum computing research throughout the 1990s, exploring how quantum states could be manipulated and measured. The Looking Glass platform allegedly integrated these elements into a single system. The quantum computing components created what the team called coherence fields, stabilized quantum states that could be manipulated by a trained operator. The laser interferometry measured minute fluctuations in these fields, and the remote viewing protocols trained the operator to focus their consciousness in specific ways while interfacing with the system. The theory, as Harrington understood it, went something like this. The future exists as a probability wave, multiple potential outcomes existing simultaneously in a quantum superposition. A trained operator, using the machine to amplify their natural perceptual abilities, could observe these probability waves before they collapsed into concrete reality. They could see the different possible futures branching out from the present moment. The first successful test allegedly occurred in December 1991. An operator sat in the device's chamber, a magnetically shielded room lined with sensors and equipment. They were given a target, a specific question about a future event. According to the session logs that Harrington leaked, the operator described seeing multiple overlapping images, different versions of the same event playing out in slightly different ways. The descriptions were fragmentary, often symbolic rather than literal. But when compared against actual events that occurred later, the correlation was significantly above chance. The team was electrified. They ran more sessions, refined the protocols, adjusted the equipment, and the results became more consistent, more detailed, more troubling. Because they weren't just seeing the future, they were seeing multiple futures, and the implications of that were staggering. Ached 2, the team splits, 1999. The Looking Glass project has been running for 8 years. The team has conducted hundreds of viewing sessions. They've developed extensive protocols. They've recorded detailed data, and they've arrived at a terrifying conclusion. The device works, but nobody can agree on what it's actually doing. The team splits into 2 factions, and the division threatens to tear the entire project apart. The first faction believes the machine is genuinely perceiving multiple branching timelines, a real manifestation of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. In this view, every decision point creates a branching of reality into multiple parallel timelines, and the Looking Glass allows operators to perceive these branches before they fully separate. The future isn't fixed, it's a garden of forking paths, and different choices lead to genuinely different outcomes. The second faction has a darker interpretation. They believe the machine is only showing them the future we're being steered toward. In this view, there's only one actual timeline, one future that's going to happen, and the appearance of multiple possibilities is an illusion created by incomplete information. The machine, in their interpretation, is revealing the inevitable outcome of forces already in motion. Free will is an illusion. The future is already written. The debate becomes heated, philosophical, almost religious in its intensity. Because at stake isn't just the interpretation of experimental data. At stake is the fundamental nature of reality and human agency. The government nickname for the device, Looking Glass, takes on an ironic weight. Are they looking through the glass at real alternate futures? Or are they just looking at a mirror, seeing reflections of the present projected forward? This is when Hal Puthoff re-enters the story. Puthoff had moved on from the Stanford Research Institute and was working on advanced physics concepts, including zero-point energy, and the quantum vacuum. He maintained security clearances and consulted for various classified programs. In 1999, Puthoff visits the Nevada facility at the invitation of the project director. He spends 3 days reviewing their data, observing sessions, examining the equipment, and at the end of his visit he delivers a warning that will haunt the team. He tells them the problem isn't seeing the future, the problem is the observer effect. In quantum mechanics, the act of observation affects what's being observed. You can't measure a quantum system without changing it. And if the future exists as a quantum probability field, then the act of observing it might be collapsing those probabilities in specific ways. In other words, by looking at the future, they might be creating it. Puthoff warns them that they could be trapped in a causal loop. If they see a future event and then make decisions based on that observation, they might be causing the very future they observed. The machine might not be predicting inevitability, it might be creating it. The implications are paralyzing. If he's right, then the more they use the device, the more they're eliminating alternate possibilities and steering reality toward whatever outcomes they happen to observe. They're not passive viewers of time, they're active participants in shaping it, and they have no idea what they're actually creating. September 2001. The team continues operating despite the philosophical uncertainties. The intelligence value is too high to shut down. The Department of Defense wants answers. They want to know about future conflicts, terrorist threats, geopolitical shifts. The pressure to produce actionable intelligence is immense. In the summer of 2001, multiple viewing sessions begin producing similar images. The descriptions are fragmentary, symbolic, often contradictory in details. But several operators independently describe the same general elements. A major event in a large American city, fire, collapse, smoke, mass casualties, early September timeframe. The reports are forwarded up the chain of command, but they're also vague enough to be almost useless. Which city? What kind of event? Natural disaster? Terrorist attack? Industrial accident? The images don't provide enough specificity to take preventative action. And then September 11th happens. The immediate aftermath within the Looking Glass team is devastating. They saw something. Multiple operators perceived elements of the attack. But the information was too fragmentary, too symbolic, too unreliable to prevent it. Or was it? Some team members begin asking a more disturbing question. What if they didn't just fail to prevent the attack? What if the act of viewing the future event somehow made it more likely to occur? What if their observations collapsed the probability wave toward that specific outcome? This is when Harrington claims the team became genuinely afraid of their own work. They started questioning whether they were intelligence gatherers or unwitting architects of catastrophe. The philosophical debate that had seemed abstract before suddenly felt very real and very dangerous. But there's something else in Harrington's notes, something even more disturbing. He claims the Looking Glass sessions before September 11th showed something the team couldn't fully understand. They saw the event as unavoidable. No matter how they frame the question, no matter which operator ran the session, every viewing showed the attack occurring. Not multiple possibilities, one outcome, inevitable. This was new. Previous sessions had always shown branching possibilities, different potential outcomes based on different choices. But the September 11th sessions showed no branches, just one timeline, one future. It was as if reality itself had funneled down to a single point, and nothing could prevent what was coming. The question that haunted the team afterward was simple and terrible. Why? Why did that event have no alternate timelines? Why was it inevitable? And more importantly, were there other inevitable events in the future? Other points where all timelines converged into a single outcome? They were about to find out. Act 3. The Convergence. March 2003. The United States invades Iraq. The official justification involves weapons of mass destruction that will later prove not to exist. The intelligence community is under enormous pressure to support the administration's policy decisions. According to Harrington's leaked materials, The Pentagon accelerates looking glass viewing sessions during this period. They want to know about the occupation, about insurgency potential, about regional stability, about the long-term geopolitical consequences of the invasion. The team runs session after session. Different operators, different target questions, different methodological approaches, and something unprecedented begins happening. The machine starts returning the same output over and over, not similar outputs, the exact same imagery, the same symbolic elements, the same temporal markers. No matter how they frame the questions, no matter which operator is running the session, they keep seeing the same thing. Every future past 2012 converges into one outcome. The viewing session show branching possibilities for events in the near term, different potential outcomes for the occupation, different scenarios for regional conflict, different possibilities for American domestic politics. But past a certain temporal horizon, all the branches merge. Every possible timeline, every different set of choices, every alternate decision tree, they all lead to the same place. The team is baffled, terrified. They run diagnostic tests on the equipment. They suspect malfunction. They bring in outside engineers to examine the quantum computing components. Everything checks out. The system is functioning normally, which means the convergence is real. Harrington's journal entries from this period reflect growing panic within the team. He writes about heated arguments between the scientists. Some believe the convergence represents a limitation of the technology, that they're simply reaching the edge of what the device can perceive. Others believe it's real, that the future genuinely locks into a single timeline at some point. And if it's real, what does it mean? One physicist on the team proposes a theory. She suggests that the convergence might represent a critical event, a moment so significant, with such far-reaching consequences, that it eliminates all other possibilities. Like a boulder dropped into a stream, forcing all the water to flow around it in a specific way. But if that's true, what is the event? The viewing sessions can perceive the convergence point, but they can't see past it. It's like a wall in time, a horizon beyond which the machine cannot penetrate. Is it a catastrophic event? Nuclear war? Environmental collapse? Economic implosion? Or is it something else entirely? A technological singularity? First contact? A breakthrough that fundamentally changes the nature of human civilization? The team doesn't know, and the uncertainty is maddening. There's another possibility that Harrington mentions in his notes, one that the team finds even more disturbing. What if the convergence isn't about a specific event at all? What if it represents the point at which human free will effectively ends? The moment when the accumulated weight of all previous decisions, all previous choices, all previous actions becomes so great that only one outcome remains possible. If that's true, then the looking glass isn't showing them the future being controlled by some external force. It's showing them the future being controlled by us, by the inevitable consequences of our collective choices, by a trap we're building for ourselves without even realizing it. The shutdown, late 2003. The decision comes down from somewhere high in the chain of command. Project Looking Glass is being terminated. The equipment is to be dismantled. The data is to be archived under the highest classification levels. The personnel are to be reassigned and subjected to new non-disclosure agreements. The official explanation, according to Harrington, is that the program has failed to produce actionable intelligence. The viewing sessions are too unreliable, too symbolic, too subject to interpretation. The cost cannot be justified. But Harrington and others on the team believe the real reason is the convergence. The people making decisions at the highest levels are terrified by what the machine is showing. A future that cannot be changed, a timeline that cannot be avoided, an outcome that renders all their planning and manipulation meaningless. If the future is fixed, if everything converges to a single point regardless of what actions they take, then what's the point of intelligence gathering? What's the point of strategic planning? What's the point of anything? Several team members resign before they can be reassigned. A few speak quietly to their colleagues about going public. Most are too afraid of the consequences. The classification levels on the project are extreme. The penalties for disclosure could include decades in federal prison. Michael Harrington is one of the few who decides the public has a right to know. He begins secretly copying documents. He photographs the equipment before it's dismantled. He records conversations with other team members who share his concerns. And he starts preparing his insurance policy. The tape, the envelope, the journalist in Los Angeles. In March 2003, shortly after recording his confession, Harrington vanishes. His disappearance is convenient for some, tragic for others, and terrifying for the remaining team members who know what he was planning to do. But the envelope has already been mailed. The evidence is already in motion. And the story is about to enter a new phase. Act 4. The Journalist. Erin Malone is an investigative journalist at the Los Angeles Times. She's 34 years old, ambitious, respected by her colleagues for her meticulous research and unwillingness to run stories that aren't airtight. She's broken stories about police corruption, corporate fraud, environmental violations. She's good at her job. In early April 2004, a package arrives at her office. There's no return address. The postmark is from Nevada. Inside is a high-8 videotape, several dozen pages of handwritten notes, photographs of equipment she doesn't recognize, and what appear to be classified documents with heavy redactions. She watches the tape. Michael Harrington's confession. 22 minutes of the most extraordinary claims she's ever heard. And her first instinct, her journalistic instinct, is deep skepticism. This has to be a hoax. It has to be. Time-viewing machines, government conspiracies, converging timelines. It sounds like bad science fiction. But then she starts researching the verifiable elements. Michael Harrington is real. He was Army intelligence. His service record checks out. He did have high-level security clearances, and he's been missing since March 2003, exactly when he said something might happen to him. She researches Project Stargate. That's real too. Declassified in the mid-90s. The CIA really did spend 20 years researching psychic phenomena. The Stanford Research Institute really did conduct remote viewing experiments. Hal Puthoff is real. Edgar Mitchell is real. The names and programs Harrington mentions have actual historical anchors. This isn't coming from nowhere. Malone spends 6 months investigating. She tracks down former Stargate personnel. Most refuse to talk to her. A few confirm that there were temporal experiments, but claim they never produced reliable results. No one will confirm the Looking Glass device specifically. She files Freedom of Information Act requests. She gets back heavily redacted documents that neither confirm nor deny anything useful. She contacts the Department of Defense. They tell her they cannot comment on classified programs. She writes up her findings. She presents the story to her editor, and her editor kills it immediately. The reasoning is simple. She has a tape from a missing person making extraordinary claims. She has documents that could be forgeries. She has photographs of equipment that could be anything. She has no corroborating sources willing to go on the record. She has no way to verify the central claims. If they publish this and it turns out to be false, the paper's credibility is destroyed. If they publish this and it turns out to be true but unprovable, they'll be dismissed as conspiracy theorists. Either way, it's a losing proposition, Malone argues. She pushes back. She insists the story is important even if they can't verify everything, but the decision is final. 2 weeks later, she quits the Los Angeles Times. She cashes out her retirement account, and she decides to pursue this independently, because whatever the truth is, someone needs to find it. The pattern, 2004 through 2016. Erin Malone becomes obsessed. She tracks down every person who might have been connected to Project Looking Glass. She follows every lead, no matter how tenuous. She builds a timeline of events that might be connected. And slowly, a pattern begins to emerge. The Large Hadron Collider at CERN activates in 2008. The world's most powerful particle accelerator, capable of probing the fundamental structure of space-time. Malone finds references in physics journals to experiments involving quantum entanglement and retrocausality, the idea that quantum effects might propagate backward in time. The National Security Agency massively expands its surveillance capabilities under programs like Stellar Wind. Malone wonders if there's a connection. If you could see the future, wouldn't the next logical step be trying to control the present to steer toward specific outcomes? And wouldn't that require total information awareness, the ability to track and influence everyone? The 2008 financial crash. Malone interviews economists who describe the crisis as almost inevitable, the result of systemic forces that had been building for years. She wonders about convergence, about timelines narrowing, about outcomes that become unavoidable. The 2013 Snowden leaks reveal the extent of NSA surveillance. Malone sees the confirmation of what she suspected. The intelligence community has access to nearly everything: communications, financial transactions, travel patterns, social connections. If you wanted to manage the future, this is the infrastructure you'd need. The rise of predictive policing algorithms throughout the 2010s, software that claims to predict where crimes will occur before they happen. Malone sees echoes of Looking Glass. Not psychic prediction, but algorithmic prediction. A different method toward the same end. DARPA funding bursts in quantum computing between 2010 and 2013. Public programs receiving hundreds of millions in funding. Malone wonders what the classified budget looks like. What are they building that we don't know about? She finds 3 separate former contractors over the years. Each worked on different classified programs. None will confirm Project Looking Glass specifically, but each, independently, describes the same philosophy that seems to permeate certain black budget programs. The future isn't predicted anymore, it's managed. One of them, a retired engineer who worked at Sandia National Laboratories, tells her something chilling over drinks in a bar in Albuquerque. He says the intelligence community has moved beyond trying to see the future. They're trying to create it. Every surveillance program, every data collection initiative, every predictive algorithm, it's all part of a larger architecture designed to eliminate uncertainty. If you have enough data, if you have enough computing power, if you have enough control over information and communication, you can effectively collapse the future into a limited set of outcomes. You can engineer convergence. Maybe Project Looking Glass was shut down not because it failed, but because they found a better method. Not a machine that lets you see the future, but a system that lets you build it. Act 5. The Discovery. 2017. Something changes. Erin Malone has been pursuing this story for 13 years. She's spent her savings. She's lost relationships. She's developed a reputation among mainstream journalists as someone who went off the deep end chasing ghosts. But she's never stopped believing that Michael Harrington was telling the truth. Then, in late 2017, the CIA releases a massive tranche of declassified documents as part of the CREST database project. Millions of pages of previously classified material from the 50s through the early 2000s made available to researchers and the public. Malone spends weeks combing through the files. Most are mundane. Intelligence assessments, memos, reports. But buried among unrelated material, she finds something that makes her hands shake. A partially redacted reference to something called QGS, Quantum Guidance System, Nevada Test Range, dated 1998. The author is listed as a Department of Energy physicist, name redacted. The document is only 3 pages, most of it is blacked out, but what remains describes equipment specifications for a device that matches elements of what Harrington described: laser interferometry, quantum coherence fields, shielded chamber, trained operator interface. The program name is different, but the description is too close to be coincidental. This is the first piece of documentary evidence from an official government source that corroborates Harrington's claims. It's not proof of everything he said, but it's proof he didn't make the whole thing up. Malone tries to follow the trail, She files new FOIA requests referencing the QGS program specifically. She gets back nothing useful, just the same non-denial denials. But she knows now that she's onto something real. The machine turns back on 2019. The Pentagon launches the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. The public explanation is that it's designed to coordinate military artificial intelligence programs and accelerate adoption of AI technology across the Department of Defense. Malone's anonymous sources tell her something different. They say the AI center is being fed historical data from legacy programs, including, possibly, looking glass session logs. Think about it. If you have years of data from future viewing experiments, successful or not, you could train neural networks to look for patterns. You could use machine learning to refine predictive capabilities. You could merge psychic research with algorithmic analysis and create something entirely new. 2020. The United States Space Force is officially established. Among its responsibilities is something called space domain awareness. The public explanation involves tracking satellites and space debris. But Malone finds references in military journals to quantum sensing technologies, advanced detection systems, possible applications for temporal anomaly detection. She starts receiving encrypted messages from a new source, someone who claims to have current knowledge of classified programs. The source is careful, paranoid, probably breaking multiple laws by communicating with her. They tell her the device was reactivated. Not the original looking glass hardware, but a next-generation system incorporating quantum computing advances from the past 2 decades. It's housed in a new facility, location unknown, probably underground. But the new system isn't showing branching futures anymore. According to the source, every session returns the same result. One timeline, one outcome, and nothing past a certain point. The convergence that terrified the original team hasn't changed. If anything, it's clearer now, more defined, closer. Whatever the convergence point is, we're approaching it, and there's nothing anyone can do to change it. Act 6. The Final Revelation, 2021. Erin Malone has been chasing this story for 17 years. She's followed every lead. She's accumulated boxes of documentation. She's interviewed dozens of people. And she's exhausted. She's also running out of money. The independent journalism outlets that might have supported her work in the past are struggling themselves. The information ecosystem is fragmented, polluted with misinformation, hostile to complex investigative work that can't be summarized in a headline. She decides to make one more attempt. She's going to find someone from the original Looking Glass team willing to talk on the record, regardless of the consequences. It takes her 6 months, but she finally locates Charles Dunning, retired engineer from Sandia National Laboratories, 78 years old, living in a modest house in Tucson, Arizona. He worked on the quantum computing components of the original Looking Glass device in the early 90s. He agrees to meet with her, not because he's not afraid anymore, but because he's dying. Pancreatic cancer. 6 months, maybe less. The government can't do anything to him that the disease won't do first. They sit in his backyard. The desert stretches out behind his property. The sun is setting. Malone has a recorder running. And Dunning tells her everything. Yes, the machine was real. Yes, it worked, at least in the sense that it produced results significantly above chance correlation. Yes, the convergence was real. Every timeline narrowed past 2012 to a single outcome. But here's what the team eventually realized, what they could never prove but came to believe through years of observation and analysis. The device didn't show the actual future. It showed what the collective human unconscious expected the future to be, Dunning explains. Quantum mechanics tells us that observation collapses possibility into reality. But what if collective human consciousness, billions of minds all expecting certain outcomes, functioned as a kind of ongoing observation? What if our expectations, our fears, our assumptions about the future were actually constraining what futures were possible? The Looking Glass didn't break the laws of physics. It tapped into something real, a field of consciousness-influenced probability that exists at the quantum level. But what it showed wasn't destiny. It was collective expectation. And as global fear increased, as division deepened, as people became more and more certain that catastrophe was inevitable, the branching possibilities collapsed. Not because the future was predetermined by some external force, but because humanity had mentally locked itself into expecting only one outcome. The device mirrored humanity's mindset. When we believed in multiple possible futures, it showed us multiple possible futures. When we stopped believing in alternatives, when we became convinced that only one dark future awaited us, that's all the machine could show. Dunning looks at Malone with tears in his eyes. We didn't break time. We broke our ability to imagine alternatives. The convergence point isn't an event. It's a mindset. It's the moment when enough of humanity stops believing that change is possible, that different choices lead to different outcomes, that the future is something we create rather than something that happens to us. And once you reach that point, once collective will collapses into collective resignation, the future does become fixed. Not because of physics, because of psychology. He tells her the team tried to warn people. That's why some of them resigned, why some of them spoke to journalists off the record, why Michael Harrington made his tape. They realised they weren't looking at an inevitable future. They were looking at what we were creating through our own expectations. But nobody listened. The warning was too subtle, too philosophical, too easy to dismiss. Malone asks him what she should do with this information. How does she tell people that they have more power than they realise, that the future isn't fixed, that consciousness matters? Dunning shrugs. You tell them the truth, and you hope it reaches someone who can still hear it. The Real Looking Glass was Us 2021. Erin Malone publishes her findings through an independent media outlet. It's a comprehensive article, 17 years of research distilled into a long-form piece that lays out everything she's learned. She includes Harrington's tape, she includes her interviews, she includes the documentation she's gathered. The article is released on a Tuesday morning. Within hours it's flooded with bot comments, conspiracy theorist garbage, schizophrenic rambling, fake news, the usual dismissals. The algorithms don't promote it. The social media platforms don't amplify it. It exists in the information ecosystem for a few days and then effectively disappears, buried under the constant flow of new content. A few thousand people read it. A few dozen take it seriously. Most dismiss it as exactly what the mainstream journalists predicted years ago. Unprovable conspiracy theory. Waste of time. Malone uploads Michael Harrington's full confession tape to multiple platforms. Some take it down for violating terms of service. Others leave it up but demonetize it, ensure it doesn't appear in recommendations, bury it in search results. The tape exists. The article exists. The evidence exists. But it might as well not exist for all the impact it has. 6 months later, Charles Dunning passes away. His obituary in the local paper mentions his work at Sandia, but says nothing about classified programs or consciousness research. Erin Malone continues her work, but she's increasingly aware that the battle isn't just about uncovering truth. It's about whether truth even matters in an information environment designed to bury anything that doesn't fit pre-existing narratives. The last scene of our story returns to Michael Harrington's tape. The final moments that Malone didn't include in her initial reporting, because she thought they were too cryptic, too philosophical, too likely to undermine the credibility of everything else. Harrington sits in that motel room, the camera still recording. He's finished explaining the technical details. He's finished describing the convergence. He's finished warning about what's coming. And then he leans close to the camera and whispers, "Every civilization comes to a moment when it faces itself, when it has to decide what kind of future it wants to create. And the choice isn't made through grand declarations or official policies. It's made through a million small decisions, through what we expect, what we accept, what we're willing to imagine. When our civilization faced that moment, when we stood before the looking glass and saw what we were creating through our own fears and resignation, we made a choice. We turned the mirror off. We decided not to look, not to question, not to imagine anything different. And maybe that's the real conspiracy. Not a government program to control the future, but a collective choice to stop believing we have the power to shape it. The tape ends, the screen goes black, and somewhere in the Nevada desert, in a facility that might not exist, a machine that might still be running shows the same thing it's shown for years. One timeline, one outcome, one future we're all creating together, whether we realise it or not. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this journey into one of America's most disturbing conspiracy theories, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unexplained. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for sleep in Australia, commuting to work in London, or relaxing at home somewhere in between. Now, let's descend into a story that challenges everything we think we know about time, memory, and government secrets. There's a place on Long Island where the grass grows differently, where compasses spin without reason, where locals refuse to walk after dark. It's not marked on most maps anymore. The government says it's just an old park. But the man sitting across from me in a Brooklyn coffee shop knows better. His hands shake as he slides a notebook across the table. The pages smell like mildew and something else. Something chemical. Something wrong. Time doesn't work the same there, he whispers. It never did, and they never really shut it down. His name is Nicholas Barrett, though he admits that might not be his real name anymore. He can't be certain. When you've had your memories erased and rewritten multiple times, identity becomes fluid. What he does know is that he was part of something called the Montauk Project, a covert military program that officially never existed, a program that experimented with human consciousness, perception, and according to Nicholas, the fabric of time itself. The notebook contains coordinates, radiation readings, lists of names spanning more than a decade, boys who disappeared, scientists who died under mysterious circumstances, military personnel who checked themselves into psychiatric facilities and never spoke again. The last page reads, "The chair remembers, the station was never shut down. Time doesn't forget us. My name is Aaron Blake, I'm a freelance journalist, and this is the story of how I discovered that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed." Act 1. The Real History Camp. Hero sits on the easternmost tip of Long Island, jutting into the Atlantic like an accusatory finger. During World War II, it served as a coastal defence station, one of many built to protect against potential Nazi invasion. Massive concrete bunkers still dot the landscape, half buried in sand and scrub grass. Artillery positions that once bristled with guns now serve as perches for seagulls. But Camp Hero's real transformation came in the late 1950s when the military installed something that would define its silhouette for decades, a massive Sage radar tower. Standing nearly 80 feet tall, this AN/FPS-7 radar was part of the semi-automatic ground environment system, designed to detect Soviet bombers during the height of the Cold War. The tower was a marvel of its time, capable of tracking aircraft hundreds of miles out over the Atlantic. According to official records, Camp Hero was decommissioned in 1981, budget cuts, end of an era. The property eventually became part of Camp Hero State Park, open to hikers and history enthusiasts. The radar tower still stands, now a rusting monument to Cold War paranoia. But here's where the official story starts to crack. Throughout the 1990s, dozens of former employees came forward with a different narrative. In interviews, depositions, and self-published accounts, they insisted that Camp Hero never truly closed. That beneath the surface operations, something else continued. Something classified. Something that had nothing to do with detecting Soviet aircraft. I started my investigation the way any good journalist does, with public records. Camp Hero's history is surprisingly well documented up to a point. Construction permits, personnel rosters, equipment manifests, everything you'd expect from a military installation. Then, around 1971, the documentation becomes spotty, redacted. In some cases, entire years are missing from the archives. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests. Most came back with heavily censored documents or outright denials. No records exist. Information classified for national security purposes. Request denied per exemption. The first 3 months of research yielded almost nothing. I spent hours in the National Archives, scrolling through microfilm until my eyes burned. I contacted former military personnel through veterans organisations. Most refused to talk. Those who did speak offered only vague recollections, carefully worded to avoid anything that might be classified. I interviewed a former radar technician who'd worked at Camp Hero from 1977 to 1980. His name was Michael Torres, retired to Florida, living in a modest house near Tampa. He agreed to meet me at a local diner, but the moment I mentioned the Montauk Project specifically, his demeanour changed. "I don't know anything about that," he said, suddenly interested in his coffee. "But you were stationed there during the exact years the project supposedly operated." "I worked on radar systems, standard operations, nothing unusual." "Did you ever go underground? Into the tunnel system beneath the base?" He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "We weren't allowed in certain sections. That wasn't unusual for a military facility. Compartmentalization, need-to-know basis. I assumed it was just classified communications equipment or something." "But you wondered?" Another pause. "There were rumours. Techs who went down to the lower levels for maintenance would come back acting strange, disoriented. One guy claimed he lost 6 hours down there, though his watch showed only 30 minutes had passed. Nobody took him seriously, but there were enough odd stories that most of us preferred to stay topside." Torres wouldn't say more. After we parted ways, I tried to follow up with him by phone. His number was disconnected. I reached out to his daughter through social media. She told me her father had suffered a stroke 2 days after our meeting and was no longer able to communicate effectively. The timing felt wrong, but I had no evidence of anything beyond tragic coincidence. But one document did come through, and it changed everything. It was an employment record from Brookhaven National Laboratory, dated 1973. Brookhaven is a real facility on Long Island, established in 1947 for nuclear research. It's conducted legitimate scientific work for decades, but it's also been connected to classified government projects, weapons research, and according to some researchers, experiments that push the boundaries of physics and human consciousness. The employment record listed a contractor, Preston B. Nichols. Preston Nichols is a real person. In 1992, he published a book called The Montauk Project: Experiments in Time. In it, he claimed to be a recovered memory victim of a covert program run at Camp Hero throughout the 1970s and early 80s. According to Nichols, the project focused on mind control, psychic enhancement, and temporal manipulation. He described a device called the Montauk Chair, designed to amplify human consciousness and, allegedly, create tangible manifestations of thought. Most dismiss Nichols as a conspiracy theorist, a fantasist spinning tales for profit. But here was documented proof that a Preston B. Nichols had indeed been contracted at Brookhaven during the exact time frame he described. It didn't prove his claims, but it established that he wasn't simply inventing his entire history. I needed to know more about what Brookhaven was actually doing during those years. I spent 2 weeks at the Brookhaven archives, going through every document available from the 1970s. Most were technical papers on nuclear physics, particle acceleration, material science, legitimate research, nothing suspicious. But I noticed patterns in what was missing. Certain project numbers had no corresponding documentation, budget line items listed as special projects research with no further detail, personnel rosters that showed scientists assigned to departments that, according to other records, didn't exist. Through a contact at a university library, I obtained archived scientific papers from Brookhaven researchers in the 1970s. Most were dry, technical documents about particle physics and material science. But one paper, published in 1974 and quickly retracted, discussed experimental work on electromagnetic field effects on human cognition and perception. The lead researcher's name had been redacted, but the methodology was startling. The experiments involved placing subjects in isolation chambers while exposing them to specific electromagnetic frequencies. The goal was to determine if EM fields could influence memory formation, enhance pattern recognition, or alter temporal perception. Temporal perception. The ability to accurately judge the passage of time. The paper was only 12 pages long, but it described a series of experiments that today would never pass any ethics review. Subjects were exposed to electromagnetic fields at various frequencies for extended periods. Some reported feeling time slow down or speed up. Others experienced vivid hallucinations. A few claimed to see events that hadn't happened yet, though the paper dismissed these as confabulation consistent with sensory deprivation effects. Most disturbing was a section describing enhanced subjects who showed unusual sensitivity to the EM fields. These individuals reportedly experienced dramatic alterations in consciousness, including what the paper termed reality displacement phenomena. The description was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these subjects were perceiving or experiencing something beyond standard hallucination. The paper concluded that certain frequencies did produce measurable effects, though the results were inconsistent and require further investigation. It also noted that coordination with Department of Defense facilities may provide enhanced testing environments. I found a footnote referencing Eastern Defense Station. Eastern Defense Station was the original designation for Camp Hero. I tried to find the retracted paper's author. The university archives claimed not to have that information. I contacted Brookhaven directly. They told me the research had been discontinued and all related materials were archived under classified protocols. When I pushed, citing Freedom of Information Act provisions, they referred me to the Department of Energy, which referred me to the Department of Defense, which told me the information was exempt from FOIA due to national security concerns. A paper on electromagnetic effects on human perception, published briefly in 1974, was still classified 50 years later. That alone told me I was onto something real. I reached out to other researchers who'd been at Brookhaven during that era. Most didn't respond. 2 agreed to speak with me off the record. Both confirmed that there had been classified programs running alongside the public research. Programs they weren't briefed on but knew existed because of the personnel movements, the restricted areas, the funding that didn't appear in public budgets. One researcher, an elderly physicist named Thomas Chen, told me something that stuck with me. In the 70s, we were terrified of falling behind the Soviets, not just in weapons, but in everything. There were persistent rumours that Soviet researchers had made breakthroughs in psychic phenomena, that they had remote viewers who could spy on our facilities, that they were developing mind control techniques. We couldn't let them have an advantage, so we pursued everything, no matter how fringe it seemed. Some programs were legitimate science pushed to extremes. Others were pure desperation dressed up as research. Was Camp Hero one of those programs? I asked. Chen looked at me with tired eyes. I never worked at Camp Hero. I don't know what they did there, but I knew people who did, and I know that some of them came back changed. Not physically, but changed. Like they'd seen something that broke something inside them. He wouldn't elaborate further. As I was leaving, he said one more thing. Be careful which doors you open. Some of us spent our careers trying to close doors that other people opened. Not all of them stayed closed. Act 2. The first clues beneath Camp Hero. Camp Hero State Park is open to the public, but large sections remain fenced off. Structural hazard signs warn visitors away from certain areas. The old radar tower is off limits, surrounded by chain link and barbed wire. Official explanation: the structure is unstable, a liability. But here's an interesting fact that anyone can verify. That supposedly abandoned radar tower still draws electrical power. I obtained utility records through a public records request. According to Con Edison, the electrical infrastructure serving Camp Hero has never been fully disconnected. In fact, monitoring equipment records small but consistent power draws from the facility. Nothing massive, but enough to run lighting, ventilation and electronic equipment. When I asked a Con Edison representative about this, they told me the power was for maintenance and safety systems. When I pressed for specifics, they referred me to a federal agency. That agency referred me to another agency. That agency told me the information was classified. Why would an abandoned state park require classified electrical systems? Through FOIA requests that took nearly 8 months to process, I eventually received heavily redacted documents from DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. These documents confirmed what the utility records suggested. Monitoring equipment has been recording unexplained electrical activity at Camp Hero as recently as 1998, years after the supposed decommissioning. The activity wasn't random. According to the logs, energy spikes occurred every few weeks, lasting between 3 and 7 minutes. The pattern was too regular to be equipment malfunction or environmental interference. Something down there was turning on, running a cycle, and shutting down again. I created a timeline of the power spikes. They occurred almost exactly every 19 days. Sometimes the interval was 18 days, sometimes 20, but the pattern was clear. Whatever was running below ground operated on a schedule. I cross-referenced the power spike dates with other data I'd collected. Weather reports, geological surveys, local police reports, and I found something interesting. On several of the dates corresponding to power spikes, local residents had reported unusual phenomena. Compass anomalies, electronic equipment malfunctions. In one case, a massive flight of birds veering suddenly away from the area, as if fleeing something. But the most disturbing discovery came when I started looking into the missing children. Nicholas's notebook contained a list of names, most with dates from the mid-1970s. At first, I assumed they were participants in the alleged project, perhaps military personnel or civilian contractors. Then I noticed the ages listed next to some names: 12, 14, 13, 11. 2 names had been circled in red ink: John Reyes and Mark Atwood. John Reyes disappeared from his home in East Hampton on a July evening in 1975. He was 13 years old. He told his parents he was going to ride his bike to a friend's house just a few blocks away. He never arrived. Despite extensive searches and a police investigation that lasted months, no trace of John was ever found. The case remains unsolved. I tracked down John's mother, Maria Reyes, still living in the same house where she'd raised her son. She was in her 70s now, health failing, but she agreed to speak with me. We sat in her living room, photographs of John covering every surface, a shrine to a boy who'd never come home. He was special, she told me, her voice still carrying the weight of decades-old grief. Not just to me, because every mother thinks their child is special. But John was different. He had dreams that came true. He knew things he shouldn't know. When he was 8, he told me my sister was going to call with bad news. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. My sister's husband had been in a car accident. Did anyone ever show interest in John's abilities? I asked carefully. Maria nodded slowly. A few months before he disappeared, a man came to the house, said he was from a special school for gifted children. He asked if John had any unusual talents, asked if we'd consider enrolling him in a summer program. I said no. I didn't trust him. Something about the way he looked at John, like he was evaluating merchandise. Did you tell the police about this man when John disappeared? I tried. They said there was no record of any special school programs in the area. They thought I was misremembering, grief making me confused. But I wasn't confused. That man was real. And I've always wondered if John didn't go to his friend's house that night. If maybe he went looking for that man instead. She showed me John's room, preserved exactly as it had been in 1975. Posters on the walls, books on shelves, a diary in a desk drawer. Maria let me read it. The entries from the last month before John's disappearance were disturbing. He wrote about dreams of a white room, a chair with wires, men in lab coats asking him questions. In one entry, dated a week before he vanished, he wrote, The dreams feel more real than being awake, like I'm remembering something that already happened, or maybe something that's happening right now, somewhere else. I want to find the White Room. I want to understand. Mark Atwood vanished 2 years later in 1977, 14 years old, last seen leaving a summer camp in Montauk. Unlike John's case, Mark's disappearance was stranger. Witnesses reported seeing him walking toward the old Camp Hero facility. When camp counsellors went looking for him, they found his bicycle leaning against the perimeter fence. Mark was gone. I found Mark's sister, Jennifer, living in Boston. She was reluctant to talk at first, but when I mentioned that I was investigating Camp Hero and the possibility of a connection to her brother's disappearance, she agreed to meet. Mark changed in the weeks before he disappeared, Jennifer told me. He'd always been a normal kid, played sports, had friends, did okay in school, but that summer he became obsessed with dreams. He'd wake up screaming. My parents took him to a therapist, but Mark wouldn't talk about what he was seeing. Did he ever describe the dreams? I asked. Jennifer pulled out a box she'd kept for decades. Mark's belongings, things their parents had saved. Inside was a notebook, similar to the one Nicholas had given me. Mark's handwriting filled the pages, describing dreams in vivid detail. The dreams were consistent. A large room filled with equipment, a chair that hummed with energy, other children sitting in darkness waiting their turn, and something else. A presence. Mark called it the thing that watches from the corners. He drew pictures of it, crude sketches that showed a shape that didn't quite make sense geometrically. Too many angles, surfaces that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. The camp counsellors said Mark had been acting strange the last few days, Jennifer continued, walking in his sleep, standing at the edge of the property staring toward Camp Hero. One counsellor said she caught him trying to sneak out in the middle of the night. When she asked where he was going, Mark said he had to go back, that they were calling him, that he was supposed to be there. Did the police investigate Camp Hero? They asked if anyone there had seen Mark. Official answer was no, but the investigation was shut down quickly. My parents tried to push, tried to get them to search the base, but they were told it was federal property and outside local jurisdiction. Federal investigators supposedly looked into it, but we never heard anything. Eventually, we were told Mark was most likely a runaway, and he'd probably come home when he was ready. He never did. Police reports from both cases are public record. I read through them multiple times, looking for connections. Both boys disappeared during summer months. Both were last seen in areas within a few miles of Camp Hero. Both cases featured witness statements describing the boys as seeming distracted, or not acting like themselves, in the days before they vanished. Most disturbingly, in Mark Atwood's case, a camp counsellor reported that Mark had been talking about weird dreams the week before his disappearance. Dreams about a white room, a metal chair, and voices asking him questions. I found 3 more cases. Boys who disappeared in the Montauk area between 1971 and 1983, all between the ages of 10 and 15. All described by families as having unusual abilities or sensitivities. All vanished without a trace. Next to the circled names in Nicholas's notebook was a handwritten note. Test subject, psychic resonance age range. I needed to talk to someone who had actually worked at Camp Hero during those years. Someone credible. Someone who couldn't be easily dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. Through connections in the military research community, I managed to arrange an interview with a retired officer who served at the base in the early 1970s. Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander, a real figure known for his work researching paranormal topics for military applications. Alexander had a distinguished career and published work on non-lethal weapons, consciousness studies, and what he termed warrior science. We met at a restaurant in Virginia. Alexander was in his 70s but still sharp, still careful with his words. He knew why I wanted to talk to him, and he'd agreed to the meeting with one condition: no recording devices. I asked him directly about the Montauk project. He was quiet for a long moment, then said, "Camp Hero ran tests outside normal channels during the period you're asking about. Some were behavioural, some involved perception studies, some..." He paused. Some weren't easily categorized. Were children involved? I asked. Another long pause. There were programs throughout the Cold War that pushed ethical boundaries. We were terrified of Soviet capabilities, real or imagined. That fear led to decisions that, in retrospect, were questionable. That's not an answer. It's the answer you'll get from anyone who was actually there, he said. The people who know won't talk. The people who talk don't know, and the files that might tell the truth are buried so deep they might as well not exist. Then he leaned forward, his voice dropping. But I'll tell you this. There were programs designed to identify and recruit individuals with unusual cognitive abilities. Children in particular, because their neural plasticity made them ideal subjects for enhancement protocols. Official programs like the remote viewing research were the tip of the iceberg. Below that, there were darker programs. Programs that didn't care about consent or safety. Programs that were willing to sacrifice a few children if it meant gaining an advantage over the Soviets. Was Camp Hero one of those programs? Alexander was silent for a long time. Finally, I visited Camp Hero twice during the relevant period. Official visits, coordinating research between facilities. The surface operations were exactly what they appeared to be. Radar monitoring, communications, standard Cold War defence installations, but there were sections I wasn't clear to access, underground facilities that officially didn't exist. I saw children being escorted into those facilities. I asked about them. I was told they were part of a gifted education program partnered with local schools. But you didn't believe that. I knew what our programs looked like. I knew the language, the protocols. What I saw at Camp Hero wasn't education, it was experimentation. And the children... He stopped, seeming to struggle with the memory. They had this look, empty, like something had been taken from them. But then he said something that sent a chill through me. If you're serious about investigating this, you should know that certain questions have consequences. There are people who have devoted careers to making sure specific doors stay closed. If you start picking those locks, don't be surprised when someone comes to see what you're doing. Is that a threat? It's a warning. From someone who's seen what happens to people who push too hard into classified operations. Some lose their careers, some lose their credibility, some just disappear. Not dramatically, not in ways that raise suspicion. They have accidents, health problems, or they simply stop pursuing their investigations and no one quite knows why. Did that happen to people looking into Montauk? Alexander stood to leave. It's happened to people looking into everything the government wants to keep hidden. Montauk is just one door among many, but it might be one of the most important. Because if what you're investigating is real, if the project actually achieved what people claim, then time itself might be compromised, and that's not something any government can afford to admit. Act 3. The project itself. To understand the Montauk project, you have to understand the scientific and political context of the Cold War. By the 1970s, both the United States and Soviet Union had moved beyond conventional weapons research into stranger territories. Psychic espionage, remote viewing, mind control, consciousness manipulation. These weren't fringe ideas pursued by cranks in basements. They were serious programs with serious funding. The CIA's MK-Ultra program is well documented. From 1953 to 1973, the agency conducted experiments on unwitting subjects, testing LSD, sensory deprivation, hypnosis, and other techniques meant to produce mind control capabilities. The program was real. The documents are declassified. The horror is undeniable. What's less known is that MK-Ultra had sister programs, sub-projects that branched into different areas of research. One was the Stargate project, which investigated psychic phenomena and remote viewing. The US government spent 20 years and millions of dollars trying to determine if humans could develop reliable extrasensory perception. The results were mixed. Some remote viewers showed abilities that defied conventional explanation. Most didn't. But the research continued, classified and compartmentalized, with different agencies pursuing different angles. According to Nicholas, the Montauk project was one of those angles, and it went further than anyone publicly admits. Over the course of several meetings, Nicholas gradually revealed more details. Each session was difficult for him. He would start strong, memories flowing, but within an hour he'd begin to deteriorate. Words would come slower, his hands would shake more violently. Sometimes he'd stop mid-sentence and stare into space, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. We weren't reading minds, Nicholas told me during one of our earlier meetings. His hands shook as he spoke, the way they always did when discussing the project. We were creating realities, or at least that's what they wanted us to do. The centrepiece of the project was allegedly a device called the Montauk chair. Nicholas described it in detail. A modified dental chair with cranial attachments, electromagnetic coils, and sensory deprivation elements. Subjects would sit in the chair while technicians adjusted frequencies, monitoring brain activity and physiological responses. The chair was built around technology from the Philadelphia experiment, Nicholas claimed. Or at least that's what they told us. Electromagnetic equipment that had been confiscated from that operation and kept in storage for decades. They retrofitted it, modernized it, connected it to the most powerful radar system on the East Coast. The Philadelphia experiment is itself a conspiracy theory. The claim that in 1943 the Navy made a destroyer escort briefly invisible during a secret test. Most historians dismiss it as fantasy. But Nicholas insisted the technology was real and had been repurposed for Montauk. The radar tower wasn't just detecting aircraft, he said. It was generating massive electromagnetic fields that could be focused and directed. The chair was the targeting mechanism, a human brain, enhanced and amplified, used to shape and direct those fields. The official goal, Nicholas claimed, was to enhance psychic abilities, to find individuals who could project thoughts, influence others at a distance, or perceive events beyond normal sensory range. They tested hundreds of kids. Most couldn't do anything significant. The fields would disorient them, maybe cause hallucinations, but nothing useful. Some got sick, a few had seizures. But those of us who could do it, who could actually interface with the chair... He trailed off, lost in memory. What happened when you interfaced with it? I pressed. The first few times, it was overwhelming. Like every thought I'd ever had was being pulled out of my head and projected into the room. I could see my thoughts taking shape in the air, transparent at first, like smoke, then more solid. The technicians were excited. They pushed harder, cranked up the power. And then I started creating things that weren't from my thoughts, or at least not from my conscious thoughts. Things from dreams, from nightmares, from somewhere else. The chair was a doorway, and it opened in both directions. I could push things through, but things could also come back. Nicholas described experiments that grew progressively more ambitious and dangerous. Initially, they had him create simple objects, geometric shapes, colours, basic forms. He could manifest them for seconds before they dissolved. But as his abilities developed, as they learned to tune the equipment more precisely, he could create more complex things. Animals, he said. They had me create animals. I'd think of a cat and a cat would appear. Not solid, not entirely real, but solid enough to touch. It would move around the room, behave like a cat, then fade after a few minutes. They were ecstatic. Where were these manifestations coming from? That's what they wanted to know. They theorized I was pulling energy from the quantum field, giving it shape through consciousness, or maybe accessing parallel dimensions, or creating temporary rifts in space-time. They didn't know. All they knew was that it worked. But as the experiments continued, things started going wrong. There were other kids in the program, 6 that I knew of, though I think there were more. We'd see each other in the hallways, in the waiting areas. We weren't supposed to talk to each other, but we did when the guards weren't watching. One boy, Tommy, he could see the future. Not clearly, not reliably, but he'd get flashes. Another girl, she could move things with her mind. Small things, but real telekinesis. What happened to them? Nicholas's face went pale. Tommy started seeing the same future over and over. The white room filled with something dark, something massive. He said it was coming, that we were opening a door we couldn't close. He got more and more agitated, started refusing to participate in experiments. They sedated him, forced him into the chair anyway. He had a seizure during the test. Died right there in the chair. They killed him. They killed several of us. Not intentionally, or at least that's what they claimed. Just casualties of important research. The program was more important than the individual lives. That's what the lead scientist told us. We were serving our country. Nicholas described a lead scientist he knew only as Brennan, a physicist who'd transferred from Brookhaven. Brennan was the one who designed the chair, who understood the theoretical framework behind what they were attempting. Brennan believed consciousness was fundamental to reality, Nicholas said. That observation doesn't just measure reality, it creates it. The chair was designed to amplify that effect, to let a single consciousness shape reality on a larger scale. He thought if we could perfect the technique, we could manifest anything. Weapons, resources, eventually even manipulate time itself. Time manipulation? That was the end game. They believed that if consciousness could shape space, it could also shape time. They started running experiments where they'd have me try to project thoughts into the past or future. I don't know if it worked, but I started having memories of things that hadn't happened yet, or memories of things that happened differently than I remembered originally. It was like reality was becoming fluid. How did you escape? Nicholas went very quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. I didn't escape. That's the thing you need to understand. I'm still there. Part of me never left that chair. I'm experiencing multiple timelines simultaneously. In one timeline, I'm sitting here talking to you. In another, I'm still 13 years old, strapped into that chair, creating horrors. The timelines overlap, that's what they did. They broke time, and some of us got caught in the break. I didn't know how to respond to that. It sounded like severe disassociation, trauma manifesting as delusional belief. But the way he said it, the absolute conviction in his voice, made me wonder. Asta 4. The breakthrough. Nicholas had given me coordinates, specific GPS numbers that supposedly marked an entrance to the underground complex, one that wasn't commonly known or monitored. I won't publish those coordinates here, both for legal reasons and because what I found suggests they lead somewhere that should stay closed. I drove out to Montauk on a grey October morning. The park was nearly empty, just a few dedicated hikers and photographers capturing the autumn light. I parked near the old artillery positions and began walking, GPS unit in hand, trying to look like a tourist wandering the trails. The coordinates led me away from the main paths, into an area thick with scrub oak and briars. I pushed through, jacket snagging on branches, compass spinning wildly in my hand. The needle wouldn't settle, rotating through all points as if magnetic north had ceased to exist. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS. The app showed my position, but the map tiles wouldn't load. Signal was strong, but something was interfering. The screen flickered, showing my location jumping between different points, sometimes showing me miles away, then snapping back to my actual position. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with something I couldn't name. My skin prickled with static. The hair on my arms stood up. I heard a low-frequency hum, felt more than heard, vibrating through the ground. Then I reached a clearing. There was a concrete pad, roughly 10 feet, square, covered with graffiti and weathering. It looked like an old foundation or loading area, but at one corner, partially hidden by overgrown vegetation, was something that didn't fit. A steel door set flush into the concrete. The door was painted the same weathered grey as the surrounding concrete, meant to blend in. It was secured with a heavy padlock, but what caught my attention was the lock itself. It wasn't a standard commercial lock. It had a serial number stamped into the housing that matched federal issue specifications. I'd done enough research on military equipment to recognise the model. These locks were used on secure facilities, designed to be resistant to picking, cutting and tampering. They had to be opened with specific keys that contained electronic chips. You couldn't just cut them off with bolt cutters. Why would an abandoned state park have federal-grade locks on underground doors? I'd brought a Geiger counter with me, the kind you can order online for a few $100s, not military-grade but sensitive enough to detect elevated radiation. When I held it near the door, the reading spiked immediately. Not dangerously high, but well above background levels. consistent with old equipment that used radioactive components, or with materials that had been exposed to radiation. I pressed my ear to the door. At first I heard nothing. The forest around me was quiet, unnaturally so. No birds, no insects, just silence and that low-frequency hum. Then, faint but distinct, a sound came from below. Mechanical, rhythmic, like generators running deep underground. A steady throb that seemed to sync with my heartbeat for a moment before diverging again. I tried the lock with tools I'd brought, but it was beyond my skill to open. I would need to come back with better equipment or find another way in. But just finding the door exactly where Nicholas said it would be, with evidence of active systems below ground, was enough to confirm that his information had substance. As I was preparing to leave, I heard something else, a sound that didn't fit the environment. A low-frequency pulse, barely audible, felt more than heard. It came from beneath my feet, a rhythmic throb that seemed to sync with my heartbeat for a moment before fading away. I checked the Geiger counter again. The readings were fluctuating now, rising and falling in time with the pulses. The pattern was regular, a spike every few seconds, perfectly timed, as if something below was cycling through operations. I took photographs, careful to document everything. The door, the lock, the concrete pad, the surrounding area. I made notes on my phone, recorded video, captured GPS coordinates. Evidence. Proof that this place existed. Something was running down there. Something was active. I stood there for nearly an hour listening to the pulses, feeling them through the ground. At one point my nose started bleeding. Just a trickle. Nothing serious. But it startled me. I wiped it away and noticed my hands were shaking. The sun was setting. I needed to leave before dark, before park rangers came around to close the gates. But I felt compelled to stay, as if something was pulling me toward that door, calling me to find a way inside. I forced myself to walk away. But that night, lying in a motel room in Montauk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed a threshold. That by finding that door, by confirming Nicholas's information, I'd moved from investigating a story to being part of it. Over the next few weeks I went back 3 more times. Each visit I learned more. I discovered that the door wasn't the only entrance. Using Nicholas's diagrams I found 2 more access points, both similarly secured, both showing signs of regular maintenance despite the facility being supposedly abandoned. On my 3rd visit I nearly got caught. I was examining one of the doors when I heard vehicles approaching. Military vehicles. I hid in the brush and watched as a group of men in unmarked uniforms emerged. They unlocked one of the doors and descended into the facility carrying equipment cases. They were down there for nearly 2 hours. When they emerged, they locked the door, did a sweep of the area with handheld devices that looked like radiation detectors or EM field monitors, then drove away. The facility wasn't abandoned. It was still in use. Whatever the Montauk project had been, whatever it had become, it was still operational. I documented everything. Photographed the vehicles before they left, noted the times, tried to get license plate numbers, but the plates were government issue with numbers that didn't show up in any public database I could access. I also started experiencing strange effects. My equipment would malfunction near the site. Cameras would show strange artifacts in photos, geometric patterns that weren't visible to the naked eye. Audio recorders would pick up voices speaking in frequencies outside normal human range, which when played back slowly sounded almost like words, though in no language I recognised. And I started having dreams of being underground, walking through white-tiled corridors, hearing children crying behind locked doors, standing in a large chamber with a chair in the centre surrounded by equipment that hummed with power. In the dreams I would sit in the chair, feel the helmet lowered onto my head, feel the electromagnetic fields activate, and then I would see things, shapes forming in the air, creatures from nightmares, and one presence, always watching from the corners, that was vast and dark and somehow hungry. I would wake up with nosebleeds, headaches, a sense of disorientation that would last for hours. I tried to tell myself it was stress, the psychological weight of the investigation, but deep down I knew it was something else, Something about that place was affecting me, reaching out across the distance, pulling me in. Over the next few weeks, I dug deeper into the historical record, looking for any documented anomalies around Camp Hero during the years the project supposedly operated. What I found was fragmentary but suggestive. In August of 1983, there was a significant electromagnetic pulse recorded by monitoring stations along the eastern seaboard. The event lasted approximately 4 minutes and was centred on Long Island. At the time, officials attributed it to atmospheric conditions or equipment malfunction. But the same day, local hospitals in the Montauk area treated more than a dozen people for symptoms consistent with electromagnetic radiation exposure, disorientation, nausea, temporary vision problems. Most were dismissed as coincidental, perhaps related to a virus or food contamination. Also on that same day, local power grids experienced widespread failures. Radar installations reported equipment glitches, and more than 20 residents called authorities to report strange lights in the sky and unusual animal behaviour. Dogs howling in unison, birds flying in confused patterns, fish washing up dead along the beaches. I found Coast Guard reports of unusual sonar readings off Montauk Point that night. Something large moving underwater, too big and too fast to be a whale or submarine. The readings showed an object roughly the size of a building, moving at speeds that defied conventional explanation, then simply vanishing from sonar as if it had ceased to exist. The date was August 12, 1983. According to Montauk Project lore, this was the day the project ended, the day something went catastrophically wrong during an experiment. Preston Nichols called it the Montauk Break, claiming that a subject in the chair created a manifestation that couldn't be controlled, forcing an emergency shutdown. I found a report from Brookhaven National Laboratory's medical facility for that same night. 3 unidentified patients were admitted with extreme psychological trauma. The intake notes described them as non-responsive, exhibiting signs of acute dissociative episodes. No identification was found on any of them. No family came forward. One nurse's note, almost buried in the file, described the patients as speaking in unison before lapsing into catatonia. They repeated the same phrase over and over. It came through. We couldn't stop it. It's still there. Within 6 hours, all 3 were transferred to federal custody. The report provided no explanation for the transfer, no destination, no follow-up. Just a notation. Remanded to federal authority per security protocols. I tried to track those patients. Dead end. The transfer records were classified. The receiving facility wasn't named. It was as if 3 people had simply vanished into the federal system. But I found one more piece of information that connected everything. A meteorologist at a private weather monitoring station recorded unusual atmospheric disturbances over Montauk on August 12, 1983. The data showed what he described as impossible readings, localized gravity variations, temporal distortions in radar readings, and something he couldn't explain. Multiple echo returns showing the same aircraft at different altitudes simultaneously, as if the same object existed in multiple places at once. He reported his findings to the National Weather Service. They told him his equipment was malfunctioning. He insisted it wasn't. They told him to stop making claims that couldn't be substantiated. When he persisted, he was quietly let go from his position. I found him living in upstate New York, retired, still bitter about how he'd been treated. He showed me his original data logs, preserved for 4 decades, waiting for someone to finally take them seriously. Something happened that night, he told me. Something that broke the rules of physics as we understand them. And instead of investigating it, instead of trying to understand it, they buried it. Made everyone involved look crazy or incompetent. But I know what I saw. I know what the data showed, and I know they didn't want anyone looking too closely at what was happening at Camp Hero. Act 5. The cover-up. Every good conspiracy theory has a moment where the cover-up becomes more interesting than the crime. With Montauk, that moment came when I started finding the gaps, the places where records should exist but don't. I filed more than 30 FOA requests over 6 months, requests for personnel records, equipment manifests, incident reports, anything related to Camp Hero between 1971 and 1983. Most were denied. A few came back with documents so heavily redacted they were useless. But the denials themselves were revealing. Several explicitly cited national security exemptions for information more than 40 years old. What could possibly threaten national security about Cold War radar operations at a decommissioned base? One response I received was particularly interesting. I'd requested documents related to power consumption at Camp Hero during the 1970s. The Department of Energy responded that the records existed, but were classified under special access programs and couldn't be released without approval from multiple agencies, some of which weren't even named in the response. Power consumption records, classified 40 years later. That alone suggested something extraordinary had been happening. I also started noticing patterns in what was missing. Every request that specifically mentioned electromagnetic research was denied. Every request that named Brookhaven National Laboratory in connection with Camp Hero was denied. Every request about the August 1983 incident was denied. The government's own responses were painting a picture. Something happened at Camp Hero, something involving electromagnetic research, and it remains classified decades later. I started getting pushback in other ways too, phone calls at odd hours, nobody on the line. My apartment was broken into, though nothing was stolen. My laptop was cloned. I could tell because suddenly some of my files had access timestamps from when I was provably elsewhere. A black SUV started appearing near my apartment, always parked in different spots but always within view. When I tried to photograph it, it would drive away. When I tried to follow it, I'd lose it in traffic. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the stress was making me see conspiracies where none existed. But then I got a visit. 2 men in suits came to my apartment. They showed federal credentials, Homeland Security, and asked if they could come in. I let them, though I shouldn't have without a warrant. They were polite, professional. They asked about my research into Camp Hero. They said they'd noticed my FOIA requests and wanted to understand why I was interested in a long decommissioned military facility. I told them I was researching a story. They asked what kind of story. I said historical, about Cold War operations. They asked if I'd been trespassing on federal property. I said no, though we both knew it was a lie. They spent an hour in my apartment, looking at my notes, my documents, my photographs. They didn't take anything. They didn't threaten me overtly. But when they left, one of them turned back and said, "Sometimes investigations lead places that aren't healthy. Sometimes the truth is less important than stability. You seem like a smart person. I hope you make smart choices." After they left, I checked my apartment. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but I had the sense that everything had been searched, carefully, professionally, by people who knew how to leave no trace. I moved my evidence to multiple locations, uploaded encrypted backups to several cloud services, sent physical copies to friends with instructions to publish if anything happened to me. Then I found the testimony. Through a contact who works in military archives, I obtained a psychological evaluation report from 1983. The subject was a serviceman who'd been stationed at Camp Hero. He'd been referred for evaluation after exhibiting signs of severe distress and paranoia. The evaluation transcript makes for disturbing reading. The serviceman claimed he'd witnessed experiments involving children. He described a white room beneath the base, a metal chair with strange attachments, and tests that broke the kids. He said he'd heard children screaming in the walls, that one boy had made something appear that looked like it was from a nightmare. He described a massive creature, vaguely humanoid but wrong in fundamental ways, that materialized during one test session. According to his testimony, it attacked staff before dissolving into what he called black static. The incident, he claimed, triggered an emergency evacuation of the underground facility. The thing was massive. The transcript read, "Filled the whole chamber, made sounds that weren't sounds, like pressure in your ears. Some of the staff tried to shut down the equipment, but it wouldn't respond. The boy in the chair was screaming, saying he couldn't stop it. It was coming through, and he couldn't close the door. Then there was this sound, like reality tearing, and the thing just was gone. Not faded, just gone, like someone cut it out of existence. But the boy, he wasn't the same after. Eyes were different, empty, like whatever came through took something with it when it left. The evaluating psychiatrist diagnosed him with acute psychotic disorder and recommended immediate hospitalization. His testimony was dismissed as delusional. He was medically discharged and, as far as I can tell, never spoke publicly about his experiences. But here's what made me take his testimony seriously. The details matched Nicholas's account almost exactly. The white room, the chair, a boy who could manifest things, a creature that appeared during a test, an emergency evacuation, two separate sources, no apparent connection to each other, describing the same events. I went back to Nicholas with the evaluation transcript. When he read it, he started crying. "That was me," he whispered. "I was the boy in the chair. I made that thing. I didn't mean to, but they pushed and pushed, and something came through. Something from..." He stopped, unable to continue. "From where?" I asked. "I don't know. Somewhere that isn't now. Somewhere time works differently. The chair opened a door and I couldn't close it. Part of that thing is still here, still connected to me. Sometimes I can feel it watching through my eyes." He looked at me then, and for a moment his eyes did look different, darker, as if something else was looking out from behind them. "It's waiting," he said, "waiting for the door to open again, and they're going to open it. They never stopped the research. They just moved it deeper, made it more secret. The technology is better now. The understanding is clearer. They think they can control it, but they're wrong. Once you open certain doors, you can't control what comes through." Act 6. The final revelation. Nicholas agreed to show me everything. Not just talk, but take me to places. Show me evidence he'd kept hidden for years. He said he'd been afraid to share everything, afraid of what might happen if the full story came out. But he was dying. Lung cancer, stage 4. He had months at best. "I need someone to know," he told me, "before it's too late, before they erase everything." He took me to a storage unit in Queens. The neighbourhood was rough, the facility run down. We went at night, Nicholas insisting we needed darkness for what he was about to show me. Inside the unit were boxes of documents, photographs, and physical items he claimed to have taken from the Montauk facility before the final shutdown. They evacuated so fast after the incident, he explained. Emergency protocols, everyone out immediately. Some of us grabbed what we could on the way. I took these, I've kept them hidden ever since. The photographs were the most compelling. Polaroids, dated in the handwriting typical of the 1970s and early 80s. They showed underground rooms, equipment, and in several cases children. Boys ranging from about 10 to 15 years old, sitting in chairs wearing electrode caps, looking directly at the camera with expressions ranging from fearful to vacant. One photograph showed Nicholas. I compared it to his current appearance, accounting for age, and the match was undeniable. He couldn't have been more than 12 in the photo. He was sitting in what looked like a modified dentist's chair, metal bands around his head, wires running to equipment out of frame. A man in a white coat stood beside him, face partially visible, making notes on a clipboard. On the back of the photograph, written in black ink, Project Phoenix, Subject 01, June 79. Another photograph showed a room that had been damaged, equipment overturned, scorch marks on walls, and in one corner, barely visible but unmistakable, a shape. Large, dark, with the angles that hurt to look at. The photograph was blurry in that area, as if the image couldn't quite resolve, but you could see enough to know it wasn't human. Wasn't normal. The more I stared at it, the more details emerged. Surfaces that seemed to exist in multiple planes simultaneously. Limbs, if they could be called that, extending in directions that violated three-dimensional geometry. and something that might have been eyes or mouths or wounds in reality itself. "That's what I made," Nicholas said quietly, not looking at the photograph. "That's what came through when they pushed my abilities too far. They wanted me to create specific things, images they projected into my mind. But that time, something else came instead. Something that was already there, waiting for a door to open. There were dozens more photographs, test chambers, equipment I couldn't identify, children in various states of distress, and in several images that shape in the corner, always partially visible, as if it existed just out of frame no matter how the camera was positioned. There were also documents, internal memos from Brookhaven, equipment requisitions for items that made no sense in conventional research, magnetic field generators beyond anything commercially available, isolation chambers, sensory deprivation tanks, and something described only as temporal variance monitors. One memo, dated March 1981, referenced continued coordination with Eastern Defence operations and noted promising developments in consciousness projection protocols. It was signed by a name I recognised, a Brookhaven physicist who'd later become prominent in quantum mechanics research. He's still alive, still publishing papers. I tried to contact him. He refused to speak with me. Another document was a technical specification for something called the Beacon, described as a trans-temporal signalling device, designed to maintain coherent communication across temporal discontinuities. The description was dense with physics jargon I barely understood, but the implication was clear. They were trying to send signals through time. But the most disturbing item in Nicholas's collection was a VHS tape. The label, handwritten, read, "Temporal Test B, August 83. We found a pawn shop that still had a working VCR and paid the owner to let us use it. Nicholas, myself, and the shop owner watched together on an old television in the back room. The video quality was poor, degraded by age and magnetic drift. But what it showed was unmistakable. A white-walled room exactly as Nicholas had described. Harsh fluorescent lighting, equipment lining the walls, old computers with CRT monitors, oscilloscopes, devices I couldn't identify. In the centre, a chair, metal frame, leather straps, a helmet covered with sensors and wires. A boy, maybe 13 years old, was led into the frame by two men in white coats. The boy was Nicholas. Even 40 years younger, even moving differently, the resemblance was clear. They strapped him into the chair, attached the helmet. One technician spoke off camera, words muffled but the tone clear, instructions, commands, pushing the boy to concentrate. For several minutes nothing happened. The boy sat still, eyes closed, face straining with effort. The monitoring equipment showed readings I couldn't interpret, numbers and waveforms changing rapidly. Then the air around the boy began to shimmer. At first it was subtle, heat waves, distortions in the light, but quickly it became more pronounced. The shimmer intensified, localized in a corner of the room, and began to coalesce into something. A shape, dark, indistinct, but growing more solid with each passing second. The technicians noticed. One stepped back, another reached for a control panel. Someone off camera shouted, "Increase the dampening field!" But the shape continued to form. It was large, easily 8 feet tall with proportions that weren't quite right. Too long in some dimensions, compressed in others. Surfaces that reflected light impossibly, showing angles that geometry said couldn't exist in three-dimensional space. And it was moving, not smoothly. It stuttered, as if existence itself was struggling to contain it. Frame by frame, it grew more present, more real, forcing its way into our reality like something being born through too small an opening. The boy was screaming now. I could see his mouth open, tendons standing out in his neck. But the audio on the tape was distorted, overwhelmed by a sound that wasn't quite sound, more a pressure that made the speakers crackle and pop. The creature turned. It had something that might have been a head, might have been multiple heads. Impossible to tell because the surfaces shifted and merged, and it looked at the camera. The shop owner made a sound of horror. What the hell is that? On the screen, chaos. Technicians running. Alarms blaring. The boy still strapped in the chair, body convulsing. Equipment sparking. And the creature growing larger, more solid, reaching out with appendages that left trails of darkness in their wake. One technician didn't run fast enough. The creature touched him. Just a brief contact, a brushing of whatever passed for its hand against the man's back. The technician collapsed instantly, body rigid, mouth open in a scream we couldn't hear over the distorted audio. Then someone hit a switch. The lights in the room strobed, faster and faster, and the creature began to break apart. Not dissolving naturally, but being torn, shredded by forces I couldn't see. It resisted, writhing, reaching for anything it could grasp, but piece by piece it was pulled back, sucked into whatever dimensional wound it had emerged from. The video cut to static. When it came back, seconds later, the room was empty except for the boy still in the chair. Unconscious or dead, it was impossible to tell. Technicians rushed in, some wearing what looked like hazmat suits, others just lab coats. They unstrapped the boy, carried him out of frame. The last thing visible before the tape ended was the technician who'd been touched by the creature. He was still on the floor, but moving now, crawling. His movements were wrong, joints bending in directions they shouldn't, as if he'd forgotten how human bodies worked. Someone off camera said, "Get him to containment and shut down the chair. We're done for tonight." The tape ended. We sat in silence for a long time. The shop owner finally spoke. "That's not real. It can't be real. Special effects, right? Some kind of movie?" But we all knew it wasn't. The quality was wrong for special effects. The reactions were too genuine, and the tape itself had markings that identified it as military property. On the back of the VHS tape, stamped in official military typeface, "Property of United States Air Force Phenomenon Division. Do not duplicate." Phenomenon Division. Not a unit I'd ever heard of. Not in any official Air Force documentation I could find. But there it was, stamped on a tape showing an experiment that wasn't supposed to have happened at a facility that was supposedly abandoned. We made a digital copy of the tape. Nicholas gave me all his documents, photographs and evidence. He made me promise to publish the story no matter what happened. "They'll come for this," he said. "They'll know someone has it. They've probably known all along. I think they let me keep it. Let me be a walking storage system for evidence, watching to see if I'd ever try to expose it. Now I am, so they'll come. Then why do it? Why now? Because I'm dying anyway. And because that thing in the video, it's not gone. It's still partially here, caught, between dimensions, and they're trying to bring it through again. I can feel it. Every 19 days when the equipment cycles, I feel it reaching, trying to come back, and one day they'll succeed. One day they'll open that door wide enough and it will come through, and this time they won't be able to close it." 2 days later, Nicholas was dead. The official cause was listed as complications from lung cancer, but he'd been stable just days before, coherent enough to show me his evidence, strong enough to travel across the city. The hospice nurse told me he'd taken a sudden turn, that a visitor had come to see him the night before he died. "Military looking," she said. "Said he was an old friend, stayed about an hour. After he left, Nicholas seemed agitated, kept saying they'd found him, kept asking me to call someone, but he couldn't remember who. The visitor signed in under a name that, when I checked, belonged to a man who'd been dead for 15 years. I tried to file a police report suggesting foul play. It went nowhere. Natural causes. End of story. The detective I spoke with was sympathetic but clear. Without evidence of a crime, there was nothing to investigate. An old man with terminal cancer had died. Tragic, but not suspicious. But I knew better. They'd found Nicholas, and they'd silenced him before he could tell anyone else what he knew. Ending. Time never closed. I spent 6 months compiling everything. The documents, the photographs, the video, Nicholas's testimony, the historical evidence, the FOIA denials that suggested an ongoing cover-up, interview transcripts with families of missing children, meteorological data from August 1983. utility records showing active systems beneath an abandoned base, testimonies from former personnel, the evaluation transcript describing the same events Nicholas had described. I wrote a comprehensive article, 20,000 words documenting the entire investigation. I laid out the evidence methodically, building from public facts to classified revelations, showing how each piece connected to the next, creating a picture of a program that had pushed the boundaries of reality and paid the price. I pitched it to major publications, all declined. The first editor told me, "This is compelling, but we can't verify the core claims. Without on-the-record sources, it's too risky." The second said, "Our legal team won't clear it. Too many national security implications." The third was more honest. "We can't publish this. We'd have federal investigators crawling up our ass within a week. I'm sorry, but this is above our pay grade." I tried smaller outlets, alternative media, investigative journalism non-profits. Same response. Too controversial, too risky, too likely to bring down government scrutiny. So I published it myself on a dedicated website. I uploaded scans of every document, the full video, audio of my interviews with Nicholas, photographs of the underground, entrance, GPS coordinates, utility records, FOIA denials, everything. I built the site carefully with multiple layers of backup and distribution, mirrors on servers in different countries, copies shared with journalist organisations with instructions to publish if I disappeared. I wanted to make sure that even if they came for me, the information would survive. The article went live on a Monday morning at exactly 9 a.m. I watched the traffic counter, saw the numbers climb, 10 visitors, 100, 1,000. By Monday afternoon it had been shared thousands of times. By Tuesday it was trending on multiple platforms. People were discussing it, debating it, planning trips to Camp Hero to investigate for themselves. Conspiracy theory forums erupted with activity. Researchers I'd never met were verifying pieces of my evidence, confirming documents, adding their own findings. A documentary filmmaker contacted me about turning it into a film. A podcaster wanted to interview me. A book publisher offered an advance for a full manuscript. For 48 hours it felt like the truth was finally breaking through. Like decades of cover-up were crumbling. By Wednesday morning it was gone. The website was down. Not just offline, but erased. The domain registrar said they had no record of my purchase. My hosting company claimed the account never existed. When I showed them my payment receipts, they looked at me like I was insane. Backup files on my computer were corrupted, unrecoverable. I tried data recovery software. Nothing. The files existed, but they were filled with garbage data, as if they'd been overwritten with random noise. The cloud storage service showed no files in my account. Not deleted, just never uploaded. When I checked the upload logs, they showed activity from my IP address, but the timestamps were wrong, showing uploads from times when I was provably elsewhere, when my computer was powered off. The digital copies I'd made of Nicholas's evidence were gone. The original documents I'd scanned and kept in a safe deposit box had vanished from the box. The bank had no record of my visit to place them there, despite me having the receipt. When I showed them the receipt, they said their system had no record of that transaction number. It was as if the entire deposit had been retroactively deleted from their database. My phone record showed no calls to Nicholas. Email correspondence was gone from sent and received folders. Text messages erased. When I contacted my phone provider, they said their systems showed no such communications had ever occurred. It was as if the entire investigation had been retroactively deleted from reality. People who'd shared the article reported the links dying. Screenshots they'd taken were corrupted. One person told me they'd downloaded the entire site as a PDF, but when they went to open it, the file was empty. The documentary filmmaker who'd contacted me said he didn't remember our conversation. The podcaster denied ever reaching out. The publisher said they had no record of any offer. I still had my memory. My notes written in physical notebooks still existed, though even those seemed to be fading, ink becoming lighter, words becoming harder to read, as if even physical records were being erased. I'm writing this now, as fast as I can, getting it down before it too disappears. I don't know how long this will last, how long before this file corrupts, this document vanishes, this story becomes something I can no longer prove existed. But here's the thing that keeps me awake, the thing I can't explain. This morning I received a package, no return address, no postage mark, just left outside my door. Inside was Nicholas's notebook, the original one he'd given me in that Brooklyn coffee shop. But when I opened it, all the pages were blank, every entry, every coordinate, every name erased, not torn out, not written over, just blank, as if they'd never been written on at all, except for one page, the last page. It had a timestamp that wasn't there before. August 12th, 1983. We're still in the loop, and underneath, in handwriting that might have been mine, time doesn't forget, neither does the chair. It's still running. We never left. We're still down there, and you're starting to remember. I don't remember writing that. I know I didn't. But the handwriting is mine. Exactly mine. The way I form letters, the pressure I use, the spacing. It's my hand that wrote those words. But when? Yesterday I drove out to Camp Hero. I had to see it again. Had to confirm it still existed. Maybe everything else had been erased, but the place itself couldn't be deleted. The steel door I'd found was gone, not sealed, not removed. Gone, as if it had never existed. Just solid concrete where I knew I'd found an entrance. I checked the GPS coordinates. I was in the right place. But there was no door, no lock, nothing. I put my hand on the ground anyway, pressing against the concrete, and I felt it. That pulse, that rhythmic throb of machinery running deep below, the same rhythm I'd felt months ago. Proof that something was still down there, still running. And for just a moment, I remembered being in a white room, sitting in a metal chair, wires attached to my head, someone asking me to think of something specific, someone pushing me to open a door. The memory was vivid, more than a dream, more than an imagination, a memory of something that actually happened. But that's impossible. I was born in 1985. The Montauk project supposedly ended in 83. I couldn't have been there, unless time doesn't work the way we think it does, unless the project found a way to create loops, fold moments back on themselves, trap people in recursive timelines, unless everyone who investigates too deeply gets pulled into the loop, becomes part of the experiment retroactively. Nicholas told me once, in one of our last conversations, the worst part isn't that they experimented on us, it's that we never left. We're still there, in that moment, and anyone who looks too closely gets pulled in. The chair doesn't just affect those who sit in it. It affects anyone who thinks about it too deeply, who focuses too much attention on what happened. Consciousness is entangled with the experiment now. We're all part of it. I'm starting to understand what he meant. If you're listening to this, if you're hearing these words, be careful. Some doors open both ways. Some investigations don't end when you close the file. By learning about the Montauk project, by thinking about what happened there, you might be creating a connection. Consciousness and quantum mechanics are linked in ways we don't understand. Observation affects reality. And if the experiments at Montauk really did bridge consciousness and time, then maybe just knowing about it is enough to get caught in the loop. Camp Hero still stands. The radar tower still rises against the sky. And beneath the ground, in tunnels the government says don't exist, something is still running. Every 19 days, like clockwork, the equipment cycles. The electromagnetic fields activate. The beacon at the end of time transmits its signal into the past, into the future, into all moments simultaneously. Time doesn't forget. Neither does the chair. And now, neither will you. Because once you know about the Montauk project, once you've read this far, you're part of it. Your consciousness has touched the experiment. You've opened a door in your own mind, and that door connects back to the white room beneath Camp Hero. The beacon at the end of time is still transmitting. The signal never stopped. We're all receiving it, whether we know it or not. And somewhere, in a white room beneath Camp Hero, a boy is sitting in a chair. Always sitting. always broadcasting, always opening doors that should have stayed closed. The year is 1983, the year is 2014, the year is now. All of them, simultaneously. Because time in that place doesn't move forward anymore. It loops and loops and loops forever. And we're all in the loop now. All of us who know the story, all of us who've thought about what happened there, we're all trapped in that moment beneath Camp Hero, experiencing it from different angles, different timelines, but always circling back to the same point. The boy in the chair, the thing that came through, the door that won't close. I'm writing this from a motel room in Montauk. I came back here, though I don't remember deciding to. I keep finding myself driving out to the park, standing over the spot where the door used to be, feeling that pulse through the ground. Last night I woke up in the middle of the night. I was standing outside in my bare feet halfway to Camp Hero. I don't remember getting out of bed. Don't remember leaving the room. I'm going back to the facility, today. I found another entrance, or it found me, or I remembered it from the timeline where I was part of the project. I can't tell anymore. There's a door in my dreams, a white door in a white room. And it's opening, and something on the other side knows my name. This is the last entry I'll make, the last thing I'll write before I go down into those tunnels one final time. If you're reading this, then it means the document survived. The story escaped the loop, at least partially. Share it, save it, copy it, let it spread. But know that by doing so, you're perpetuating the experiment. You're keeping the door open. You're feeding attention and consciousness into the machine beneath Camp Hero. And maybe that's what they want. Maybe the whole point was to create a self-perpetuating cycle. A story that spreads itself, pulling more and more people into the loop, their consciousness entangling with the experiment, creating more fuel for the chair. The beacon at the end of time broadcasts to anyone listening. And if you've made it this far, you're listening. Welcome to the loop. We've been waiting for you. We've always been waiting. Time doesn't forget. Neither does the chair. Neither do we. Hey everyone, before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know and makes a real difference in keeping these stories coming to you. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is for you, and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It creates this amazing global community of truth seekers and curious minds. Now, let's get into tonight's investigation. There are places on Earth where the official story feels too clean, too rehearsed, like someone scrubbed the details until only the safe parts remained. Mount Shasta is one of those places. Rising over 14,000 feet above Northern California, it dominates the landscape like a frozen sentinel, beautiful and enigmatic. For over a century, stories have circulated about what lies beneath this mountain. Stories of underground cities, stories of ancient civilizations, stories that get dismissed as folklore, New Age fantasy, or the rambling of imaginative hikers who spent too long in thin air. But what if the dismissal is the cover-up? What if something beneath Mount Shasta forced the United States government to seal tunnels, confiscate research, and silence witnesses for nearly 90 years? This is the story of Harold Finnerty, a man who took his secrets to the grave. This is the story of his granddaughter Lila, who refused to let those secrets stay buried. And this is the story of what they found in the mountain. Something that challenges everything we think we know about human history. March 1979. The Deathbed Note. Harold Finnerty died on a grey morning in Ashland, Oregon. Heart failure, the doctor said. Quick and relatively painless for a man in his late 70s. He had lived a quiet life after retiring from the United States Geological Survey, tending a small garden, reading military history and keeping mostly to himself. His neighbours described him as polite but distant, the kind of man who never quite seemed at ease, even in his own home. His granddaughter Lila arrived 3 days after his death to help sort through his belongings. She had always been close to Harold, closer than most grandchildren manage with their grandparents. He had encouraged her curiosity, her questions, her refusal to accept simple answers to complex problems. As a child, she had asked him why the sky was blue, and instead of giving her the standard explanation, he had taught her about wavelengths and atmospheric scattering. That was Harold. He never dumbed things down. The house smelled of old books and pipe tobacco. Leela moved through the room slowly, feeling the weight of absence in every corner. Harold's desk sat near the window, covered in papers and notebooks. She began sorting them into piles: financial documents, personal letters, old survey maps from his USGS days. It was methodical work, the kind that keeps your hands busy while your mind processes grief. Then she found the envelope. It was tucked inside a locked drawer in the bottom of his desk, beneath a false bottom she only discovered because the drawer seemed too shallow compared to the others. The envelope was thick, made of heavy paper that had yellowed with age. Across the front, in Harold's precise handwriting, were words that made her stop breathing for just a moment. Mount Shasta. Do not open classified. Lila sat back in the chair, holding the envelope up to the light. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Harold had worked on dozens of geological surveys during his career. She'd seen his maps before, his field notes, his careful documentation of rock formations and water tables, but she'd never seen anything marked classified. The USGS did not deal in classified material. They mapped the Earth's surface. They studied earthquakes and volcanoes. They published their findings for other scientists to review. So why would her grandfather have a sealed envelope marked with government classification warnings? She broke the seal. Inside were 3 items. The first was a hand-drawn topographic map of Mount Shasta, rendered with the kind of precision that came from decades of professional cartography. The mountain's familiar silhouette was marked with contour lines, drainage patterns, and geological features. But there was something else. On the eastern side of the mountain, below the tree line, a location was marked with a red X and labelled in small, urgent letters, Adit 7, closed 1934. The second item was a series of photographs, black and white, badly faded. They showed the interior of what looked like a tunnel or cave. The walls appeared smooth, too smooth for natural rock formations. In one photograph, a hand was pressed against the wall for scale. The texture looked almost metallic, reflective in the harsh light of the camera flash. The third item was a handwritten note on a torn piece of paper. The mountain is hollow in the wrong places. They found something in 1934. We sealed it, but it wakes. Lila read the note 3 times, trying to make sense of it. Harold's handwriting, no question. But the words felt wrong, almost panicked. Harold had been a scientist, rational to his core. He did not write about mountains waking or hollow spaces in wrong places. He wrote about basalt layers and glacial movements and tectonic activity. She was still holding the note when she heard the vehicles pull up outside. 2 black SUVs parked in front of Harold's house. 4 men in dark suits emerged, moving with the kind of coordinated efficiency that suggested military or federal training. Lila watched from the window as they approached the front door. No badges visible, no agency identification. Just 4 men who knocked once, firmly, and then waited. She opened the door. "Miss Finnerty?" The man hissed. Front was tall, late 40s, with a face that gave away nothing. "We're here to collect materials related to your grandfather's work with the United States Geological Survey. It's standard procedure when a former employee with security clearance passes away." "Security clearance?" Lila kept her voice steady. "My grandfather was a cartographer. He mapped mountains." Nevertheless, the man's expression did not change. "We need to collect his notebooks, maps, and any documents related to his survey work. It will only take a few minutes." They were inside before she could protest. They moved through Harold's house like they had done this before, opening drawers, checking shelves, moving with practiced efficiency. They took his notebooks. They took his old survey equipment. They took boxes of papers from the garage that Lila had not even opened yet. The tall man noticed her watching. This is routine, Miss Finnerty. Nothing to be concerned about. Then why do you need his old maps? Government property. Technically, any work he did while employed by the USGS belongs to the federal government. We're just reclaiming what's ours. They were gone in less than 20 minutes. Lila stood in the now ransacked house, feeling like she had just been robbed by her own government. But they had not found the envelope. It was still in her jacket pocket, pressed against her chest like a secret heartbeat. That night she spread the map and photographs across her kitchen table and began to research. If someone wanted Harold's materials badly enough to confiscate them within days of his death, then those materials contained something worth hiding. She was going to find out what. The real history, they tell us, Mount Shasta has always been a mountain wrapped in mystery. For the indigenous Karuk, Shasta and Modoc peoples, it was a sacred place, home to the Great Spirit. White settlers arriving in the mid-1800s found themselves equally drawn to the mountain's imposing presence, and soon stories began circulating about what might lie beneath its snow-covered slopes. The Lemurian legend emerged in the late 1880s. According to the story, survivors of a lost continent called Lemuria, similar to Atlantis, had fled to Mount Shasta and established an underground city called Telos. These tall, white-robed figures would occasionally emerge to purchase supplies in nearby towns, paying with gold nuggets of unusual purity. In August of 1884, the San Francisco Chronicle published an account from a prospector named J.C. Brown, who claimed to have discovered an underground city carved into the mountain, complete with gold shields, hieroglyphs, and mummified remains of beings over 8 feet tall. The story captivated readers, though Brown mysteriously vanished before he could lead an expedition back to the site. By 1904, the legend had solidified with the publication of A Dweller on Two Planets, written by Frederick Spencer Oliver. The book described advanced beings living beneath Shasta, possessing technology far beyond human capability. It became a foundational text for the New Age movement and cemented Mount Shasta's reputation as a centre of mystical activity. But here is what the legends do not tell you. Here is the part that gets buried beneath the folklore and the New Age tourism. The United States Geological Survey began heavily mapping Mount Shasta in 1925. Teams of surveyors spent months in the field, documenting every ridge, every canyon, every geological formation. They returned in 1932 for more detailed work, and then again in 1934. Something happened during that 1934 survey. The official records are sparse, almost deliberately vague. A USGS team led by a geologist named Thomas Eldridge was conducting cave surveys on the eastern face of the mountain when they disappeared for 48 hours. When they finally emerged, their report mentioned disorientation and strange acoustics inside the cavern system. They noted that sounds echoed in ways that seemed impossible given the cave's dimensions, and they experienced unusual equipment malfunctions that they could not explain. The report was filed and then seemingly forgotten, except the surveying tunnels, designated Adit 1 through Adit 9, were all quietly sealed within months. The official reason given was structural instability and risk of collapse. No further surveys were conducted in that region for over 20 years. Then there was the aerial incident of 1945. During post-war mapping missions, United States Army Air Force pilots were conducting photographic surveys of the West Coast. One pilot, Lieutenant Marcus Webb, documented an unusual observation in his flight log. While circling the south face of Mount Shasta, he noted what appeared to be an opening in the rock face that reflected light in a metallic manner. He circled back for a second pass and took additional photographs. The photographs exist. They are part of the official military archive. But the official explanation given was ice reflection, a play of light on glacial formations. The opening Lieutenant Webb documented does not appear on any current geological survey. When Lila Finnerty began researching these incidents, she was not looking for proof of underground cities or lost civilizations. She was looking for an explanation of why her grandfather would have a sealed envelope marked classified, and why federal agents would confiscate his materials within days of his death. What she found instead was a pattern of official interest, official secrecy, and official dismissal that stretched back almost 50 years. Harold Finnerty's shadow surveys. Lila spent 3 weeks in libraries and archives, chasing down references to her grandfather's work. His official employment record with the USGS showed steady, unremarkable service from 1948 through 1976. He had worked on surveys in California, Oregon, and Washington. He had published papers on volcanic geology and tectonic mapping. Everything was normal, documented, and publicly accessible, until she found the gaps. Between 1956 and 1959, Harold's official work record showed him assigned to routine topographic surveys in the Cascade Range. But when Lila requested the specific survey reports from that period, she was told that those documents were not available for public review. When she asked why, she was informed that they had been reclassified by the Department of Defense as part of Cold War security protocols. Why would basic geological surveys be classified for national security reasons? She started searching for anything Harold might have left behind that the federal agents had missed. She checked his house again, more carefully this time, looking for hiding places she might have overlooked. She found them in the garage, tucked inside the hollow leg of an old workbench. More notebooks. These were different from his official USGS field books. The pages were water-stained, the handwriting hurried, almost frantic in places. They were dated between 1956 and 1959, the exact years of the classified surveys. Lila spread them across her table and began reading. The surveys had been ordered by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, not the USGS. Harold had been temporarily assigned to a joint military-civilian team conducting what was officially described as seismic monitoring research. The Cold War was at its height, and the government was deeply concerned about detecting Soviet nuclear tests. Seismic stations were being established throughout the western United States to create an early warning network. But Harold's notes described something else entirely. Subterranean resonance patterns inconsistent with known cave systems, he wrote on one page. Echoes suggest regular geometric spacing beneath primary cavern. On another page, thermal void pockets at depths that should not support such temperatures, heat source unknown. And then, circled in red ink, not natural. Lila felt something shift in her understanding. Her grandfather had not been mapping the surface of Mount Shasta. He had been mapping what was beneath it, and he had found something that should not exist. She kept reading. References to cyclopean geometry, a term usually reserved for massive ancient stonework like the walls of Mycenae or the temples of Malta. References to metallic signatures in soil samples. References to electromagnetic anomalies that interfered with surveying equipment. One entry from July 1958 was particularly striking. Descended into a DEET 7 with the team. The tunnel extends far beyond the 1934 seal. We broke through yesterday. The corridor beyond is not natural. The walls are too smooth. The angles are too precise. There is a smell like ozone and hot metal. The temperature rises as you descend. At the third junction, we found markings. Not native, not English, not any language we recognise. Lila stopped reading and sat back, her mind racing. Addit 7. The same designation marked on the map Harold had sealed in the envelope. There was more. Clipped to the back of one notebook was a photograph, black and white, badly faded. It showed 3 men standing in front of what looked like a tunnel entrance. The men wore field gear from the 1950s. Behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a wall that looked too smooth to be natural rock. On the back of the photograph, someone had written 3 names: Harold Finnerty, James Pollock, Thomas Eldridge. Thomas Eldridge, the same name from the 1934 USGS team that disappeared for 48 hours. Lila grabbed her laptop and started searching. Thomas Eldridge had led the 1934 survey. According to newspaper archives, he had gone missing 3 months after returning from Mount Shasta. His body was never found. The official report called it a hiking accident, though no evidence of such an accident was ever documented. All of his maps and field notes had been seized by the Department of the Interior in October 1934. 24 years later, Harold Finnerty was working with a team that included Thomas Eldridge's name on the back of a photograph. Either the man had not died in 1934, or Harold had been studying Eldridge's original work. There was one more item in the notebooks that made Lila's hands tremble as she held it. A letter Harold had written, but apparently never sent, dated June 1952. The tunnels extend far beneath the volcanic shelf. Eldridge was right. The structure is artificial. The metal is older than the strata. I do not know what we have found, but I know it should not be here. I know that every instinct in me says we should seal this and walk away. But they will not stop. They need to know what it is, and I fear what will happen when they find out. Project Chasse 2, the Cold War connection. It took Lila another month to find the binder. She discovered it in a storage unit Harold had rented under a false name, a detail she only uncovered because he had kept the key taped under the drawer of an old filing cabinet. The storage unit was in Reading, nearly 2 hours south of where Harold had lived. Inside were boxes of materials that the federal agents had missed, things Harold had clearly hidden away deliberately. The binder was labelled Chasse 2, Cold War Seismic Anomaly Study, 1957. This was not folklore. This was not conspiracy theory. This was a real government document stamped with Department of Defense insignia, complete with project codes and authorization signatures. During the 1950s, the United States government genuinely did conduct extensive seismic and geological studies on West Coast volcanoes. The official purpose was monitoring for nuclear tests, creating a network of sensors that could detect underground explosions anywhere on the planet. Mount Shasta, as one of the tallest and most geologically active peaks in the Cascades, was a natural choice for such monitoring. But the Chasse 2 binder contained information that went far beyond seismic monitoring. The first section documented equipment malfunctions in the Shasta region. Magnetometers going haywire, seismographs recording vibrations that did not match any known geological activity, radio interference so severe that teams had to communicate using written notes because their walkie-talkies produced only static. The second section was titled Structural Analysis. Here, the language became more technical and more disturbing. Engineers described finding echo patterns that suggested large hollow spaces deep beneath the mountain, spaces that did not match known cave systems. The geometry was wrong. Natural caves form along fracture lines and water channels, creating irregular organic patterns. The spaces beneath Shasta formed regular geometric shapes. One page was marked with a red stamp, structural echoes unlike caves. Another page, metallic signature below basalt layers, and then, circled in black ink, do not breach. Layer 5. Layer 5. Lila flipped through the binder, looking for any reference to what Layer 5 might be. She found it near the back, in a section marked Recommendations. The language was bureaucratic, carefully neutral, but the message was clear. Further excavation beyond Layer 4 is not recommended. Preliminary analysis suggests that Layer 5 contains the primary anomaly source. Equipment failures increase significantly at depths below 1200 meters. Structural integrity of surrounding rock questionable. Team safety cannot be guaranteed. Translation: they found something deep in the mountain, and they were afraid to dig any deeper. The final item in the binder made Lila question everything she thought she understood about her government's relationship with the truth. It was a transcript, dated March 1971. The header read, Remote Viewing Session, Subject, Anomalous Geological Formation. Location, Northern California. Remote viewing. The CIA program that trained psychics to spy on Soviet installations by projecting their consciousness across space. Lila knew about Project Stargate. It had been declassified in the mid-1990s, revealed to the public as one of the strange artifacts of Cold War paranoia. The program officially began in 1972, but this transcript was dated 1971, a year before Stargate supposedly started. The transcript was formatted like an interview. Handler: please describe what you perceive at the target location. Viewer: 12. I see stone. No, not stone. Metal. It looks like metal but old. Very old. Covered in stone. Handler: can you describe the shape? Viewer: 12. A chamber. Big. The walls curve up like a dome. There are patterns on the metal. Symbols maybe. I cannot read them. Handler: where is this chamber located? Viewer: 12. Under snow. A tall mountain. North of Reading. Very deep. It is cold there, but the chamber is warm. There is something in the centre. It glows faintly. Handler: what is in the centre? Viewer: 12. I do not want to look at it. It feels wrong, like it is watching me even though I'm not really there. Handler: please continue. Viewer: 12. A sphere. Silver or grey. It sits on a pedestal. The pedestal is not human. The proportions are wrong. Everything about this place feels wrong. Whoever built this was not human. Handler: you're safe. The target cannot harm you. Continue. Viewer: 12. There are handprints on the wall near the entrance, pressed into the metal when it was soft. 5 fingers on the left hand, 6 fingers on the right. They are not human hands. The transcript ended there, stamped with a code. Session terminated. Viewer distress. Lila sat in the storage unit for a long time, holding the transcript in her hands. This was not legend. This was not folklore passed down through generations of New Age believers. This was a classified government document describing something beneath Mount Shasta that should not exist. Her grandfather had been part of the team that found it, and now she needed to find it herself. Finding Adit 7. Lila spent 2 months preparing. She was not a mountaineer, not a splunker, not trained for underground exploration. But she was Harold Finnity's granddaughter, and she inherited his stubbornness along with his curiosity. She bought equipment. She studied maps. She read everything she could find about the eastern face of Mount Shasta, the McLeod region, the Mud Creek drainage area, and Dilla Canyon. Adit 7 had been sealed in 1934. According to mining records, it was one of 9 exploratory tunnels dug during a brief period when prospectors believed there might be valuable mineral deposits in the volcanic rock. The tunnels had been abandoned when no significant ore was found, and most had collapsed or been deliberately sealed due to safety concerns. But Harold's map showed that Adit 7 went deeper than the official records indicated. Much deeper. Lila drove to Mount Shasta in late October, when the tourist season had ended and the backcountry roads were mostly empty. She parked her truck near the old McLeod logging road and hiked in, carrying 60 pounds of gear on her back. The entrance to Adit 7 was supposed to be at roughly 8,000 feet elevation, hidden in a fold of rock near the tree line. It took her 3 days of searching to find it. The entrance had been buried under a rock slide, probably deliberately. Someone had piled stones across the opening and planted brush to hide it from casual hikers, but erosion had created a small gap at the top, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined enough. Lila was determined enough. She wriggled through the gap, her headlamp cutting a narrow beam into the darkness beyond. The air inside was cold and dry, smelling of dust and stone. The tunnel stretched ahead, carved through volcanic rock, the walls rough and irregular. This was consistent with the mining tunnels from the 1930s, hand-drilled and blasted by men looking for gold or silver. She followed the tunnel down, descending into the mountain. After 50 yards, the character of the tunnel changed. The walls became smoother, the angles more precise. The temperature rose slightly, enough to notice. After 100 yards, she found the seal. It was a concrete wall, thick and professionally installed, completely blocking the tunnel. Stamped into the concrete was a date, November 1934. This was the official seal, the one placed after Thomas Eldridge's team reported their disorientation and strange experiences. But Harold's notes had said they broke through the seal in 1958. She examined the concrete wall carefully, running her hands over the surface, and then she found it. A crack, barely visible, running from floor to ceiling along the left side. Someone had cut through the concrete and then carefully sealed it again. The newer concrete was slightly different in colour, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. Lila pulled out her tools and began chipping away at the newer section. The concrete was old enough to crumble easily under the impact of a hammer and chisel. It took her 2 hours, but she finally broke through. The tunnel beyond was different. The walls were smooth, almost polished. The rock looked melted rather than carved, like something impossibly hot had bored through the volcanic stone. The floor sloped downward at a steady angle, descending deeper into the mountain. Her headlamp beam reflected strangely off the walls, creating odd patterns of light and shadow. She walked for what felt like an hour, though her watch said only 20 minutes had passed. Time felt wrong down here. Sounds felt wrong too. Her footsteps echoed in ways that made no sense, sometimes loud, sometimes barely audible, as if the tunnel itself was changing its acoustic properties. The temperature continued to rise. By the time she reached the junction, it was uncomfortably warm, like being in a greenhouse on a summer day. She checked her thermometer. 85 degrees. That made no sense. She was deep inside a mountain that had snow on its peaks. It should be near freezing, not warm enough to make her sweat. The junction split into 3 passages. The centre passage was marked with a cairn of stones deliberately placed. Someone before her had marked the way. Harold? Thomas Eldridge? She did not know. She followed the centre passage. The walls here were not stone. They were metal. Smooth grey metal that looked old beyond measure, tarnished but not rusted. She reached out to touch it, and the surface was warm, almost body temperature. Patterns were etched into the metal, repeating geometric designs that looked almost like writing but followed no linguistic structure she recognised. This was what Harold had meant. This was what should not be here. Metal walls inside a volcanic mountain, warm to the touch, covered in symbols that predated any known language. She kept walking, and the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The chamber beneath the mountain. The chamber was enormous. Lila's headlamp beam could not reach the far wall. The ceiling curved upward into a dome, just like Viewer 12 had described in the remote viewing transcript. The floor was made of the same grey metal, smooth and slightly warm beneath her boots. She pulled out a flashlight, a heavy-duty spotlight she had bought specifically for this expedition, and switched it on. The beam swept across the chamber, revealing its true size. It was easily 200 feet across, maybe more. The metal floor was inscribed with concentric circles, radiating outward from a central pedestal. Lila walked toward the centre, her footsteps echoing strangely in the vast space. The acoustics were wrong, just like the USGS report from 1934 had noted. Some sounds echoed loudly, bouncing off the curved walls. Other sounds were absorbed, deadened, as if the chamber itself was selectively filtering noise. Near the wall she found what the remote viewer had described. Handprints pressed into the metal, fossilised in whatever substance had been soft enough to take an impression before it hardened. The left hand had 5 fingers, the right hand had 6. The proportions were close to human, but not quite right. The fingers were longer, the palm narrower. Whoever had built this place was not human. Or if they were human in a way that predated everything anthropologists thought they knew about human evolution. The pedestal in the centre of the chamber rose about 4 feet from the floor. It was made of the same metal as everything else, but the surface was covered in more intricate patterns, Symbols layered upon symbols in a way that suggested deep meaning if only you could read the language. On top of the pedestal sat a sphere. It was roughly the size of a basketball, perfectly smooth, made of metal that looked silver in her flashlight beam. The surface was covered in tiny inscriptions, spiralling around the sphere in lines so fine they were almost invisible. As Lila approached, she felt something shift in the air around her. A vibration, barely perceptible, like standing next to high-voltage power lines. This was the artifact Harold had sketched in his notebooks. This was what the government had sealed behind concrete and bureaucratic silence for nearly 50 years. Near the base of the pedestal, someone had left a metal plaque. The plaque was newer than the chamber, maybe from the 1950s based on the style of the lettering. It read, "Eldridge found the heart. We were never meant to open it." Lila stood there for a long time staring at the sphere. Every instinct told her not to touch it. The warnings in Harold's notes, the government's desperate attempts to seal this place, the plaque left by someone who clearly feared what they had discovered, all of it screamed danger. But she had come this far. She had broken through the seals. She had descended into the mountain. She needed to understand what this thing was. She reached out and touched the sphere. For a moment nothing happened. The metal was warm, warmer than the air around it, and the surface felt slightly rough, like fine sandpaper. Then the inscriptions began to glow. Faint blue light traced the spiral patterns, spreading from where her hand made contact outward across the entire surface of the sphere. The vibration in the air intensified. Lila pulled her hand back, but the glow continued, growing brighter. The chamber itself seemed to respond, the walls humming with a low frequency that she felt in her chest more than heard with her ears. She checked her thermal reader. The temperature had spiked. The sphere was now registering at over 200 degrees, though it had not felt that hot when she touched it. The floor beneath the pedestal was glowing faintly, lines of light spreading outward along the concentric circles. Something beneath the chamber was waking up. Lila backed away from the pedestal, her heart hammering. This was not an artifact. This was not a relic of a dead civilization. This was a machine, still functional, still powered by something that had survived for thousands of years or longer. She needed to leave. Now. She ran back toward the tunnel entrance, the chamber's glow brightening behind her. The hum became a rhythmic pulse, mechanical and deliberate. Whatever she had activated was not shutting down. If anything, it was building towards something, a cycle that had been interrupted decades ago and was now resuming. Harold's final message. Lila made it back to her truck just as the sun was setting. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely grip the steering wheel. She drove back to town, checked into a motel and collapsed on the bed, exhausted and terrified. That night she could not sleep. She kept hearing the hum from the chamber, that mechanical pulse that felt older than humanity itself. She kept seeing the glow spreading across the sphere, the light tracing patterns that might have been writing, or might have been something else entirely, some form of communication that humans were never meant to understand. She needed to know what Harold had thought about all this. She needed to hear his voice, his reasoning, his conclusions. She went back to the boxes of material she'd taken from his storage unit and searched through everything one more time. She found the tape recorder buried at the bottom of a box of old survey equipment. It was an old reel-to-reel model from the 1970s, the kind Harold would have used for field notes. A single tape was still loaded on the reels. She pressed play. Harold's voice filled the room, older than she remembered, tired but clear. This is Harold Finnerty, recording on March 8th, 1979. If you are listening to this, it means I am dead, and it means you found what I have hidden. Good. Someone needs to know the truth. Someone needs to understand what we found beneath Mount Shasta. In 1958, our team broke through the seal that Eldridge's team had placed in 1934. We descended into the mountain, following tunnels that should not exist. tunnels that were not created by natural geological processes or by human mining equipment. The tunnels led us to a chamber. Inside that chamber we found evidence of a civilization that predates anything in the archaeological record. The metal is older than the rock surrounding it. Carbon dating puts the surrounding basalt at roughly 300,000 years old. The metal cannot be dated using conventional methods, but analysis of the oxidation pattern suggests it is far, far older. Millions of years, perhaps. We found a machine. Not ruins, not artifacts. An active, functional machine built by intelligences we cannot comprehend. When we activated it, we triggered something. Seismographs across Northern California recorded vibrations that did not match any known seismic activity. The vibrations came from beneath Mount Shasta, rhythmic and mechanical, like something vast was coming back to life after sleeping for eons. We sealed it again. We had to. The government ordered us to bury everything we found, to seal the chamber, and never speak of it. They were afraid. Not of what the public would think, but of what the machine might do if we continued to interfere with it. But here is what they did not understand. Here is what I did not understand until years later. The machine does not need us to activate it. It wakes on its own. Every few decades, seismographs pick up those same vibrations. They are always attributed to minor earthquakes, tectonic adjustments, volcanic activity. But I know better. The machine beneath Mount Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older, it is alien, and it is waiting. I do not know what it is waiting for. I do not know what it will do when it fully awakens. I only know that we were never meant to find it, and we were certainly never meant to activate it. If you have listened to this tape, if you have found my notes and my maps, please understand the weight of what I am telling you. The truth is not what you think. The mountain is not what you think. And we are not alone in our history. The tape ended with a click, and the room fell silent. Lila sat there for a long time, processing what she had heard. Harold had known. He had known for over 20 years that something was beneath the mountain, something that challenged everything humanity believed about its place in the universe and its timeline on Earth. And now she had activated it again. The cover-up arrives. Lila checked out of the motel the next morning and started driving south. She planned to go to Sacramento, maybe find a journalist or a researcher who would take her evidence seriously. She had photographs. She had Harold's notes. She had the tape recording. Someone needed to know what was beneath Mount Shasta. She made it 20 miles before she noticed the black SUVs. There were 3 of them, travelling in formation, keeping a steady distance behind her. When she sped up, they sped up. When she slowed down, they matched her pace. They were not even trying to hide their presence. Lila pulled off the highway at a rest stop. The SUVs pulled in behind her. 6 men emerged, wearing the same dark suits and expressionless faces she'd seen at Harold's house. The man in front was tall, late 40s, with cold eyes that suggested he had done this many times before. He walked up to her truck window. "Miss Finnerty, we need you to come with us." "Who are you?" "That is not relevant. What is relevant is that you entered a restricted area yesterday. You accessed classified materials. You activated equipment that poses a significant security risk." "I do not know what you're talking about." The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "You saw the interior. That means you know too much. We can do this easily, or we can do this the hard way. Your choice." Lila looked at the 6 men surrounding her truck. She looked at the empty rest stop, no other vehicles in sight. She looked at the man's cold eyes and understood that she was not going to talk her way out of this. She needed to run. She started the truck, gunned the engine, and drove straight at the man in front of her. He dove aside and she swerved around the SUVs, accelerating back onto the highway. Behind her, the SUVs scrambled to follow. She drove fast, faster than she'd ever driven, weaving through traffic, taking exits at random, trying to lose them in the maze of back roads. But they stayed with her, coordinated and relentless. These were professionals. They had resources she could not match. She remembered the side tunnels. When she had explored Adit 7, she had seen other passages branching off from the main corridor. Some led deeper into the mountain. Some led back toward the surface. If she could get back to the mountain, she could lose them in the tunnels. She turned north, heading back toward Mount Shasta. The SUVs followed. She drove up the old logging road, her truck bouncing over ruts and rocks, pushing the vehicle far beyond what it was designed for. She reached the area near Adit 7 just as the sun was setting. She abandoned the truck and ran into the forest, carrying only a small backpack, with her flashlight and Harold's most important notes. Behind her she heard doors slamming, men shouting, engines revving. They were coming. She made it to the rock slide covering Adit 7 and squeezed through the gap. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness as she ran down the tunnel, descending into the mountain. She heard voices behind her, echoing strangely in the confined space. She ran past the broken seal, past the junction, into the smooth metal corridors that should not exist. The men were still following, but they were slowing down, cautious now. They knew what was down here. They knew it was dangerous. Lila found one of the side passages and ducked into it, switching off her flashlight. She crouched in the darkness, listening. Footsteps echoed past her hiding spot, moving toward the central chamber. Radio static crackled, voices speaking in clipped military jargon. She waited in the darkness for what felt like hours. Eventually the footsteps retreated. The voices faded. She was alone again, deep inside Mount Shasta, surrounded by metal walls that hummed with ancient power. She found another passage that led upward, following the natural slope of the mountain. It took her 3 hours of climbing through narrow tunnels, but eventually she emerged on the northern face of the mountain, miles from where she'd entered. Behind her she heard helicopters. She looked back and saw lights converging on the Adit 7 region. Heavy machinery was being brought in. They were sealing it again, just like they had in 1934 and again in 1958. But this time they were not taking any chances. She heard explosions echoing across the mountain. They were collapsing the tunnels completely. The final revelation. 3 months later, Layla received a small package at a post office box she had rented under a false name. There was no return address. Inside was a fragment of metal, grey and smooth, warm to the touch even though it had been sitting in a cold mail facility. The metal was identical to the walls of the chamber beneath Mount Shasta. Wrapped around the metal was a note written in Harold's handwriting. The machine inside Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is waiting. Do not let them bury the truth again. But this made no sense. Harold had died before Lila ever entered the mountain. He could not have sent this package, unless he had prepared it years ago, setting up some kind of delayed delivery system, unless he had known she would go looking for answers, or unless the note was not from Harold at all. Lila spread out all her remaining evidence on her apartment floor. The photographs, the notes, the tape recording, Harold's maps, the metal fragment. She had spent 3 months in hiding, moving from town to town, afraid that the men in black SUVs would find her again. But they had not come. Maybe they thought the evidence had been destroyed. Maybe they thought she would stay silent out of fear. They were wrong. That night, the mountain rumbled. Local seismographs picked up vibrations centered directly beneath Mount Shasta. The frequency was low, rhythmic, almost mechanical. Geologists attributed it to minor tectonic adjustments. Volcanic activity settling after decades of dormancy. Nothing to be concerned about. But Lila knew better. She had heard that rhythm before, deep in the chamber, when she had touched the sphere and felt something vast wake beneath her feet. The machine was still active. The seals had not stopped it. The explosives had not buried it deeply enough. Whatever was beneath Mount Shasta, whatever Harold and Thomas Eldridge and countless others had found over the decades, it was older than human civilization. it was patient, and it was waking. No earthquake was officially reported that night, even though thousands of people across Northern California felt the tremor. The United States Geological Survey issued no statements. No warnings were given. The incident was not recorded in any official database. But Lila had felt it. She had felt the pulse of something ancient stirring beneath the mountain, counting down to a moment when it would fully awaken. And when that moment came, the government's carefully maintained silence would no longer matter. The truth beneath Mount Shasta would reveal itself, whether humanity was ready for it or not. Some mountains hold secrets in their stone. Some mountains hold mysteries in their caves. But Mount Shasta holds something else entirely. It holds evidence of intelligences that walked this earth long before we did, and it holds machines that still function after millions of years of silence. Harold Finnerty died trying to warn us. Thomas Eldridge vanished trying to understand it. Lila Finnerty risked everything to uncover it. The question is not whether the truth will come out. The question is what will happen when it does. The mountain remembers. The machine remembers. And deep beneath the snow and stone and ancient metal, something is waking. Something is waiting. Something is counting down the years until it emerges from the darkness and shows humanity just how small and young we really are in the vast timeline of this planet. Mount Shasta stands silent against the sky, beautiful and enigmatic. But if you listen carefully, if you place your hand against the stone and feel for vibrations that should not be there, you might just sense it. The rhythm, the pulse, the heartbeat of something older than human memory. And you might realize, as Harold did, as Lila did, that we were never alone on this earth. We just forgot to look beneath the mountains